Hello, 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 hello. Get in here, y'all. How's everybody doing? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Come in, please hit the like button. As you walk through the door, I hope you got your sweet tea, your cold beer, your daiquiri, your margarita, your sparkling water, or hot tea, whatever you got. Put it in your hand, get the snack. If you got hot flashes, y'all get your fan. Because we got to talk tonight. We got to talk. So we got through part one of this reunion. And I have a few things to say. And y'all know I got my notebook. So come on in, hit the like button. Get comfortable. Let me greet everybody. So we can talk about this fiasco that we just watched. And the fact that I'm grateful that this is only a 2-part reunion, y'all. So I ain't going to have to suffer too long. No, I ain't gonna have to suffer too long. Let me greet who's here and let's go. Let me greet who's in the house and then we're gonna get this show on the road, honey. That's what we're gonna do. Ooh, we got all our kin folks on the porch, honey. Not like cousin Courtney, honey. We cousins for real around here, sisters and whatnot. You know, but we're gonna talk about that too. We're going to talk about that too, honey. We got the beautiful Bianca Edwards on the porch. Hey, Bookie. We got Trina, Miss Drama. What's going on, girl? Hey, Rayanne, how you doing? All right. She said, hey, y'all. Miss Peaches N.O. is in the house. Hey, girl. Ashley. Hey, boo. Leah's here, y'all. What's happening, Leah? How you doing? Good to see you. Southern Charm in the house with your crazy self, child. How you been doing? Vita here from Denver. How you? All right. Ooh. I'm so glad y'all made it. Come in, get comfortable. Please hit the like button. I don't want to have to stop 20 times and beg y'all to hit it. Just hit it. It ain't going to cost you nothing. It's free 99. I swear it is. DV, what's going down? Good to see you. Hey, Annigan. How you doing, sis? Auntie Eva, we glad you made it. Hello. Angela Davis. Hey, lady. How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Let's keep on sliding. Let's see who else we got up in here. Up in here. My sis in the house. Hey, Tammy. How you doing, boo? Good to see you. Vet here all the way from Birmingham, UK. What's happening, sis? Southern Ivy. Hello, my dear sister. I missed you. Where you been? How you been doing? Yes. Well, you know I'm Central Time. And I was trying to do too many things at one time. I'm going to tell y'all about it in a second. Vanessa Comagate is in the house. Hello, Ladybug. How are you? You're Cutie Pie 21. How you doing? Good to see you. Antoinette. What's going on, Net? You was waiting on me to wake you up. Well, I got you. Me and my big old mouth, we in here. You can count on us. Couture Bay, my beautiful niece. How are you? So good to see you. Ooh, Patricia Robinson. Hey, girl. There go my sis, Helene Easley. I know that's right. Bookie, how you been doing? You got to call me. We got to talk. We got to catch up. I miss you. I do. Deborah Randall, honey, you know, once we got the Debbies in the house, we can talk housewives. It is now officially legal. Queen of Hearts, KS, how you doing? Janice. Hey, my Janice. How are you? Eb Soul. This lovely and beautiful girl right here, I love her to pieces. I still ain't got over her saying she the snitched on Fallon too. That just took my breath away. I love that girl. Cookie, hey, welcome. I don't remember seeing you before. Welcome. Anybody here, if this is your first time live, make sure you put FTL in the chat so that way members and friends can see you and welcome you to our front porch so we can gossip. Okay, Jenna Harris in the house. How you doing? Leah. DH up in here. All right. Maybelline Reynolds, good to see you. All right, y'all tuck in, get comfortable. And listen, y'all, those of y'all who know me, you know I'm going to speak to everybody. It's just in my nature. Queena is here. Don Diva, good to see you. Miss Nisi in the house. Dora, there's my sis. Yes, I'm going to tell you everything that happened. I promise I will. Even the foolishness. DS up in here. Listen, keep the reflection corner clean because DS has to organize the chairs because we know she gonna live in that corner if she don't do nothing else. Tay is here. Hey, Tay. Judy Aquaye, good to see you. All right. Nobody stands 721. How you doing? I love it. Oh, look. How you doing? Welcome now. Up here showing Granny candy. You know, that's grandma's candy right there. We love to see a little juicy cheek baby. How you doing? All right. DM Rocks in the house. Hey. Oh, thank you. Hey, BB. How are you? Janice Christopher in the house. Joanne McDonald up in here. I know that's right. Tiwana Daniels. Hey, sis. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Look, I'm going to try to speed this thing up. If I miss anybody, please charge it to my head and not my heart. And I want to respect people's time a little bit. But I just feel some type of way when I can't greet my family. Dana Cutler's here. Delightful by Design. Good to see you. Hey, Clyde Jones. How are you? This is always a pleasure. Randa, my sis, I love her so much. This lady is so lovely. Even her energy, just lovely. All right, who else we got up in here? They Love Katie. Is this They Love Katie? They Love Katie 12. Savannah, Georgia. Girl, you better come through, Savannah. All right now. Ain't that Chatham County? Did I get y'all county right? All right, all right. Jay Della Ray up in here. Look, I'm so glad y'all made it. We got to talk. Us got to talk. Dreamer is here. Hey, Dreamer. They Love Katie 12. Savannah, Georgia's finest, y'all. She said this is her first time live. Y'all make sure y'all welcome They Love Katie to the chat. Dreamer is here, as I said. Mama's baby is here. Peanut say hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button and help her mama out. Golden Life, good to see you, sis. How you doing? Catherine Bennett up in here. All right, all right. Hey, let's go. Let it go. I think I got almost everybody. Kalila, how you doing? Look, if I miss anybody, don't y'all miss them. Quick housekeeping, just to give y'all some rules for the porch. The only rules we got, if you want to cuss, misspell your cuss words, make sure you respect everybody. We talk about the people on the TV, not each other. So we can disagree, tongue and teeth fall out, kin folks don't. So no personal comments, no personal attacks. We got a right not to like any of these people on the screen and make sure we still love each other. Y'all got that? All right. So let's get into this thing. Oh, and a quick PSA. If you real sensitive about your fave, I don't know if you safe on this porch, honey, because everybody can get it over here. We don't spare nobody. Nobody gets spared on this porch. So I hope that y'all can handle that. Okay, because we ain't got, a lot of us in the family over here, we ain't got no favorites. So anybody can get this energy. Okay. When they wrong, we call them out. When they right, we got their back. And if they on some bull crap, we gonna point it out. Okay, we just want to make sure y'all understand that. And we don't back up no line and no signifying over here. Now, we catch your line and signifying, we gonna point it out. Okay? All right. I'm just saying, we want y'all to tuck in and get comfortable. And if you want to crack a joke, honey, crack 10, because they cuts up on this porch, and you welcome to do the same thing. Couture Bay say, yep, get off the porch, sensitive Susan. Yes, if there are any sensitive Susans, please, turn the sound down real low at the very least and start vacuuming so you won't hear us if we talk about your fave. Jenna Harris say, so these birds just talking and screaming over each other for the first half of the... Yes, girl, that's what I saw. Hey, Cherry Scott. So look, we're going to get into this thing. Oh, and Bianca is reminding y'all to please use your engagement buttons at the bottom. Okay, you see them on Instagram. Now they got them on YouTube. It's on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Hit the button and send up the little bubbles. Let the people know you're in the house. Interact, engage with us. We love to see it. We like to have it. Hey, Nona Perkins, how you doing? So look, let's talk about this episode. Now, let me tell y'all what I was doing that I ain't had no business doing, right? Lord Jenna says she got 29 minutes left. Okay. What I ain't had no business doing that I was doing, y'all, I was watching this reunion and watching a movie at the same time. Don't judge me. And the reason being, because this reunion wasn't that entertaining. But y'all, I caught this Nollywood picture. Baby, this thing was good. They had the man up here harassing his wife, comparing her cooking to his friend wife cooking. Come to find out, the friend wife wasn't even cooking. This heifer was buying the food. Then her mama was going with the cook that her friend was buying the food from and paid him to teach her how to cook. And then she outed the girl to her husband that the whole time you ain't even been eating your wife cooking. Child, it was a whole mess. I had been enjoying it. And then she lied on the girl and said her pregnancy didn't belong to her husband. I say, man, there's some deep stuff over here. And they had some girls that was breaking the law. It was a lot of stuff going on. It was real entertaining. Yes, I'm probably going to watch it again after I finish this review, so that way I can watch it without any interruptions from RHOA, because RHOA was an interruption to that wonderful movie, and I enjoyed it. I did. Brat's doll is in the house. Okay. Couture, babe, what you say? Ooh, now that's, girl, listen, that tea was hot. The fact that he up there comparing his wife cooking to this lady cooking and the heifer wasn't even cooking. What? Girl, I was all into that. I was all into it. Listen, what I will do, cause I'm not stingy. What I will do is put the link to that movie in our Discord. So if you got a crown by your name, you can watch that movie. Child, that thing was good. And then the man that was doing the cooking on the restaurant and his waitresses started selling their booty and then they started selling dope. Child, this thing was good. Helene. Yeah, they was acting like parrots on this reunion. They were just talking over each other, squawking and screeching and stuff. Sheree gave me a couple of good kikis and so did Candy. And everybody gave me a couple of kikis, but it really wasn't, they could have did all this in one episode. It really could have. Hey, God's anointed daughter, how you doing? Lady T, how you doing, sis? It's so good to see you. Yes. No, I'm not finna sit through no Kenya Moore movie. Antoinette. I love myself. And there's no way I could do that to me. I love me way too much to do something like that. It'll never happen. So, listen. So let's talk about it. Y'all know I got my notebook. Let me let you hear the pages. Let you know it's real. Y'all hear them pages? Hold on. Y'all hear them pages? The notebook is open. Y'all know I take notes. That way we can keep track of what was said, who said it, when they said it. I even try to notate facial expressions and everything else when I'm writing down what went on during these shows. Okay? All right. Hey, Shannon. So, of course, the ladies came out, and I'm just gonna say this: even with them coming onto the stage in the very beginning of the reunion, I could tell from the way they came out that the energy was low. It was really low energy. Kenya came out first or whatever. Rest of them came out. They seemed somewhat cordial or what have you. Sonya was showcasing her baby bump. Marlo's dress was pure drama. It was beautiful now. Don't get me wrong. That dress was pure drama. Hey, Magaline. Hey, Virgin Love. The dress was pure drama. It was gorgeous, too. It was gorgeous. I'm not nobody that's going to sit up and pump fake on nobody. That dress was bad. The only thing wrong with that dress is I know my big tail can't fit it. Now, that's the only thing. That's the only critique I got for that dress is I know I can't get my big behind in it. Okay? It won't be possible. No, not the way my height and weight is set up. It just ain't. It's not gonna happen. No, I got the height, but the weight part ain't right. DT, my boo in the house. That's right, y'all. Get your food and drink. Like this video. Andy, I don't think nobody liked Kenya's hair. I don't know why she did that. She could have worn her hair and it would have been so much prettier than whatever that was. I don't know what that was. It didn't suit her. And I've seen her look way better than that. Hey, fresh strawberries. So they did that. Andy up here with uncle jokes and stuff, that nobody asked him for. He went straight asking about Sheree nose. When he was talking to Sheree and she said she got it touched up, talking about she had breathing problems. And let me just say for the record, Sheree need to stop that bull crap. You got your nose touched because you wanted to. And if you had breathing problems, it was probably due to something you had done previous that caused you to have breathing problems. Like, I'm not buying that. If you got it done, Sheree, you just got it done. Ain't nothing wrong with it. She don't look bad. But I don't know why Sheree has such a hard time just being straight up. You know what I mean? She don't just dry lie. But if you ask her about something, she gets defensive. And rather than just being straight up about it, she immediately come up with an excuse, an alibi, a backstory. She gonna take the detour around the country, down 75, all type of stuff, rather than just saying, yep, I sure did. You know what I mean? So that's what happened. Miss Peaches NO says, Sheree got that from Nene. She's so fake. Yes, she is, girl. A lot of them got stuff from Nene. They can't stand her, but they stay plagiarizing that lady. They stay plagiarizing her. So that's just what that is. I don't know why she couldn't just do that. Southern Charm say Kyle said the same thing about her nose job. Oh wow. Okay, so that may be just, what they do rather than just say, I wanted it, so I did it. I don't understand that, because now let me be clear. I love my nose. I can't explain it. I don't know where it came from. I used to not like my nose. Let me be honest. I used to hate my nose because I don't have much of a bridge. It's kind of flat, but I'm over it. However, I used to hate my nose. If I had decided to do something to it, if you asked me, that's your business. Oh, well, I touched it. And so I don't know why Sheree does that. She got to always play evasive action when somebody just asks her a straight up question. Hey, Sin City from NOLA. Then he gets to Marlo and he was like, oh, what are you doing? You look great. You look different. And so Marlo just came straight up like, child, I'm trying to get back into them sample sizes, them 2s and 4s, and I can dig it. And so he's like, well, what are you doing? She said, I'm taking shots like everybody else. That's how you answer a question. Say what you will or may about Miss Marlo Hampton, about Marlotta. If you ask her, she gonna give it to you straight. And I feel like that's what one of those things that I feel irritates them other ladies about her real bad. It's hard to spray her with something she done already pulled out. She just like, child, I'm taking them shots like everybody else. Now, mind you, everybody else might not be honest about them shots, but she came on with it. She messing with the Ozempic. Mind you, I heard that people's getting stomach paralysis fooling with that stuff, so I personally wouldn't do it. Mind you, usually, if it's a diet medication, I jump on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm juicy by nature. So if there's a diet medication, I'm usually the first one in line. Sign me up, doc. Where do I put my thumbprint? What you want? How you want to do it? But with that one, I got a little scared because I'm like, first off, that's for diabeticals. That is not for fat people. Just for fat people like that. And then when they say stomach paralysis is a possibility, I say, yeah, I'm good. I'm straight. Eb say, I hate my nose. It's entirely too big, but it's mine. Girl, your nose is adorable. You have a cute nose. There's nothing wrong with your nose. But I'm gonna stay out your business. If you decide to touch it, I support you. But for the record, your nose is adorable to me. I think it's adorable. Vanessa Comagate say, I really need explaining on Kenya's wiggy. Well, girl, you and me and everybody else in the world, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Hey, Yolanda, I don't think it's gonna happen. But yeah, straight up, I like it. DT say Marlo is literally what you see is what you get. That's what she gave you. That's what she gave you. She gave it to him, blood raw. I'm taking Ozempic. There it is. Hey, Miss Sparkle, y'all. It's our resident Mary Kay lady. Y'all need to holler at if you need your supplies. If you're running low or you done ran out, you might want to talk to her. I'm just saying. So that happened. Then we get to Kenya. Kenya asked, Andy actually addressed her underboob. He's like, we don't usually get an underboob moment, and we don't. And I wish we hadn't. I don't know what that was about, but it happened, and she had the girls on display. Drew, they had Ralph talk and about the fact that they still in the same house, which we know. I'm glad he pointed that out. But I will say this before I go further into our notes. There were a few instances during this reunion where Andy acted like he was one of the housewives. It was almost like y'all ain't asking the right questions, so let me ask it for you. Hey, Cool Gamer, we love you. Thank you for being here. Hey, SFF, how are you? So yeah, they in the same house. Andy pointed it out because we don't know what they was gonna do. We find out that Sonya, right off the bat, is 4.5 months pregnant. She due on Crema. Okay, so Crema time gonna be delivery time. Okay, so congratulations to her and her husband and her wonderful family, and I hope that they have a healthy delivery. Okay, we hope and pray that this child is healthy and all that. And I don't know whether the gender of the child matters to anybody. I think the health is what should matter, but hopefully they get just what they're looking for. That's all I can say. And I hope the child is healthy and has all the fingers and toes and all that good stuff. Couture Bay say, the way they dragging Candy, OMG. Child, Candy put herself in that. They kind of drug her, but she kind of put herself in it. She did. She didn't have to put herself in it, but that's how it go. Hey, She Fancy. This your first time live or you just catching one in a long time? Anybody who's new, please put FTL for first time live in the chat so we can formally welcome you. DT said Andy looked like a beheaded Marie Antoinette at the reunion. Lord, my DT. Lord have mercy. Star said, hey sis, what's going on? So look, yo cutie pie 21 said it like it is. Florida girls have no problem. The Florida girl have no problem owning what she is doing now. What else you want to know? Yeah, that's kind of how that goes. That's kind of normal for us Florida girls, honey. We come straight down the middle. DS say, can you look like a Swiffer duck? DS, make sure it's some punch and cookies in the reflection corner. Make sure and line them chairs up, please, while you in there. Because you're going to be there for a while, I'm sure. Okay, it's been a long time. Well, welcome back. We glad you had a minute to come hang out with us. So we get past all of that. We get straight to Sheree. And see, I warned y'all during the sneak peeks. Y'all heard what I told you. I said then, we have to be mindful that RHOA and Potomac and them have done this to us before. They will show you these like fake dramatic scenes or whatever during the sneak peek. And then when you get to the reunion, that's literally all that went on. Outside of those things, you had a bunch of quiet, awkward filler type stuff. And then these were the only moments. So really at this point, I feel like RHOA needs to cancel sneak peeks because you literally gave us the whole reunion in your sneak peek. Like there was not much else that went on of any substance. Right, Couture Bay, I said it, I called it because that's literally what it was. Literally what it was. Okay? This is, they say, Sheree's silliness cracks me up. Yeah, I don't mind her being silly. I like a little silly. Silly is cool. The Divine Miss M, hey, the DVR froze. How appropriate. Ooh, girl. Don't worry, I got you back. Yes, Dana, they hit us with the bait and switch. The bait and switch. Yes, Queena, because DS is always in the reflection corner, and the least she can do is make sure it's some punch and cookies out and them thin slices of cake they be having at the church annex. Put them out. So we get into Sheree talking about, her business, Martell, and the grandbaby. Now, mind you, let me say this. Hey, Deborah Harris, let me say this. It's weird to me that we had this much banter and conversation about Sheree's business when Sheree's business was not even really highlighted this season. That was more last season. But we had a lot of banter and conversation about Sheree's business. In my humble opinion, I don't feel like we should have heard this much about Sheree's business at no reunion. And I feel like what we're getting is during the reunion, instead of more of a response and getting into what happened in the season, we're getting more responses from what they did on social media. And if all we gonna get is social media and social media responses, then why the hell are we being tortured and forced into watching this show? Now that's what I would like to know. Okay? Hey, Doodlebug. Oh no, Shamia could never be as gorgeous as my niece. Shamia, I like Shamia or whatever, but she could never be as pretty as Couture Bay. God forbid. God forbid. Isu Fomao. Has Sheree always struggled with her speech like this? Yes, she has. Yes, she has. It wasn't a suit. She was saying that she's being subpoenaed to go to court during that fake divorce thing, which basically is just custody and fighting over who could put that baby on TV. And then, that's something coming up later. So back to Sheree. Hey, Brian. Yeah, Sheree can do better with her business, Brian, but why were we talking about it this much on the reunion? This is stuff that went on and stuff that Candy had said on social media. Her and Candy had one conversation about Candy's comments about her business during this season. It was a brief conversation. They talked about it. It was supposedly done and over with. So what I'm saying is, for this to have occupied this much space on the reunion, they already lacking. They slacking. Hey, nobody stand. She said Candy and her crew kept on dragging Sheree business. They did. But I don't know. To me, it didn't seem like it was enough for it to be this big of a portion of the reunion. Sheree was in the special class. Y'all know that. See there. Virgin Love, go help DS with them chairs in the reflection corner. That's right, y'all. Please like this video. Hey, Keisha Posey. All right. So we get the flashbacks of her and Martell and all that. We get the flashbacks of her and Candy talking about She by Sheree and Candy making the reference to Sheen. Then we get the flashback of the mess with Bob and his mysterious daughter that sprung up out of nowhere, basically. Then we find out that there wasn't no blood test. The child showed up and said, "Hey, you my daddy," and he accepted it because he probably knew he was the baby daddy. He didn't need no blood test. And I very seldom give that belligerent Cyclops any props, but I'm gonna go ahead and give some props to the belligerent Cyclops. It's probably best that he did not put that child through no DNA test because he knew he was the daddy. And I wish more men would do that. If you know you the baby daddy, why in the hell are you demanding a blood test? I don't know what Sheree intended for us to know by saying that there was no blood test. Apparently, it wasn't one needed. He knew he was that child daddy. He just didn't do right by that child. Okay, now that's what it sounded like to me. Andy asked if the children seen him. She was like, "Yep, they had seen him before." And when asked why didn't they tell her, she says probably because they know I ain't give a darn because we divorced. And Drew over there making faces, but I'm like, Drew, stop trying to act. And like, what you doing the shark face for? You not that invested in Bob, Sheree, and them children. Do you even know Bob? Do you know what I mean? You just got on this show. You ain't got no relationship with him. You don't know nothing about their backstory. Why are you over here with the fake shark face? That's what I'm talking about. It's all this acting and fakery on this show and during this reunion. But I digress. I'm not gonna spin off the rails and start ranting if I can help it. I'm gonna try not to. Then Andy, with his messy tail, brought up that whole speak on it with Candy and Drew being messy. Basically, Candy was using Drew to take shots at Sheree because she was mad about Sheree saying she was using her as clickbait. And that's kind of what Candy does. She goes on her speak on it and then starts, interviewing people. And I'm using air quotes, quote unquote, interviewing people. So she have an excuse to throw shade at people that she don't like and spin narratives for what's happening on the show in her favor, or to explain away something that didn't look favorable to her during an episode or during the season. That's just what she does. I don't know another way to put it. Okay. Now, Candy was like trying to clean it up, basically saying I was talking about that one picture, but that's not what the recording said. That's not what you said at the time. That's not what production played back. You said she trying to look like Drew, like her face was inspired by Drew. Drew up here jumping in it. Oh yeah, I inspired the lady. Girl, that's one picture of that lady face swollen from all them goddamn shots and fillers and stuff. Once her face settles, she don't look nothing like you. And y'all know I said when we were talking about the during the sneak peek, basically Sheree told no lies. That is the worst picture of Sheree Whitfield I have ever seen since she been on television. And quite frankly, Drew, and she's right, Drew should have been offended. Drew should have told Candy, you a goddamn lie. What the hell you mean? Now that her face swole up like somebody hit her with a bag full of nickels and now she looked like me. I'd have been mad as hell. I'd have checked Candy. Ain't no way in hell I'd have sat up there and let you tell me that this girl looked like she done been stung by 25,000 killer bees and now she looked like me. Ain't no way in the hell. But she wanted to take a shot at Sheree trying to be funny. Yes, Bob Whitfield is a belligerent Cyclops. I said it and I stand on it. You can tell him I said it. He can't catch me. All I got to do is run in a zigzag. His eye will never catch up. Hey, Simply Steph, say what's going on with Kenya's ear? It was a different color from her face. I don't know. Maybe it was irritated. Sometimes people be scratching. Like, you scratch, you can get discolored. I don't know. Anything. Y'all be watching crazy details. How you realize that lady ear was discolored? Yeah, Drew is always acting. It be too much. But yeah, so that was a lot. And people were upset that Sheree said it. I wasn't mad that Sheree said it. I feel as though they got off easy because Sheree come across a little slow. She be stuttering and stuff. So, they really got off easy because Sheree really could have called it what it was. Drew, you played yourself being so eager to jump in with somebody poking with me that you literally poked at yourself. That's what she should have told her. But she didn't because she be stuttering. I don't know. But anyway, we get on past that, and the Drewer asked the viewer asked the question about seeing Martell, and was it about, about whatever's going on with him and in Huntsville, and him screwing around in Huntsville. And Sheree's like, basically, she still enjoy hanging with this dude. They cool or whatever, but she had to pull back. And they asked her, what was it due to? She said, basically, it was due to all the noise and stuff on social media. Symphony Steph say her ear was big and white. Have mercy, baby. I couldn't see. I'll be honest. I couldn't see past that hair. Steph, forgive Auntie, okay? I could not see past Kenya's hair. That ear could have literally did the funky Watusi. I would not have seen it past that hair. I'm being honest. Anywho, she said she pulled back due to the noise. Then you get Kenya jumping in. Oh yeah, because he got the revenge PORN, and he threatened to release revenge. Girl, you wait to invest it in this Martell stuff. Like, relax. She didn't already say she pulled back from the man. Why you so upset with this man? Mind you, Kenya, you put yourself in this. Nobody asked you to bring up a 2-year-old DM with the person saying thank you for sticking up for me or something. It really wasn't that serious. It wasn't. She should have never brought it. She was trying to manufacture something, and it in my opinion, I think it kind of backfired on her. So I really wish she hadn't have done it. I really wish she hadn't have done it. So then the viewer asked why Kenya brought up the DM when she did, basically asking, why didn't you tell her beforehand? Why you wait to the end to say it? Kenya, regurgitated the same cover story she had last time. I didn't think they were serious. Then they said they was officially dating, so I said it. Sheree said, hey, you'd have gave it to me earlier. Maybe I wouldn't have been dating him. Like, why would you wait to do it? And I didn't believe her the first time. I didn't believe her when she repeated it. Basically, Andy asked Sheree about the comments to saying that Kenya ain't got no man with her. Sheree say, Kenya said she ain't got no man with her. Every time something go on, she say, well, I'm the only one there with no man and ain't nobody to talk up for me or whatever. So Kenya breaks into, I don't want no man. I don't want this. If he gonna be doing this, if he gonna be doing that. Sheree basically pointed out that RHOA and Martell is the same person. That RHOA around there doing his thing, just like Martell doing his thing. And so, there's a real, equivalency there. You dating Roy, y'all not serious, and he doing whatever. So she say, because I don't believe she really dating that man. But you claim you dating him, he doing his thing. Sheree says she dating Martell and he doing his thing. So I don't see much difference other than we know more dirt about Martell because he on that other network and on that other show. Okay. But anyway, so then Andy asked Kenya if the divorce is final, and then we find out hell to the no. She then mentions about Marlo kicking the door, but leaves out the fact that Sheree also kicked that door. So now let me make sure that I'm not living in a parallel universe, because if I'm in Bizarro world, I need to know. Can I please get y'all to put a 1 in the chat if y'all saw the fact that Sheree also kicked that same door in Birmingham to the No-Tell Motel? Put a 2 in the chat. If you need to let me know, Nitra, you crazy. We never saw it. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw that Sheree also kicked the exact same door, or put a 2 in the chat if I'm crazy. Because it could be that. I've been eating a lot of vegetables lately. One of them could have had some hallucinogenic properties. Who knows? But I thought that's what I saw. That's what I believe I had seen it. Okay? DT, thank you for the super chat. Say Kenya's wig look like a burnt roasted onion. I ain't fooling with you today. Crazy. Okay, so I see the ones. I'm not crazy. Thank you. Because sometimes, y'all, I question my sanity. I can be a little special. I done raised a bunch of children. And, after you raise all them children, sometimes your mind can fail you. Sometimes your mind can fail you. So I appreciate y'all letting me know that I am indeed on point and I have not lost my mind, because I was really thinking, like, am I crazy? Why do we keep making this be about Marlo kicked the door? Marlo kicked the door because Marlo kicked the door. Marlo is because Marlo kicked the door. Why the hell we not mentioning the fact that Sheree kicked the same goddamn door? Why we not mentioning the fact that after Marlo kicked it, Sheree kicked it, and then Sonya knocked on it? So please make me understand how everything is about Marlo kicked the door, Marlo kicked the door. See, I'm all for, accountability. I'm even all for not liking who you don't like. Because can't nobody make you like who you don't like. Hey, Monica. But the truth of the matter is, tell the truth and shame the devil. Now, my mama told me if you telling half the truth, you telling the whole lie. Why y'all telling half the truth? Why is we telling half the truth? See, this is the stuff that make me not want to watch this show. It's stuff like this that it feels like it's scripted, like it's been concocted a certain sort of way. Or we got certain people trying to concoct stuff a certain sort of way to make it look like we want it to look. Y'all get what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, check me. Y'all know I'm not uncheckable. I'm not that girl. Y'all can check me if I'm wrong. Please check me if I'm wrong. Because if I'm crazy, I want to know. I don't want to be around here thinking I got it together and I don't. Okay, but that just irritated my nerves. So then she mentioned about the kicking the door. And then so Marlo was like, well, look, we didn't know the girl was in there. I apologize for your baby being in the middle of it. Kenya pretending like she don't understand. Tell me, I don't understand. Girl, you understood an apology. You could take it or leave it. And I was with Marlo and she said, well, you don't need to understand it. And that's a good point. Listen, this is a life lesson, honey. If you apologize to somebody, they don't have to accept it. It's the fact that you did it. As long as you apologize, they can accept it or not. Whether they accept it or not is none of your business. As long as you know in your spirit that you apologize, be done with it. Wash your hands of it, shake the dirt from your foot, and keep it pushing. I wasn't mad at Marlo one time on that one. So then she come talking about, well, that's in the divorce proceeding and something about the baby, and I'm going to give you a subpoena. You've been served. And Andy, see, this is where I'm saying I want y'all to pay close attention to Andy Cohen's behavior. Andy is behaving as though he is a member of the cast and he is part of the talent and not an executive. Okay? Because, oh, this your first time live, Monica? Welcome. Hey, Mo Rucker. Y'all make sure y'all are welcoming our first time live people in the chat. I want to see y'all saying welcome in the chat. I'm not seeing enough welcomes. Thank you. Management. If it's your first time live, y'all put FTL in the chat. Let us welcome you appropriately. We appreciate you being here. So Andy jumps in, grabs it, and he was like, this is blank. This is blank. That looked a mess. That looked the whole mess. Why in the hell is you bringing props on the show? What are you doing? That bothered me. So then when you go to Twitter, she posted something that looked like it might have been legit. But if I'm going to be honest, I don't trust it. The fact that you went on national television with a prop that was blank, baby, I don't believe nothing else you got going on. Let's be honest. I don't believe nothing else you got going on. No, ma'am. No, you didn't bring no blank prop up in there for Andy Cohen to expose you. Why you let that man do something like that to you? Doodlebug, first time live, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. Miss Peaches, what you say? Kenya is all smoke and mirrors. Andy is sick of her. Yes. It was given he was sick of her. Because what would make him intercept that piece of paper and call it out in front of everybody that this paper is blank? Now, I'm going to say this. This would be the second time that Kenya done got caught lacking when it came to Marlo. And y'all know my theory. Y'all know my theory. My theory is that Marlo is a henchman for the executives. I believe that they are using her to try to like maybe get something more out of Candy and Kenya, go after them, like really make them turn up, turn on, activate, however you want to put it. And I feel like the proof is in the pudding. When Kenya tried to pull that fake receipt, y'all remember on the other reunion, talking about that girl real name was LaTanya or something stupid, and Marlo had her actual birth certificate showing her name was Marlo Hampton. That said to me right there, somebody in production is giving Marlo the heads up, because how else would Marlo know to have her birth certificate there? And I don't know if anybody caught that during that reunion, but I did. And so now here we go again with this reunion. Tell me how Andy Cohen knew to intercept that piece of paper and look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like the way he reached for that paper, it was very like he was waiting on it. Y'all get what I'm saying? Am I being a conspiracy theorist? Let me know. Please don't be afraid to let me know. if I'm being a conspiracy theorist, because I feel like I'm seeing something here. I'm watching something cook now. Randa say Kenya proud herself on being smart, and she is. There's no way she didn't look at that paper beforehand. She can't be smart and dumb at the same time. Ooh, yes, now. But you got to be pretty stupid to bring a blank piece of paper as a prop on national television and just hope that it was going to work out. See, she was planning on handing it to Marlo, and then whatever Marlo said, she could just go to social media and say, Marlo lying. Well, I feel like I see a conspiracy. Dana Cutler's with me. She got the bullseyes in the chat. Dana with me at least. I feel like I see a conspiracy. Okay? Nobody stands says Ken flatline and look foolish. I was low-key embarrassed for her. Girl, I was high-key embarrassed for her. High-key embarrassed for this lady. Kenya does everything for shock value. It's gotten old. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, honey. Just like Drew up in there throwing props and stuff at people. Say, no, I really think Marlo is being protected, to be totally honest. But why, she fans? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that they protecting her, but I definitely think that, she got some extra backup because I believe she's on assignment. I said it before, her first season as a peach holder, and I'm saying it again. I believe that she is the henchman. I believe she's the henchman. I believe she the X-Man, and they got her in there to do their dirt for them, and that's just what that is. I believe that. In my heart. I could be wrong, but I really believe that, y'all. Don Diva say she ain't planning on Andy reading it. Hell no, she ain't planning on Andy reading it. Hell to the no. Couture Bay say Andy sit over them fake stories. Probably, but I want to know why they target. I feel like the executives and production are specifically making it their business to point out every lie that Candy or Kenya tell this season. I just feel like that, y'all, because can we be honest in here? We family, right? Can we be honest? If Ken folks can't be honest, who can? All right. I feel like them people ain't just started lying. Candy and Kenya ain't just started lying. Candy done told a couple lies. Kenya done told a slew of lies. Why all of a sudden this season, every time they lie, roll that beautiful bean footage? Why? Even from last season, it was just like, wait a minute, huh? What happened? The fact that she tried to tell that lie about that girl's name and they had her ready with her actual birth certificate. Who the hell walk around with their birth certificate in their purse? I'm just saying, if you keep your birth certificate in your purse, put a 3 in the chat. If you do not walk around with your birth certificate in your purse, put a 4 in the chat. Put a 4 for hell no. Put a 3 for I walk around with my birth certificate, and put a 4 in the chat for hell no. Matter of fact, let me put my 4. I'm going to put a bunch of 4s. Let me put a bunch of 4s in the chat. Hell no. Hell no. And not only do I not walk around with no birth certificate in my purse, I don't know nobody that walk around with no birth certificate in their purse. You in evening wear with a clutch bag and you just magically got a birth certificate. Y'all can't tell me that don't sound foolish as hell. It do. Honestly, y'all, I'm just saying. Southern Ivy, you better tell it. Southern Ivy say she can't even find hers. Say it again. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Something is going on with this. And the fact that she brought that blank paper trying to pull a stunt, trying to be a stunt queen, as Gabor called them, and then Andy her up and snatched that paper out of her hand and let everybody know it was blank. That was an embarrassment factor. That was an embarrassment factor, and I don't know how I feel about it. I need time to process it and think about how I feel about that. Because I think I see something, y'all. I want to kind of hold my peace until I can really process and analyze how I feel about it. And then I'm going to go live and talk about that specifically. Because something about that really, really bothers me. And I don't know what it is. And I know part of it is the secondhand embarrassment, but there's something else about it that kind of, I don't know, it's doing me somehow. It is. Then she goes on to say, and this was supposed to be her other bombshell, Oh, it's calls and texts 2 years ago between Marlo and Mark. 2 years ago. Could have been something about the churn, could have been anything. We don't know if it's true. They asked her what was on the text. I can't see what's on the text. It's just the phone record. Then she turned around and claimed, oh, she was asking for dirt on me. So Andy, again, I want y'all to see who's pointing it out. Hey, Sean Turner. Hey, Cecilia. I want y'all to see who pointed it out. Andy jumped in. He didn't even give Marlo a chance to really even, like, volley it back across the net. Andy jumped in right quick and called her on it. Kenya, you just said you couldn't see what was in the text, so how do you know what was being said? How you know she was asking for dirt on you? And I'm like, whoa, I see this. I wonder, do anybody else see this? Which, okay, of course, Kenya was lying. Okay, big whoop. And I'm not saying that lies are cool, because y'all know I don't like no lying and no signifying. But it's the fact of why you didn't wait and let Marlo point it out. It's almost like he anticipated the fact that, Candy and Kenya fans don't like her. So anything she say, they just going to say, oh, well, we just going to pretend we didn't hear nothing she said. So it's like, I'm going to say it to eliminate all of that. Like, I see a whole strategy playing out here, y'all. I see a whole strategy playing out. Yes. Andy was show clocking everything. What, girl, what you say? Tick, tick, tick. I know that's right. Hey, Fifi. Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait. Is he on the couch too? Why he not wearing the same colors as the girls? At this point, why is he not wearing the same colors as the girls? Because he doing the job of one of the housewives. He the extra girl. Catherine say, I'm peeping game, sis. Thank you. Because, see, this the kind of stuff when ain't nobody else saying nothing about it. Because, yeah, y'all know I love to go to the comment sections. I love to kind of see what the people saying. I love to see, what the crowd is checking, what people are picking up on, what they're not picking up on. And when I look through the comment sections and ain't nobody pointing this out, I'm like, am I crazy? That's the stuff that make me want to question my own sanity. Have I lost my ever-loving mind? How is it I'm seeing this and everybody else playing like Stevie Wonder and stuff? Everybody want to be Roy Orbison. Everybody want to be Blind Lemon. Deborah Randall say Mark told Marlo to keep in touch about the boys at the event. He sure did. So I'm betting he gave Marlo his number. I believe that too. But it was the fact that Kenya was trying to get her, a little moment when it came to Marlo. Like, I'm going to show y'all she's a bad person. You know how she do her drama stuff. And Andy know that girl be trying to do her little drama stuff. And it's like he was waiting on her to say anything that didn't add up. And man, clocking ain't the word. Clocking ain't the word. That just ain't the word. Whatever is worse than clocking is what he did. I feel like he exposed her in a way. That's how I feel. Hey, JD Rob. I feel like he exposed her. That's just me. If I'm overreacting, again, feel free to let me know. Bianca Edwards, thank you so much for the cash out. Thank you. I just seen it. I was so busy running my mouth. Let me send a heart back. Ooh, for the daiquiri fund. One time for the daiquiris. Hey. Okay. So look. So boom. So that happens. Then we get to the conversation about Sheree and Martell and her birthday and who was supposed to pay and the cash apps. And they showing, again, production is so calculated. They made sure they showed Candy and Kenya talking about it and sniggling. They didn't show the people who told Candy, not Candy, but the people who told Kenya about it. They showed them two sniggling. And I'm like, man, I see something. Couture Bay said he's sick of paying them and they destroying the franchise, especially after getting rid of his star player. It's karma. Ooh. Well, in the words of Cat Williams, you're supposed to protect your star player. Hey, Nene Ashley, what's up, boo? Helene, it looks that way. It looks like Marlo is going nowhere. Not when she in them people pocket. She doing what they supposed to do. Couture Bay, you just picked up your daiquiri. Girl, what kind you got? What kind you got, girl? Antoinette say, Kenya always need a punching bag. She and Candy try to discredit and destroy their enemies. Yes, they do. That's true. I'm gonna give you that. Silly boy 12, what's happening? All right, we got 2 repping New Zealand in the chat. I know that's right. So look, Sheree was getting ready to start that warbling like a turkey. You know how she do her voice go, and she starts stuttering. It's my birthday, and if I invite people, and it's my birthday, I said, "Oh God, here we go, Sheree. Lord have mercy." And before she could finish, and it was like, so if you invite people, you're gonna pay. And she hurried up. Oh, you got the blank on the beach. All right now. Those is good. And she was like, no, I wasn't gonna pay. Marlo was trying to help her, but it wasn't no help there. And then Andy shaded the piss out of Sheree. I don't even know where that came from. He was like, well, we know you got an interesting relationship with Bills. Candy over there cackling. And let me say this, I don't blame her. Andy Cohen couldn't have said that in front of me, and I didn't holler. She got an interesting relationship with Bills. Have mercy. And so Sheree always ready to try to come back, even if her comeback ain't coming back like it's supposed to. She ready with the comeback. And she was like, well, ain't nobody never took me to court to sue me about no bills, and ain't nobody never claimed that I stole no ideas. Hi, Johnny. So she bringing up this situation where Phaedra was representing that fellow that said Candy and them stole the OLG idea from him, which we'll never know. But we know that the lawsuit happened. We do know that. Candy was like, basically whatever, that ain't work. Then she mentioned about them fashions that you ain't paid for. And Sheree was ready for that. She come bringing out messages from Rwan. Y'all remember Rwan last season, the one that was ready to get with Kenya, the lady with the hijab on? She was funny. I feel like they should have brought her back. I didn't want to see Fat Tomb, but Rwan, I could dig some of that Rwan action, honey. They should have brought her back. And we see from Rwan where she was saying, oh no, when I contacted him, I paid him in full, blase squaze, and it read it out like, yeah, Rwan is claiming that she did take the money and pay him in full. So again, the world may never know. Doodlebug, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, $5 for the daiquiri fund. I love it. One time for the daiquiris. Yes. Love it, love it, love it. So look, then after that, Sheree talking about don't believe everything you see on social media and told the girl to mop her dirty flows. I say, now come on, Sheree. Now we know this lady done failed a health inspection. Why you got to get on here and say the flow dirty? You know, okay. Then Candy went to telling her about her new face, and Sheree stood up and said, face and body, you could never. I said, oh, Sheree. She ain't lying, but that was rough. Hey, Keisha E. What's up, Dimples? So then Sheree gonna stand up and twirl for her, and she talking about you got all the shots in your face and your face swollen. Sheree say big face or small face, you could you can't sit with me. I said, dang, Sheree. Let me stop right here. Y'all, I feel like Sheree was going for the jugular. What y'all think? Like, to me, this was like bringing out a flamethrower to kill a spider. Like, why are we doing this? Why, Sheree? Why are we going nuclear? Because that's what it felt like to me. Okay, Candy made a slick comment about your face looking like Drew when it was swollen, which to me was more of a diss to Drew than Sheree, but, potato. And she cackled when Andy made the comment about you got an interesting relationship with Bills. Why you didn't read Andy? Why you went after Candy that hard? Like, I said, whoa, we bringing up Johnny, who claimed that she stole the OLG idea. Like, come on, man, dang. And then, about the dirty flows, we already know the lady done failed the health inspection over there to them restaurants. Like, come on. Then she even mentioned about people getting blazed up over there, down to the bullets and biscuits. I felt like she went nuclear. Then she went on to say, big face or small face, you can't sit with me. That read, you call that girl ugly. Like, you went in over some stuff that should have been lightweight. Like, you picked up a school bus and thrown it at this lady over some lightweight stuff. And y'all know I'm not no Candy fan, but Candy really didn't come at her hard enough for her to do all this. And the only thing Candy could really say to help herself was, oh, well, them fashions ain't on the website, girl. That don't mean much. Them fashions shouldn't have never went on the runway. Quiet as kept. Virgin Love say Sheree was opening up the library like that. Yeah, I was like, why is she doing this though, Virgin Love? It did, like, the energy didn't match what was happening. It's like, if you heard this girl say something about your mama behind your back, then you need to come out and tell us what she said about Miss Thelma. Why is you throwing whole semi-trucks at her over this little bitty stuff? I didn't understand, like, why it got so, rough. Hey, Brian Patterson. That's right. Tell them now. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Antoinette say, I enjoy Sheree. Candy didn't do her homework. But Antoinette, can we be fair? How the hell could Candy prepare for that? She didn't know her laughing at Andy Cohen's messed up joke about Sheree's bill trouble was going to get her all that action. How would she know? I wouldn't even seen that coming. That was something else. Ooh, nobody stand say, and did. She was showing why she a vet. Child, Sheree mouth always been something, but this, I don't know. I just felt like I could see her going that hard if Candy had really, really came at her. She ain't really come at her like that. Don Diva saying, ain't Sheree about 10 years older? She ate that girl up. She did. She did. I was like, but it wasn't like in a cool way that I was like, ooh, get her, girl. I was like, why you doing that? What up, Sherlock homeboy? Yeah, down to the bullets and biscuits. Where the chicken is dry and they charge you for the ice. Trina Taylor said, child, I don't see how anybody eat at that restaurant paying the park just to dodge bullets and get salmonella. No, thank you. Oh, Lord. Hey, Nina Ross. So, yeah, I just felt like it was a lot. You say Candy shouldn't have called her business she by Sheen. But Antoinette, okay, now y'all know what I'm about to do, right? Sing it with me. If you know what I'm about to do, just type it in the chat. Back down memory lane. Let's go back to the episode, because when Sheree sat down with Candy, she said it to her in the conversation, the Sheen by Sheree situation, and Sheree was like, not Sheen. So if you was going to go off, why not go off then? Why wait till y'all get to the reunion when it really wasn't that deep and throw a whole semi-truck and 2 dinosaurs at this lady? She said it in front of her. Why didn't she check her hard then when they was in the park? Instead of making lightweight jokes about the fact that Candy need to exercise because she got a little plumpy. Now, she did do that. Right. Don Diva said, I think Sheen by Sheree, which was a stolen read, got the Sheree. Yeah, it was stolen from the people on social media, but she said it to her face. I could even see that if she heard Candy said that behind her back. Candy said it to her. Virgin Love say, it's coming. Is it coming back on tonight? I want to see that. I think so. Y'all know when they play a show, usually later in the evening, they will. Bravo will usually air it again. Usually. Deborah Randall, thank you for the super chat. She say for the hut, baby, for the daiquiri hut. One time for the daiquiris. It's summertime. I'm gonna try to get as many of them as I can. Keisha E say, I don't think this episode could have ended fast enough. I needed answers on that. I didn't need that to end until somebody gave me some answers, and I still didn't get any. I think Anthony gave Sheree her reads. I don't care who gave them to her. That was rough. That was real rough. And like I said, y'all know I'm not no Candy fan, no way, shape, form, or fashion. But that was rough. By anybody's standards, that was rough as hell. And Candy called her a low down, dirty, nothing AB. And I understood why she said it. Like, normally I'd be looking at her like, girl, really, you do? Why we got to go there? But I understood why Candy went there, because it was like, dang, I didn't even do that much to you, and you did all that. That means that's what you came here planning to do. It gave Sheree plan to do that to that lady. And I was like, dang, what did she do? Did she say something about Miss Thelma? That's my only question. So then Sheree go passing out. Y'all, she done made pamphlets like a little newsletter. Y'all know how on Sunday, with the Sunday paper, we get the little, the inserts from the newspaper. They got all the sales in it from the grocery stores and stuff. That's what it looked like, y'all. Like the insert from Kroger or something in your Sunday paper with the coupons in it. She passing them out. The Sheen by Sheree News or the Sheen News or whatever she called it. Yeah, Sheen News. And Candy was like, I wish she'd print some fashions. And I'm like, girl, Candy, dig deeper. This heifer done went for your jugular. She done starved you in your right foot and burnt you on your left butt cheek. I need you to go deeper than the time I print some fashions. This heifer came for your throat, and she came prepared for your throat. Okay? Yes, Jenna, it was a circular. That's exactly what we call it. Thank you, boo. The circular is what she passed out. And then Andy pointed out, like, dang, this is the first 6 pages is like a whole rundown of all the bad reviews on Candy Restaurant, tag boutique on the back page, and she even showed that girl wholesale prices on her clothes in the boutique. Jesus, I say, have mercy, God. She up here showing the wholesale prices from Shein and from AliExpress and the markup, something $9.99, and Candy had it for $75 or something in the shop. I say, hey, Sheree, this is y'all, I had to agree with Candy. That was low down and dirty. Like, you went all the way in the bottom of the bucket. You gonna show the girl wholesale prices and the markup in the store? Only thing Candy could do at that point to defend herself was, well, I never said that I was doing original designs like Sheree. It's like, yeah, that's true, but Sheree ain't have to do all that, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not defending Candy, but Sheree ain't have to do all. Sheree came there with the intention of doing that, which says something to me. Why was that your intention? What did this lady do to offend you that bad? Was it something she said in the confessional that offended you? Did you get offended by something she said on social media? If so, let's talk about it, because then this would make a lot more sense than just seeing her like just go straight nuclear. Like, she went scorched earth on this lady, and I didn't understand what it was about, but definitely scorched earth, absolutely. And then sat up there smiling afterwards like she hadn't done nothing but said, please pass the salt. Okay, Kenya slid behind talking about, well, how come I'm not on the cover? And Sheree was, light patted her like, well, she take a lot of pretty pictures, but I couldn't narrow down no picture. That's why I ain't put her on the cover. And I feel like Kenya was just grateful that she wasn't in that circular, because that circular was something else. That circular was something else. Then what else happened? Andy asked if everybody got the stuff they ordered over there in Portugal. She gave Drew that bag that made Drew tell that lie last year that everybody they took back everybody's stuff. Then come to find out they did not take back everybody's stuff. Then come to find out Drew Sadummy lying yet again. Oh no, I didn't say they took back everything, but you did. And production played where you said they took back everything. So basically, I wanted a bag and they took that bag back. Sheree gave her the bag, but the bag was going to be opened by Candy so she could say "and seen." And Candy wasn't even trusting it at that point, because Sheree went to acting jovial like she hadn't just decimated this lady. You just completely disemboweled and eviscerated her, and then laughing at Kiki and talking about Candy open the bag for her. Candy talking about, hell, am I going to open it and something going to get on me? And I don't blame her, because Sheree acted like Freddy Krueger. Now she back to grinning like y'all, like ain't nothing happened, which also says to me, you plan to do just that to this lady. You meant that, but I don't know why she meant it, because she went back to acting normal like nothing happened, y'all. We did all that. Drew looked perturbed, but nobody cared, as per normal. And Candy was like, who helped her with her reads? And then after they came back from the commercial, child, Candy face was sour as hell. And this was one time I understood why Candy had the sour face. I understood it, because it looked like somebody just put a hit out on her. It looked like somebody put a hit out on her, for real. Virgin Love said, well, to tell the truth, Candy has been very shady toward Shady Sheree. She has, but a lot of it happened in Sheree's face, so I don't understand, and a lot of it they had already addressed. I don't know. It's like she got a real deep issue about, Candy's behavior that maybe she ain't addressed with Candy yet. Couture Bay say Sheree pulled a Candy, to be honest, and that speaks volumes. Yes, it does. Doodlebug said it's manufactured storylines. They don't have a natural talent like Nene and Portia. Yeah, but I ain't talking about no storyline. I'm talking about that hit job that I just watched. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that. That Hiroshima level event that I just watched Sheree pull on this girl. Wait a minute. I remember when Apollo Slowbutt said jovial. I don't remember that. You know, I didn't pay him too much mind. I didn't like him. Sheree trying to secure the peach by ripping that girl head off. And again, say, well, Candy feel like she can't be touched. Well, she got touched and massaged this evening. Virgin Love say, I told y'all Sheree is on the slow bus. It take time for slow Sheree. Oh, Lord. Lord, y'all, Virgin Love say this is a delayed reaction. I'm through. So, yeah, that happened. You know, Candace had the screw face, and for once, I did not blame her. I felt her in that moment. I actually felt bad for her in that moment. Then we get on to Drew. I don't even know why we had to sit through this, but you know, there you go. About the singing and Candace's movie, and Andy asked how was the experience. Drew said, hold on, y'all. Sorry, I had to cough. Drew said it was better than she expected. It was nice that the food was good, the trailer was comfortable, everything was super nice. Andy asked Candy how she felt about her making the comment about only wanting to do Lifetime after that, and they talked about how aggressive it was to do all them scenes like back to back to back like that. And Marlo asked about the $10,000 rumor that she only got $10,000 for doing the movie, and Candy corrected it immediately. Like, we paid her more than the $10,000 to do that movie. Okay, so that was corrected. Andy asked about Drew's comment toward Kenya with the whole Twa thing. Like, we ain't seen you in nothing since Twa, and that was over 20 years ago. And Lord J. Delaray says she don't feel bad for Candy. I don't feel sorry for her, but I felt bad for her a little bit, Jay, because I felt like she never saw it coming. You know what I mean? Let me explain. And I'm going to get back to Drew and Kenya in this mess. What I mean by that is, if you know somebody got an issue with you, then you know what to expect. But if you don't know that person is holding something like that against you, I just feel like she didn't see that coming, and she got blindsided and Shanghai. Like, that was a little rough. It was a little rough. So Candace catching karma left and right, especially Kenya. Yeah. Kenya was in Sharknado 7. You know what, Ashley? I'm gonna call you and tell you something about yourself after I get off of him. Don't let me forget either. Don Diva say Candy was so salty and mad at what just happened, she called Drew a lying hoe. Yes, she did call her a lying hoe, but we ain't got that far yet. Y'all know I keep it in order because I have so many people that do not watch these shows, and they want to hear what happened without having to sit through it. So I'm gonna go in order. I'm gonna get there. Couture Bay, that's one of them C movies from the Sci-Fi Network. That's what that is, what Sharknado is. So, and then you know, Candace says she didn't feel so great about hearing her say next time she only want to do a Lifetime movie. Hey, Nacho Twins. Then about the Twa comment, and Kenya was all set to be a victim. And again, I want y'all to watch Andy Cohen. Please hit the like button. Watch Andy Cohen. As quick as he put it out there, like he knew he had to address it, but I feel like he addressed it just to take the wind out from up underneath Kenya's wings, because as soon as he addressed it, he snatched it right back. And what I mean by he snatched it back, y'all, he put it out there and like, well, you know, what about what you said about Kenya, about you throwing shade about her being in the movie Twa 20 years ago? And as soon as he put it out there, he snatched it back and said, well, you know, and Kenya was shady towards you, so what's the difference between the two? He started off throwing it at Drew for making the comment, and then he flipped it back and made it and threw it in Kenya's lap. Like, what's the difference between what you said and what Kenya said about her? All the little comments about Drew, in which Kenya was shading the hell out of Drew. And they left out the fact about Kenya making jokes about the $1,000 lawsuit, you know, about the woo woo woo, the singing when she was up there with Candace. Like, it was a lot of little stuff she threw out there at the girl too, but it was just the fact that Andy, it's almost like he pivoted on his heel. Like, I recognized that I was about to give Kenya a bone, so let me snatch that back and throw it at her. What's the difference in her shading you about Twa and all the stuff that you did shading her? You see what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm just watching how this thing is playing out, and it's funny. Basically, Kenya tried to give some generic thing about, oh, well, I didn't think it was this, and all I meant was that, and you know, and oh, about the girl video looking like a low budget blow video from Beyonce. Quinn Lee say Candy did terrible things too, and Nene, what goes around comes back. It's true. That's very true, and I totally agree. When you right, you're right, baby. Fifi ASP, congratulations on your 2-month anniversary. Say what it as bad how they came for Nene. I haven't seen the episode. No. Candy don't have enough like material for them to come as them, for them to come at her as bad as they went after Nene. But it was something. Hey Richie, you making the rounds, liking the videos. I know that's right. Thank you. I figured it out, boo. I got you. I appreciate you though. So she tried to, you know, give that generic answer like, well, you know, I just felt like, you know, I was supportive, and Marlo and Drew was like, well, you know, I just thought I would have been supported by my friend, and Kenya apologized, and Marlo, you know, snuck that in there and was like, gaslighting. And Kenya really was gaslighting a little bit, but it was funny. You know, they got past it. They both fake, you know, I'm sorry, girl. I forgive you, girl. And that was that. Andy went straight to asking Candy how she felt about Drew calling her a liar. And of course, Candy didn't like it because, you know, she repeatedly called her a liar. Drew tried to use the fact that Candy said back in 2021, well, I mean, if I misunderstood, then my bad. And Candy was like, girl, I was just trying to give you a gimmick because you kept saying that it didn't happen when we know it did. So I figured, well, maybe, you know, she ain't want her husband to know or whatever like that. And Drew started talking, trying to talk over her to shut her up. Drew, you did it. And everybody knows it. Candy asking people like, did y'all see it? Marlo was like, I'm saying 80% because I was sure until Drew went to hollering about on my kids. So I know what that's like. I got a sister that lie like that. When we was kids, that heifer would lie about something so good, we could have been watching her, and you be sitting there like, did it happen like that? So I understood exactly what Marlo was saying. Like, I was sure till she went swearing on her children and stuff. Then it was just interesting. So I felt like Candy had a point on that, and Drew a point talking about it was candy coated lies. I'm like, girl, stop it. And is it me? Or was Drew up there dressed like she was in a brothel back in like one of the Western movies? Like, I don't know. That look was strange. I was trying to get with it, but I couldn't. I tried, but it was strange. It was distracting. Hey, Taria. How you doing? All right. Richard say Marlo was gathering the girls without even trying. Honey. And was. So then Candy says Drew probably gaslit Ralph the way she sat up on this couch line tonight. Okay. Sonya even jumped in and said, child, well, she lied on me last year. I said, Lord have mercy. Drew talking about, I just want to know if her and Candy's good. Andy jumped in and was like, y'all is not good. She done flipped over to Ralph's side. So clearly y'all not good. That's not good. Okay. Lord, nobody's stand is lit tonight. So my Andy said, y'all high paid heifers gonna work today. He sure made him sweat. He act like Billy Blanks, honey. Tybo. Toria say this was the best that Marlo and Sheree have done with reading the latest. I agree, girl. Auntie even say, you trying to say Drew looked like Miss Kitty on Gunsmoke? She absolutely was giving Miss Kitty. She sure was. in a less expensive dress. Then Drew steady lying. Well, I only lied. I didn't lie about any of that. The only thing I lied about was how much weight I lost. Girl, you lied about everything, including how much weight you lost. Drew sat up there and told us, am I crazy? I gotta ask, because Drew lies so much. Am I crazy? Or did I hear Drew Sidora make the lie last year that she had a mommy makeover? Didn't she say that? Didn't her claim she had done had a mommy makeover? Didn't her say that? I thought her said that, y'all. I thought she did. This heifer, this chippy, this harlot, this hussy, sat up here and said she ain't lied about nothing but weight loss. Girl, you lied about everything, including weight loss. Everything including, okay? Then the viewer asked the question, baby, you could tell Drew thought this was going to be her moment. The viewer gonna ask Marlo about basically about talking about Drew being bad about it, and like everybody can't get stuff fixed like you did or whatever like that. So Drew talking about, yeah, ask about it. Marlo shut it down quick. She was like, everybody up here done had something done and touched on. It ain't just me. That's number one. And so Drew was like, yeah, you need to stop because you don't have no feelings. You ain't been penetrated, touched. And it's like, what is that to be talking about when you got a whole sex scandal going on? What about it now? What about it now? Oh, that's my sister. I miss you. Ori Naturals Healings. Girl, where you been? She said, yep, she said that mommy makeover. I thought she said it. Sis. We miss you. So Drew was up there, trying to say what she wanted to say. Marlo started taunting her, and she was like, girl, well, we know you being touched. You being touched a lot, being kissed on and everything else. Just come on out. We all know you're bisexual. Come on out. Honey, Marlo taunted that heifer to all she could do was shut up. Then Marlo was like, well, let it be known, Ralph done reached out to her, and that she told him, oh, I hope y'all work it out. Y'all gonna work it out. And baby Drew was over there looking like she had swallowed a whole lemon, didn't even bite it. And Marlo was like, well, child, she the one gave him my number. Yep, sure did. And mind you, you made it comfortable for him to reach out to this lady on his own. Remember, because you sat up there and told him that big old lie about the lady was talking about him and dragging him. And so you helped them to establish a real good rapport. So now he can reach out to Marlotta anytime he gets ready. Okay? And Marlo talking about, you ain't know he reached out? I say, ooh, child. Ooh, Drew, child. Ooh, girl. Thieves in the temple. Y'all still in the same house. And he up here calling people that he know don't like you. And you don't like them. Bad enough, he telling Courtney all your business. Now he's sitting up calling Marlotta. Have mercy. Uh-oh, there go my nephew, child. We put out an APB and he done showed up. Say Drew was getting ate up like Florida mosquitoes was on there behind. Sure did. And she was covered in sugar water. Toria say, yep, put Ralph in the women's business and now it backfired. Yes, God. You got to be careful. Ooh, you got to be so careful. Have mercy. So they had another little break before they brought out Courtney and Yon Yetta. And I'm going to try not to say her name too much because y'all know what they do to me. See, God help. As soon as you mention Yon Yetta, that sleep spirit come get you. So then we find out before they get started, while they in the little interim, in a little break, okay, that Marlo been doing Pilates and Sheree climbing because she know Marlo don't like to work out. She say, girl, how long you been going to Pilates? She say 2 weeks. She say, how many times you done been? She say 4 times. That's good for her because we did see her try to work out with Sheree and not work out at all. So, do your thing, girl. Now, this is where I got to get Marlo together. I got to get her. Now, did she look good? Yes. Was the dress a killer? Absolutely. Was she on the side of right up until this point? Yes, she was. Now, this is where I got to gather Marlotta together. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Marlotta, come on up to the porch. She over there with Sheree, Kiki, grinning and skinny, talking about some, the broke, jealous, pretty girls. And I'm sitting there like, Marlo, wrong road. You talking to somebody that had a whole lien against her house because she didn't pay somebody. I know you're not discussing broke with the likes of Sheree Whitfield. See, this is what lets me know that you're so happy to have her as a friend that you're trying to overlook what she is. Because let's be real, when you and Sheree started, y'all ain't always had the best relationship, and you was real quick to point out back in the day how broke Sheree was. Now you sitting up here with her talking about, oh, the broke, jealous, pretty girls. Now you could have just said jealous, pretty girls and left it at that. Why you threw broke in there and you talking to Sheree? Because, see, I'm starting to feel like either you blind, cripple, or crazy, or maybe you was low-key throwing a shot at her, too. Come on now. Now, I know them people might not have been fair with you. They might have been nasty to you, whatever the case may be. But let's not jump out the window. Let's not jump out the window. I didn't understand that from Marlotta. Like, what are we doing, Marlo? Remember who you talking to. Toria said, I forgot how bad Kenya lies too, and Kenya reminded me tonight. Oh, yeah, that's why I ain't never really been able to get into her, because she do lie a lot. She lie a whole lot. Hey, Michelle Hemmings, girl. How you doing? Now, King St. Carl said you was an onyx for a drug dealer. Yes, I remember. Who? Jesus? Who was doing that? Hey, Debbie Garcia. Say, I'm late. Got to listen to the replay. Want to hit the like button. I sure appreciate you, girl. Queen will say yawning. I got 30 minutes till I get home. Oh, no. I ain't going to start yawning. Oh, okay. You talking about Sheree, married the football player, and you and your kids struggling. Yes, God. That is what Marlo said. Yep. She said that about him. Now she up here talking about some broke, jealous, pretty girls. You talking to a broke, pretty girl right there. The one you talking to is a broke, pretty girl. In comparison, I don't think none of them on the welfare line, but I'm just saying in comparison to everybody who was sitting there now, I'm just, just being honest. Just being honest. Okay? I'm telling you, Virgin Love, I told you, I'm glad you watching the replay for yourself to see how she came at that lady. That was crazy. Yep, Marlo said that to Sheree in Africa. That was when she was up there dancing and throwing money on that girl's head like she was a pauper. I remember that. So then they bring out Courtney and Yanyetta. So, and to get right to the point, how is y'all related? Like, how it go? So we find out that they not real cousins. They call each other cousin because her auntie married his uncle. That don't make y'all cousins. That just means y'all got family in common. But black folks, they will call some stuff like that cousin. I feel as though, do I think he messing with her? No, I don't. I think Ralph messy and feminine as hell. I think that Drew put him in women business and he comfortable there. I believe that because he mad with Drew and he know Drew and this girl don't get along, he told this girl all of Drew's business. And I believe that this girl was willing to sit and listen to every bit of it because of how Drew went to acting with her. Now, that's just my assessment, and I could be wrong. But they got cousins in common, and they ain't no kin. Now, that's just that on that. Now, then you get Drew Sadami. This is what I don't understand about her. And y'all tell me again if I'm wrong. I'm going to ask y'all this all night. Tell me if I'm wrong. Stop me at any time. Why does Drew interject and open her mouth and she knows she not quick on her feet? So she jump in, fake cousin. So Courtney was like, child, everything about you fake. I said, oh my God. First of all, there was so many different directions that Drew Sadami could have went in, but she didn't really know nothing to say. She didn't have nothing to do. So then this fool started throwing plums. And Marlo was like, don't start throwing stuff and putting that on my dress. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I didn't understand it. Why did you even open your mouth to this lady and you wasn't ready verbally? Especially when you know that your husband done sat up there and told this lady all of your business. Why would you do that? I don't know. I don't understand Drew. On top of being a liar, she's not bright. King St. Carl say, but they dog Peter out but Ralph act like, treat her like a lady should play every time he walk in the room. Yes, God, because Peter ain't never acted like this. Peter with the good skin ain't never acted like this. Ralph is telling everybody their business. Peter did not go around telling all Cynthia business. He didn't. Them people had done broke up and was still playing it off so she could like make it work on TV. He didn't tell none of her business. Ralph done told everything. Hell, if I had Ralph's number, he probably would have told me all her business. Virgin Love said, I think Courtney should stop though for real. And she may be hunching him from what I hear. I don't know. I don't know that. It don't add up. People on social media saying stuff don't work for me. I need somebody that knows something about it. Right, Delightful by Design. Drew left that door open. And you got this messy behind man at the house telling your business. Toria S. say Drew ain't quick on her feet. The plum prop was so lazy and not creative. Leah, last year she throwing dog bones. Now she throwing plums. She gonna keep on to somebody throw hands with her. Then she gonna know how to keep everything in her bag. Richard say Ralph is a stunt queen and I'm not falling for it. Girl, I don't know what to fall for. What is we falling for? The fact that he messy and act like a woman? Because that's what I'm getting. Like, if you telling me he don't act like a woman and I'm reading him wrong, please let me know. Because he sure giving me soft and tender and gossipy like a lady. Okay, I silly bus stop. Like, this one can gossip. So in all honesty, he's giving me womanly. He's giving me some womanly vibes here. And I'm going to tell you the other reason. I'm going to just go ahead and say it. Can I say it? Can I be real? Do y'all mind? Can I tell y'all how I really feel about Ralph? Can I? Do you mind? Would you mind if I kept it real? Just for a little bit. I ain't gonna go too deep. I ain't gonna, go too low. I ain't gonna do too much. But if y'all will allow me, I just want to be real with how I really see Ralph Pittman. And why I don't believe 1 minute that he hunching Courtney. Okay, y'all say it, be real, I can do it. Okay, got it. Thank you. I feel like Ralph is partial to Ding-a-ling. Now, I'm going to just say that. I'm going to just put that on out there. Ralph is giving me real sissy vibes. Ralph is giving me, if he put on a pair of heels, he could sling that thing better than me. It's giving, he probably could pull some men I couldn't pull. It's giving me that he got brain and neck for days, and it ain't for no woman. I am not getting Ralph like women. I don't get that. I still ain't forgot. Before she got on the show, all the talk about him over there to the swinging Richards. I ain't forgot that. What the hell you doing to the swinging Richards? Ain't nothing up in there but ding-a-ling. They ringing bells all night, ding-a-ling-a-ling. So now when did he switch from ding-a-ling to wanting to go with women? That's why I didn't care nothing about him reaching out to a Marlo. Marlo ain't got what he want, and neither do Courtney. Hello, good night. You not finna convince me that Ralph done switch teams. Now all of a sudden, he around here chasing coochie galore. You not finna convince me of that. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. Sell it to somebody else. I ain't buying it. I know y'all want me to believe that because it sound good or whatever. I see the people in social media, oh, he was in Tampa with Courtney. You a lie. Unless Courtney was hooking him up with a tall chocolate something other with a 6-pack. I don't believe that. Look at how Ralph Pittman hold his mouth. When he be talking to Drew, he have his lips pursed and everything like he finna say, whatever, girl, all the time. Don't nothing about that man give me he heterosexual. Now, I be trying not to say stuff, but sometimes it just be coming out. Because y'all be wanting me to believe stuff that I'm just not finna to believe. Jenna Harris said, yes, God. Star Jones husband vibe. This is some Al Reynolds type bull crap going on here. Y'all not finna fool me. Drew is liking the women's, he is liking the men's, and they was both covering for each other, is what I'm getting from this. Yes, brain and neck, Lord. Head and neck is what I'm getting. Y'all gonna stop trying to sell me stuff I don't believe. I don't care how you twist it, flip it, rub it down. You not finna convince me that Ralph Pittman is straight. You're not giving me that, and I'm gonna take it home. I'm not buying it. No, sell that to somebody else. I know y'all want that to be what it is so bad, but that man, he even got a high booty in his switch when he walked. But y'all want me to believe? Shut up, Shanitra. Just be quiet. I'm a hush. I'm gonna hush. Cause see, y'all be wanting to believe this stuff, and I can't do it. I couldn't take no more. I couldn't take no more. Not now, another minute of it. Because it just don't work. And then the ignorant tail gonna eat the plum. Shanna, you still ain't seen it yet? Well, girl, I did. Nene Ashley, them lips be pooched up. You know how them hood girls, every time they say something, they smack their lips like, I can't even do it right. I ain't never even spent the night in the hood. I ain't got it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Like they be tasting themselves when they talk. That's how he hold his mouth. Like he tasting himself all the time. Drew be sitting up there lying, and he had them lips pooped out. Like, yeah, whatever, girl. When she was up in there faking and pretending, talking about Courtney done called her a female dog, I was waiting on him to just bust out with Shabuya. Shabuya, roll call. No, ma'am. No, sir. You sell that to somebody else because Nitra ain't buying. Y'all sell it somewhere else. Sell that somewhere else. Queen Lee, thank you, girl. I believe that they both hiding their lifestyles. Both of them hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight. And everybody up here trying to fool me. You ain't fooling me. I've been around. I went to college in Atlanta. You won't fool me. No, ma'am, no, sir. Anywho, we get on to them talking about Marlo having the life coach, and then we get to the door slam and the anger management. She says she finally did go ahead and hunch that man. I don't know why she told that or whatever, but okay, whatever. I just don't know. I don't know. Y'all know I don't like Scottley. I still don't believe Marlo like him. I don't know whether she lying or not, y'all, but I'm going to just say I don't believe her. I don't believe it. Well, she said that. Could be. She could be telling the truth. I ain't never caught her lying. So she could be telling the truth that she done slept with that man. But even if she did, I don't know why she would admit to it. I wouldn't have told nobody but God, and wouldn't have told him if he didn't already know. Yes. That's how he hold his mouth, like men on film, like Damon Wayans and them. Two snaps up in a circle. Jenna say, no ma'am, no ham, no burger. I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, Antoinette, I said it. A high booty, and he switch when he walk. He do. That booty just be washing back and forth every time Ralph in a scene. And y'all trying to convince me this man straight like I ain't been around. I know what I'm looking at. All right, Queena. Don Diva, you say you don't believe Marlo on that either. I don't believe Marlo on that. No. I wouldn't have never told that, Toria. Wild horses couldn't have brought that out of me. But she say she did and whatever. But she says she ain't big on the bedroom stuff because the viewer asked, like, it's been 4 years since you had a date. So what you been doing in the interim or whatever? Like, I guess they thought she was gonna be talking dirty, but in true Florida girl fashion, we don't normally get in public and go to broadcasting our own goddamn business. That's just not how the world works. She says she not big on that bedroom stuff. We find out her nephew, they got him a car and they took him to the Bahamas for his birthday. I thought that was cute. She's still going through the paperwork or whatever to get the records expunged. And why she had to bring up that Phaedra is helping her. Y'all, everybody was taking shots at Candy. And as soon as she said Phaedra was helping her, why the cameraman gonna pan over the Candy face? I didn't understand that. Why? Because I felt like y'all talking about Courtney and you and whatever, and you getting your record expunged, like that's what's up. Get your record expunged, get your civil rights reinstated. I can dig all of that. But why did we need to know that Phaedra was helping? Like, come on, Marlo. That was cheap. That was cheap, Marlo. Your dress wasn't cheap. Your hair wasn't cheap. But that was a cheap shot, in my opinion. You know that girl don't like Phaedra. There was no other reason for you to bring Phaedra up other than you was taking your shot, Marlo. I'm not sure why you did that. Then we had a viewer to ask about basically what's the difference between Roy and Martell and who was in a DM and wasn't in a DM. Kenya tried to lie again. No, he responded to her story and it went to her DM, and Sonya stopped that one. She said, no. Somebody responding to your story does not go to your DM. That is not what happens with that. Okay? And Toria say, good and cheap. You like Marlo bringing that up? You know what? I didn't like it or dislike it, but I peeped it for what it was. Jenna Harris said, as much as people don't like Marlo, she is a blessing to those boys, and I'm glad she's there for them. It might have helped her get a peach, but I'm glad she's able to care for her nephews. Yeah, I'm glad too. I like to see people take care of children. I like that. Couture Bay says Candy took cheap shots all season on her platform. They said we no longer playing nice. Apparently, somebody sent out a memo and they had a meeting over it. Apparently, you admire Marlo for saying that. Well, all right. Well, let me shut up then, because y'all like it. I didn't dislike it, but I just peeped that was a real cheap shot. I was like, wow. Okay, I guess we're no longer playing nice. Kenya tried to lie. They got caught. Then she said it wasn't no date. That got caught. Well, it was lunch. And so they was like, okay, lunch is a date then. Then she said, well, not if y'all went to Taco Bell, and it wasn't Taco Bell. It was some other little like daytime type spot, but it wasn't Taco Bell. Then Kenya came with the weak prostitute jokes. And it's just like at this point, Kenya is falling flat to me, because how many years have you done prostitute jokes? How many years have you not been able to point at anybody this lady was sleeping with? Why are we coming with prostitute jokes? Why do you believe that a date ends with somebody putting something on the nightstand when clearly this lady was with a whole billionaire? He didn't put nothing on the nightstand. He bought her a whole house where she could put a nightstand in it. So where are you coming from with that? Talking about, oh, she know it wasn't no date because ain't nobody putting nothing on the nightstand. Kenya, you know, people in glass houses and all that, you know. It was weak, it was whack, it was played, it was late. I don't know why Kenya fell flat this reunion. It's like all her lies was missing. All her lies was getting clocked. And she coming with the same tired, like, insults. It's not reads, it's not comebacks, it's just insults, and they weak at this point. And then when she was asked about the fact that Roy wasn't really being on the show, she lied again, and Andy clocked her again. That's why I'm telling y'all, Andy slip showing. And I'm not saying that I have a problem necessarily with Kenya getting caught in her lies. It's just I'm just noticing who's catching her, and him being so extra like verbose about it. Like he's making sure to call out every lie, even when the girl tried to maneuver out of the lie as to why the man wasn't on the show. He clocked that one. It was like every turn she made to maneuver out of that lie, he caught her and called it out. And it was a lot. It was a lot to watch. It was embarrassing to watch. It was embarrassing to watch. To me, it was. Randa says, much as they go low with Marlo every chance they get, I'm glad she going there with them. What Kenya said about leaving the money was completely unnecessary. Yeah, it was ghetto and gutter. But that is on brand for Kenya Moore. Ghetto and gutter is her brand. Don Diva saying, after Marlo said she not big on the sex stuff, it fell very flat. She forgot she was deemed the hoe from the 90s. Girl, she deemed herself the hoe from the 90s because Miss Thing was getting around and that was the word on the curb. Now, Isufoma says Kenya was on that social media press run because she knew she fell flat this reunion. Ooh, I'm going to leave that on the screen for a minute because I think you got a point, sis. I didn't even think of that. Shout out to you, sis. Ufoma is on point, y'all. Period. That would explain the press run. Lord have mercy. And yes, she was almost stuttering like Sheree, Jenna Harris. She was. So first she said, well, you know, because he heard that you know, it was somebody on the show saying that they used to date. and that he took her chair, and everybody was like, who said that? Oh, well, you know, the super teaser. And so Andy was like, that would have been after y'all wrapped filming. Oh, well, no, first she was like, it was on a commercial. And he was like, that was after you wrapped filming. Then she said it was on a super teaser. He was like, the super teaser came out. Like, he was literally calling out the time frame. Like, that couldn't have been it either. So what was the reason? And she really couldn't come up with nothing. But y'all not going to tell me I'm crazy on this one. Now, I might be crazy on some other stuff, but y'all can't tell me I'm crazy on this one. Andy Cohen was calling out every lie she told. And I feel like there's a motive. Q, the content guy, thank you so much for the super chat, says the Marlo sleeping around reads are old and late. Say it again, baby. Say it again, sugar. Because you showed telling the truth. You showed telling the truth. And she was lying. She was. But it's just the fact that why did he not give room for nobody else to call it out? It was like, y'all ain't going to do it right. Let me do it. Yeah, he caught Kenya in a flat out lie. He did. She was definitely stuttering and flubberbing and going on. Marlo came in for the kill with, oh yeah, he came in to do the commercial for his business. That was tough. That was a tough watch. Because like I said, we've been watching this lady lie for years. Why Andy Cohen ain't never did her like that before? Yeah, she was lying and he knew it. But how many different reunions have we not sit here and watch Kenya Moore tell lies? All I'm pointing at y'all is, right, this isn't new behavior. But Andy's response to her, that's new. Her behavior isn't new, but his response to her was new. I had never seen him do that to nobody else on a reunion show. I didn't. Bianca said, y'all treat me real dirty when it comes to likes. How come? I'm just wondering why y'all treat me bad. Why you treat me so bad? So anyway, we got a viewer that was talking about Marlo's fashion corner during the Gucci brunch and asked her to do it again. I like that she was very graceful and nice about everybody, even when it came to Kenya with that monstrosity of a dress. It was like, why are you, anyway, she was really nice to everybody. Basically gave everybody, sweetheart passes. Monyetta so dense, she didn't even get that Marlo was really reading her. Now that's the person she gave no grace. She called it the Sunday best because that showed what it looked like. Monyetta was dressed like she was going to a church banquet with that outfit on. They looked like the softer side of Sears all day. And she was up there in that good old softer side of Sears. I'm going to the church banquet. And she married to the head deacon is what that look was. She called it Sunday best. Monyetta over there talking about, yes, thank you. Girl, that wasn't no compliment. You look terrible. You look absolutely terrible. Don Diva, listen. I'm telling you, straight up Sears and Roebuck. She was given a real strong Sears and Roebuck. Yeah, I could see why she was ranting after this. Yep, Miss Congeniality, for sure. And then she said Candy looked great. It was a good look on her. She was like, Kenya's dress is nice. It was just a lot with the feathers, which she was being very kind. I would have dismantled that dress, but she was kind. And of course, Kenya got to come with dirty insults. Oh, you look like Mrs. Roper. Girl, please, Mrs. Roper slayed you. If that's Miss Roper, can I be Miss Roper? Because Miss Roper slayed the piss out you. And she after she slung an insult, then Marlo met her where she was at. She was like, "You over there looking like a bootleg Marilyn Monroe," and it did kind of give that all the way down to that plastic looking wig with them hard, crunchy, forced finger waves, a half a finger wave or the back of your hand wave. I don't know what it was supposed to be, but it wasn't giving. Everybody she went around, y'all look nice. Everybody look nice. It's pretty. She told Drew, you look nice in your dress. The color's pretty. She just was giving away gimmies. And she got to Courtney and was like, child, this is extras over the top and I'm loving it. If I'm being honest, I didn't mind Courtney's dress. I like the nude effect. I did not like the shoulders on that dress because the shoulders, the pointiness of the shoulders, I didn't understand how that fit into the rest of that design, but that's not my business. I'm not dissing the designer. Then we get the boring segment with Monyetta, or as we call her on this porch, Yarn Yetta. Okay. Good old Yarn Yetta. So they got to the collusion and they went to talking about Courtney's ghetto comment and the fact that, Sonya was like, well, no, she didn't call Candy ghetto, which she didn't. She said Candy brings the ghetto out. Marlo recording, Monyetta recorded the BITC, who comment. Monyetta was claiming that she felt like it was collusion. Something to the effect of them talking about, that she told Sheree, oh, I would never take sides against you or something like that. And, and everybody that was in the room was like, for real. I feel like Monyetta was kind of probably embellishing a little bit. Sonya was like, Sonya stepped in, and I believe Sonya. Sonya said the conversation was about the conversation that Candy and Drew had just had. And so then we get context as to what Courtney was talking about when she said, and this be Blase Squaze said that they was reenacting and talking about what was said and repeating what was said and whatever like that. Monyetta tried it, talking about, well, she supposed to be your cousin and you should have been taken up for her. And Sheree stepped in, which is another reason I felt like them girls must have had a meeting, group chat or something to be ready, because Sheree jumped in and was like, girl, she been knowing her for 5 minutes. Me and her been friends. So it wouldn't have made sense for her to take sides with somebody she just met over Sheree if they're actually friends. Then with the whole ghetto thing, Sonya basically said that she told a girl, I'm friends with Candy, so are you gonna say it to her? Because I'm gonna repeat it. Candy was upset because she laughed at it. Sonya was like, girl, I forgot I laughed at it, but I still was gonna tell you about it. I didn't think it was that deep that I laughed. And then she pointed out the fact that Drew made rude comments about her and Candy laughed at it and told her she thought it was funny. So that would make sense. If it was okay for you to laugh when somebody's saying something crazy about me, then it's okay for me to laugh when somebody says something crazy about you. Hey, Lala Chanel, hit the like button. So that went on. Get past that because that was all a bunch of nothing. Then we get to Sheree checking Monyetta for calling them hyenas. Monyetta basically couldn't even say that she was wrong for that. Just basically trying to say like Sheree should have said, oh yeah, Marlo did it, whatever, slamming the door in her face. Sheree pointed out like, girl, I wasn't even up there. I was 2 people behind you. And she said, but you shouldn't have been talking if you didn't know. Monyetta, that's all you did all season was talk about what you didn't know. And like Sheree say, hell, if she slammed the door in your face, if you say she slammed it in your face, follow your own feeling. Like that was nothing to that. But then again, no shocker there. Monyetta was like basically upset because Sheree backed up Marlo. That's what it come down to. She was like, every time Marlo do something, you be like, no, that wasn't it or whatever like that. And the truth of the matter is, that's her friend. You sat up there and took up for Kenya and Candy all season, even if you didn't know what the conversation was about. So she can take up for her friend too, period. And like I said, the whole segment with Monyetta could have been left out. She boring as hell during the season. She boring as hell now. Okay, even on the reunion with that church banquet outfit on. Yep, Sonya definitely made a good point. Definitely. Randa says Candy always expect from others what she's not willing to give. Glad Sonya called her out. I'm glad too, but after stuff like this, you can kind of see why some of the reactions that they've had, that's why they had them. You can kind of see why some of the comments that was made by Sonya was made. Like, yeah, it's starting to make sense because Sonya kind of talked up for herself, defended herself, and made sense. And there wasn't no room to screech, scream, and kind of hide the facts underneath drama. Now, so next up, Andy asked flat out, what's the difference in the videos that was taken? Monyetta recorded, Marlo recorded. In my opinion, there was no difference. They tried to pull the, well, LaToya wasn't filming that season or whatever. To me, that falls flat. That's dumb as hell. Then Couture says she has grown to appreciate Sonya. Me too, honestly. Me too. Now, Catherine say also, I don't like the recording when the actual cameras are actually still live. Like, what's the reason but to be a snake? Well, if that's the case, there was a room with a couple of snakes. It wasn't one person. That was my issue. So when Andy asked Marlo, why did you record and send it to LaToya? Marlo said because LaToya was the only person that could actually tell the truth about it. And I caught that. They went past it, but I caught it. And the reason I caught it, because she threw it, is because Drew gonna lie. So now, Andy did ask the $1 million question to Drew. Why was her saying BITCH a big deal? And she's like, well, I mean, because I had done nothing to warrant that. To warrant what? You didn't get no context to know what happened, how it happened. Nothing. So warrant what? You can't even say exactly what the context of the conversation was. Drew be so poised to be a victim, and she can't never even really pull it off. So that's when we get the understanding. They was talking about the conversation between them two, and the fact that they were being told that they was telling her like, well, yeah, we don't know basically who you gonna believe, because Drew do lie. And of course, Sonya gonna put in there where she lied on me, and she lied to me about this, and we know she lied about that. So that was the conversation, and they were talking about, what was said. And so Courtney so when they asked, well, why would you say, okay, I said it, I'm sorry? And she said, because she was getting on my nerves. And I understand that. I would have copped to almost anything too to get you out my face. Girl, get away from me. I wasn't mad at Courtney for that. I know, the Kenya and Candy fans want Courtney to be like the bad person. I'm not really seeing it. I wasn't mad with her. I'd have told her anything to get out my face too. So they got back to Kenya with this Birmingham trip. And, because a viewer wanted to know, like, you seemed like you was out of the loop. What was really going on? Were you really supposed to perform? Somebody claimed she was never on the flyer. I don't know if it's true. I can't confirm it. She claimed, and Monyetta corroborated, but we don't know if that's true, because we know Monyetta will corroborate anything. Absolutely anything. But they claimed that they was driving back and forth to Birmingham every week to practice. I don't know that, because if that's the case, then why would you need to be hiring Monyetta to do choreography? Because if you was going to perform with the majorettes, wouldn't you have had to learn their choreography? I'm confused. I have questions. Toria said, that's right, Shanitra. Drew always trying to be a victim. I think she gaslights Ralph on a regular. I think so too. And I too kind of like Courtney. I don't dislike that girl. Now Q say, gain it with Drew is a liar. Have mercy. Not gain it with Drew. Not gain it. So that happened. Then we get the whole conversation about the salon. And I actually did want to hear more about that. And basically she's saying that they add the loft because she don't want to start and then have to stop to add the loft in. A viewer asked about asked Candy, like, did she want to be there? Did she not want to be there? Basically referencing her attendance and the fact that either she come late or not at all, or don't stay, when they have events and stuff. And she said basically it was a lot of stuff going on with her group, and she was basically overextended. She bit off more than she could chew, and that's why she came in the season, kind of attitudinal a little bit. And they asked Monyetta about her comment about Drew having a crush on Ty. Drew claimed it was a joke. Well, it wasn't too much of a joke, because now the word is out that you've been kicking it, as they say with this lady. I can only assume kicking it mean that y'all going together, y'all coating, y'all petting heavy, y'all doing something like that. Now, when asked about Ralph, Courtney says that Ralph was hurt about, Drew's behavior, basically saying that she said that he said, I feel like a child with the he said that she said. But basically, Courtney said that Ralph is saying that he feels like Drew was projecting her behavior on him, like, you paint me out to be a cheater and this and that, when really you the one cheating and tricking and treating. Drew says that Ralph is coaching her because she feels like some of the stuff Courtney says exactly the stuff that Ralph be saying. I don't know if it's coaching, but you can kind of tell that they sure been colluding. Now that's the collusion right there, Yarn Yetta. Um, Basically, then she pulled that trying to play the tough girl stuff. Like, girl, ain't nobody scared of somebody who ain't got full range of motion of their neck. You can forget that. Talking about, and let me tell you something. I'ma talk and you gonna listen. And don't you ever say nothing about my son. I ain't heard the girl say nothing about her son. Y'all gotta let me know because I didn't see it. Courtney was like, child, and what you gonna do? And what are you gonna do? And then she started taunting her, and she told her, I ain't saying nothing about your son. To me, I felt like in that moment, Drew Sadami, whatever you want to call her, she was acting. I don't feel like it was real. I didn't buy it. I saw a lot of the people on Twitter thought it was real. I didn't. Clearly, you ain't gonna do nothing. Now I got the StreamYard in the chat because I want y'all to feel free to say what you need to say. But let me give y'all my overall opinion while you deciding what device you want to hit your StreamYard with. Because I want to hear what y'all got to say about this. First of all, let me say, I am annoyed at the fact that I have to sit through this. It was a lot of putting on. You can tell people came preloaded. I feel kind of embarrassed for Kenya Moore, but I'm not sure exactly what direction she was trying to go in with this. But I will say, at least for part one of this reunion, Miss Mama fell flat. Courtney definitely punked Drew. So I don't know how to feel about any of that. I want to know if Candy is going to clock back in, because I feel like she know that she got tagged, but I'm not sure if she know what to do about it. I don't know what she gonna do about it. I don't know what she can do about it. Lala Chanel, thank you for the super chat. She said, just showing a little love. Thank you, sis. Okay. Jenna Harris said, Drew tried to be tough in the last part and I wasn't impressed at all. At all. It fell flat. It definitely fell flat. Okay, so I pinned the StreamYard to the top of the chat or whatever. So y'all please feel free, because I want to hear what you think. I had to suffer through this, so I need some opinions other than mine. I do not need to be in an echo chamber after suffering this waterboard torture. Like, this was Chinese water torture for real. Toria say Drew came out lame and corny at the end. Embarrassing. Definitely. I think those are her only settings though. It's either lame or corny, or lame and corny. Like, there's no in between for me, for Miss Thing. Virgin Love say Courtney said something about Ralph adopting the son. I just saw it. Oh, okay. So that still ain't talking about her son. I remember that she had made the comment about, oh, that's why she wanted him to adopt the son, so he would end up taking care of her kid or whatever. That's not talking about your child. That's talking about you and your husband and adoption arrangements. People is reaching with this talking about a kid stuff. That lady ain't said nothing about that child. She ain't say, again, like the same situation with Spice. Ain't nobody said he was too tall, too short, too thin, too thick, too cute, too nothing. She just said about the adoption. That's not talking about the child. I'm sick of Drew. Jenna Harris say King just trying to be ready in case she need to pay alimony, and Candy ready to go to her own show. I think so. Candy might be done had enough. Of these ladies. Toria say Monyetta calling Sheree and the gang hyenas. I was like, Monyetta is so thirsty. She is. And yet she still wasn't thirsty enough to buy a real outfit. And her husband got money. Ain't no reason for her to be looking like she going to church all the time. Antoinette, thank you, girl. You say Andy gonna be on Candy next reunion. Is Candy gonna be back next reunion? That's the question. Because Candy looking like she done already checked out. Now, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna do like other people and just make up stuff and pretend I heard an exclusive. I ain't heard nothing but my own mouth and a bunch of crap on social media. Jenna say that was one of them things that was more about Drew than the kid, but they always say don't speak on my baby. Yeah, child, please. What that usually means is I don't have a comeback for it. I can't explain it. I felt burned, and so now I'm gonna pretend it's about a child to get you off me. Hey, boo.
Hey, sis, how are you?
I'm good. Please tell me what you think.
Oh, I was just clocking what you were putting down about Kenya. I don't know if this is sort of what they're detailing as the end of Kenya. I don't know if this was before or after Kenya's press run, and she
Yeah.
was saying all that stuff about production and how they weren't airing all her stuff, and production was low key shady. And then Andy was like the seventh housewife, and
Mm-hmm.
every 5 seconds, he wasn't even giving the other ladies a chance to clock Kenya. He was doing it for her.
Yep.
Like, he wasn't giving Marlo no chance. Sheree wasn't gonna catch up, no way. Drew was never gonna catch up. But Marlo had a shot, but Andy was like right on it, and it's like,
Yeah. Andy
sir,
was like, I got this. I got this. That's how he acted to me.
exactly. But it's like, sir, your job is to flip through the cards and like offer the follow up. Like, that's it. That's
Right.
all.
Mm-hmm.
But like, one thing I had put in the chat about like him like handing Marlo the subpoena, even though and what the sad part is that Kenya is normally not that sloppy, so like you can really tell that like this season, and oh boy with the nose ring has really been putting her through. Like, her wig was sloppy, like sis is tired. But
But she been tired for a while. Ever since that season with Tanya Sam and she got caught out there with that U part wig, she been sloppy.
oh my god, and like it wasn't even Marlo's like roughest read, but it's like all Marlo had to say was like, and your wig looks a mess. That's all Marlo had to say. And she's like, well, I know my wig looks a mess. I was like, oh, like, I didn't expect Kenya to give it up that easy. But I'm just like,
He
yeah,
didn't
you're
have a choice.
exactly. But to finish my thought, like, like no matter if the subpoena was blank, I was like, asked my dad, I was like, isn't she supposed to have somebody like give that paper to Marlo? Ain't there supposed to be like somebody in between? Like, it's. And my dad was like, oh, like technically Andy gave it to her. And I was like, nah, like somebody else got to be in betwixt.
Well, I mean, you can have a process server, but I think all laws vary state to state, but I don't think you always have to have somebody to serve the papers. Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
I,
But so technically it didn't have to be like an official like person. It should have been on the up and up, and it should have went through like a process server. But that person in the middle couldn't have been Andy, since Andy is technically both their bosses, and he produces the show that they're both on. So it didn't, like, I'm not sure what the law is in Atlanta or in Georgia rather, but I know that person in between could not have been both their bosses. It couldn't have been Andy.
so
Like,
let me ask this question. Q you too. Hey Bookie. Let me ask y'all. Now, is it me or is it like a little weird that two people kick the door, but it's only one person that you want to come to court to testify on your behalf?
exactly. It's just because she hates Marlo.
I think it's because she don't like Marlo. Because she don't like Marlo, and everybody that's a Kenya fan is saying that this is Marlo's fault. But Marlo wasn't the only one that kicked the door. Sheree kicked the door, and at the end of the day, we didn't know that Brooklyn was in at the hotel. So
And that's exactly what I was about to say next. We don't even know if that baby was in there. If she was so frightened, we would have heard something, whether that baby was mic'd or not. We would have heard something, a squeal, like a ah. We would have heard like some commotion happening in that room. Like, we ain't
But
hear
let me
nothing
say
there.
this. Is it me, Q, Catherine? Y'all remind me. Didn't Kenya lie and say that the baby was in there screaming? Didn't she say that?
that's what she said.
Exactly.
I didn't hear
Multiple
no baby. Did
times.
y'all hear baby?
I didn't even know. I didn't even know Brooklyn was there because normally Kenya be like, "Oh, Brooklyn on the way. Brooklyn coming down." Normally she makes an announcement when Brooklyn walks through the house.
Exactly.
Right. And the thing is, she claimed that baby was screaming. Them microphones is expensive microphones. They pick up background noise. A child screaming is not your regular background noise. Why didn't we hear the baby screaming when she opened the door? And like I said before, who the hell sleep in the bed naked with their baby with a sheet wrapped around them? She came to that door bucket naked, wrapped up in the sheet and the duvet. Now, where the hell was the baby during all this?
Right.
It's, you know what it's giving to me, Q? It's giving she lied, and then now that Mark calling it out, she got to stick to the lie she told. I don't believe that baby was in there.
Yep. I don't believe it.
Exactly. And I'm not trying to clock your funds, but like at this point, where is the person that you pay to watch your child? And like, it's not like, oh, you're supposed to have that person. It's like, we know that you have an au pair. Like, we already know that this person is on the payroll. Where is she? Like,
you know where I think the au pair was? In the next room with the baby. Kenya just lied. Now that's what I think. Kenya lied again.
And I bet she's being paid an additional, like, another month's salary to keep up with this lie.
Mm-hmm. Now, Q, what you got to say about this reunion, all this mess? I know you got something to say.
Look, I'm gonna go light. I just did a whole video of them crazy ladies.
They done took all your energy, baby.
Sounds exasperated.
I'm over. My thing is, and I get a lot of heat when I say I don't like Kenya. It turns into I don't like black women and all that kind of stuff. I'm just not a Kenya fan.
It's okay.
And I just don't see it for Kenya. I used to be a Kenya fan, and then kind of like how you said, then she got like real late. Kenya is falling off the wagon. It's not working. The reads are not reading, and I'm sick of the Marlo is a whore read. Like, to me, it's like you can read Marlo on so many other things, and this is what you still trying to read her on. Like, can we get something new? Can we get something else? Like, she left Alexa's money on the counter. It's like, what? That's okay. But yeah, you can't even get your story right about this man you dealing with.
Yes,
what
God.
you quote unquote dealing with. Because I don't believe that's real either. And I believe that the hold up on Mark, I believe that she is the hold up on why Mark is not getting a divorce. Kenya really don't have anything going on. She really does not have much going on. As far as Candy is a fellow tourist. I'm a tourist, but Candy getting on my nerves. I think it's time for Candy to go. I said this time and time again. It's time for Candy to bow out gracefully. There is literally nothing else Candy can do on the show. She has done everything you're supposed to do on a reality TV show.
Yep.
There's nothing else for you to do. You lost your fiance. You got a new fiance. You had your kids. You started your businesses. You build your houses and did this and did that. Employ people. Plays, all kind of stuff. Like, what else is there for you to do? There's nothing left for you to do.
Yeah, because she ain't gonna give us nothing else. We gonna keep getting. Now we trying to make Todd a star. Her and Todd trying to make it work with the schedule, and Mama Joy still don't like him. Like, that's all we got right now.
Like, and they pulled back on Mama Joyce because they heard our feedback and we're just like, nah, go light on Mama Joyce. We tired of that toxicity, and they listened to that, and we ain't got Mama Joyce until the very end.
But it's nothing. But not even just that. Like, Mama Joyce and Todd don't like each other. Okay, like, we get it. So
yeah,
you gonna keep forcing it down our throat? Like, I don't know. For me tonight, they were the losing team.
They
were the losing team, and I know people don't want to admit it. People,
they mad about it, but it don't change the truth, baby.
It don't change the truth. They were the losing team. They were not prepared. I don't care if Sheree was rehearsing her reads or what. Sheree didn't come up there stuttering. Sheree was on point.
Marlo studied to show herself approved.
Yep. Marlo was on point. Sanya clocked in when she needed to, and Courtney punked Drew. Courtney
sure did when she said, "And what you gonna do, baby?" Every time she hit him with "What you gonna do," I have to clutch my pearls.
Yeah. Drew doing all that cussing.
Thank you for the super stickers. Okay, thank you for the super sticker, sis. But yeah, listen, Q, did you not holler and cackle when Drew gonna tell that girl, "I'm gonna talk and you gonna listen"? Girl, who are you?
I was like, girl, who are you talking to? And let me say something. I don't know if you said it or if I said it, whatever. I've been calling Yarn Yetta since she walked on the show.
Okay,
Yeah,
oh
we
wait, can
named
we?
her that over here on the porch. I don't. You might not have been here when we named her, but yeah, we
Let
named
me
her Yanyetta, and we did discover through prayer that she is being oppressed by the demon of sleep. Because if you say
listen.
Yanyetta 3 times, everybody in this chat start
Mm-mm.
yawning,
You'll be
Be
eyes
okay.
start
easy on
running
that.
water.
Stop.
Catherine, you was here that night, wasn't you?
Yes, and I'm one.
Yep.
First, I'm not sure why her presence wasn't just an email. Like, why was she there? Like, you know how you got at work and this meeting could have been an email. Her presence, her outfit could have just been an email.
Oh,
Like Marlo was bureau nice when she did her whole fashion daily, and she's like, oh, like this is, I
Sunday
forgot what
best.
is Sunday best, and she
Sunday
was,
best.
every time you did a read on her outfit, and you're just like, this is like teacher. And I was like, I'm a teacher and I don't wear none of that foolishness. I
My
would
thing,
Girl,
never.
my thing is when it comes to Yanni, I just feel like she is a waste of space. She a waste of of a
Look,
friend of a peach, a non, whatever you want to, whatever
she a
whatever it is.
pimp.
She's a waste of it. She's not bringing anything to the show. She literally is up Candy and Kenya's behind, and you can't even get your story right. You don't even have no reads. You can't dress. Like she is I know people can't stand Courtney. I can't stand Yanietta. I cannot stand that
I
lady.
can't
She's just
either.
good. She's just good for footage. She's like, oh, I can rewind the tape for you. She's like, oh, can you? Let's go back to minute 3:36. She
And
said this,
she can't even get that right. So
and
She
then you got to
can't.
go back. Exactly, because then she's recording and it's out of context. Because then you got to wait. Wait a second. We said this, and then you got to wait. Wait a second. The whole conversation is actually being filmed for the show. So it's like, ho, why is you here? This whole
Oh,
conversation is already being filmed for the TV. Why are you recording at all?
she just
Like
whack to me.
cause
the
She's whack and she doesn't bring it. And my thing is like, here's my thing. If you make it, let's just play a little game. If you give her a peach next season, what we talking about? Because the reads are already written there. You got with Neo. You thought you could keep Neo, so you allegedly got your tubes tied. You
mm,
went with Neo, and then you and Neo was done there having threesomes. You thought that was gonna keep him. That didn't keep him. Now you with this white man who has all this money supposedly. I don't know where it's at because I can't see it. You can't dress. You
oh,
don't have much going on.
tragedy.
So what are we talking about?
She already gave her
listen,
good stores away.
let me tell you something. The story needs to be that she's gonna travel to Nigeria and find a deliverance pastor to get that sleep demon off of her. She need
Listen,
deliverance.
I
listen.
Because
would
I'm
follow
telling
that.
you, the minute she come on that screen, my eyes go to burning and watering. Like seriously, that girl, she is possessed of a sleep demon. It's serious.
You would have to DVR every episode, and you waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to remember what you done missed. You got to start
Girl,
the
you
whole
gotta watch
episode
it.
over.
You gotta watch it 5 minutes at a time in between naps. It's ridiculous. I don't know why she there. It's like she's there as Candy's friend, but like even as a suck up, she sucks.
Yeah, because she's not even a good friend of because you're only interacting with who you think Candy won't get. Remember was it this? Remember last season when she was trying to get to know Marlo, and then
Yep.
Exactly.
and Candy got upset, and then she went on this season and was apologizing for getting to know. I'm thinking to myself, damn, you can't even have your own set of friends without Candy getting
Nope.
upset.
Can't even make friends with nobody. Nope.
And it was
And,
for the first 20 seconds. Oh, because
and my issue with Candy is Candy. People don't notice, or people not paying attention. Candy throw the rocks and hide her hands because
Mm-hmm.
in the beginning of the season, the first scene or the first whatever, the her and Don Juan were talking about Sheree's business. Now we all
that's
know what
true.
Sheree's business is, right? But this is your supposed to be your quote unquote friend. So because she didn't use your help, now y'all going to drag her, but you can't understand why she mad at you.
Have to have that
Right.
whole kiki cackle in that park.
Right. But you don't know why she mad at you because you quote unquote didn't do anything wrong. And then Kenya, for you to say, oh, Sheree should have a show called Dating These Dumb Dudes, are you going to co-star with her?
Oh, No, not Q. She can't be on that show. She got to be on that show called Buying Them Dumb Dudes.
Oh, okay. You
Having
right.
fake
You right.
relationships with them dumb dudes.
Yeah,
And
rent.
then
She
you know
she
what?
got to go on the Rent a Negro show.
And then you know what made me like turn my head around when they got up there and said when they were talking about the DMs.
Look at that. Look at this comment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They acting a fool in this chat, and I'm trying to hold it. Go ahead,
know
Q.
what
My
Satan.
bad, baby. Go ahead,
When
Q. You
they
see how they acting down here, man.
when they said, oh, what she say? She said, "Oh, it wasn't the DM wasn't a big deal, but you made a whole scene about it,
Screaming at the party.
screaming at the
And
man."
no Party City wig. Like,
Right, and to be, I don't watch Love and Marriage, blah blah blah. So I don't know much about him.
I got
Me
you.
But
either.
you,
Me either.
but
Me either, baby.
you started the mess with him, but then got upset when he defended himself, and then tonight going to say, I mean, he was in the DM, but it was years ago, but it wasn't that really, it was irrelevant. It wasn't that big of a deal. No, it was a big deal because y'all made it a big deal.
And he didn't even do it. He was trying to be like nice and respectful. Now on his, because I watched that show, but like on that other show, like he's troublesome, but like he's mild mannered, but he problematic now. But on this show, like he's been keeping to himself. Like he's been respectful of Sheree. He's just like, I'm not gonna set your show on fire. I'm
Right.
respect you. But like he was he was keeping it to himself, being respectful of Sheree. But like Kenya came to him with the smoke, and then she tried to rewrite history, be like, well, I wasn't cursing at that man. I was being nice. And then they had to, as Sinitra said, Auntie said,
Roll that beautiful bean footage. Yeah.
there you go. And they rewinded it up on her and dropping all types of F-bombs and whatnots and who says. And I'm just like, sis, like, do you recall? Do you black out when you upset?
But that's what
And
Kenya does, though.
she acted a whole fool. Like she was really mad that man defended himself, and that lie got exposed. Now, what's worse is Roy actually approached Marlo, went out on a date, and she wasn't interested. But we need to forget that. We need to pretend like we didn't hear that.
And
What is the difference?
Kenya, what's interesting about Kenya is she is such a, as our friends say, a BSB. We're gonna leave it at that. We know what that means.
Yes.
Because you mad because him and Marlo went on a date, and you mad because Drew shaded your acting career, but yet you can do it to them and it's supposed to be okay. But when they do it to you, it's this whole, oh, I felt disrespectful. The comment that Drew made to me was unnecessary. Marlo went to Taco Bell with him, blah, blah, blah. No, Marlo went on an actual date with him before you got to know him. See, he can't, you the second. He don't want it. And then the thing is, the only thing I ever agree on with Yon Yetta was she, in an interview she did, she said, he don't do baby mamas. See, Kenya, right now you're a baby mama. Don't no man want to deal with somebody who's a baby mama who can't get rid of their ex-husband.
Look, now let me hit you with something else. Hey, Helga girl. Now this the other thing with that Kenya should feel real goofy about. He actually saw Marlo, was interested, took out his time to approach her, to ask her out, and got rejected. Yon Yetta had to introduce you to him and look like he dodging her like he playing Chinese checkers. So something is funny here.
And then gonna say, oh, well, he didn't slide into her DM. He left a comment on a live. No, he went into her DM. That's how they went on a date.
Yep. Child, did you not love how Sonya checked that live real quick?
Yes,
like, child, somebody commenting on your live, do not go to your DM.
Yes, I did.
I say, ooh, Sonya.
Kenya, your hate for Marlo, okay, we get it, fine, but don't discredit what the girl, don't discredit her.
She can't help herself. She can't help herself because at this point, I feel as though all of this vitriol that she got for Marlo, she could make it up about anything she wants to. She's mad because Marlo didn't believe her last year when she said, "Oh, I was too sick to come over to wherever they was gonna be at." And Marlo was like, I just don't believe you. I believe you lied. You were sitting there with a face full of glam playing and saying you were sick. And she had every right to not believe you. Hell, Kenya, your mouth ain't no prayer book. You lie all the time. So if she didn't believe you, she didn't believe you. And I didn't think nothing was wrong with her telling you to your face she didn't believe you. It'd have been one thing if she was grinning in your face and then behind your back and said, child, this heifer lying. She told you she didn't believe you. What else you want?
You're a liar. Kenya is a liar. Kenya is a
Big
liar.
one.
And the Team Twirl got to understand Kenya is a liar.
A big one. And the thing is, she's always been a liar. And then the Team Twirl, as you call them, they love to get extra sensitive. You know, like like they got diaper rash. When I say I don't believe the story she tells about her mama, I don't. Do I believe something happened? Yes. Do I believe it went exactly the way Kenya said? No, I don't.
No.
I don't because it doesn't sound right. And in my experience, as old as I am, when a story don't sound right, it's because something ain't true.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest thing that's happening with this, this salon business. Like all the Team Twirl is all over the internet talking about, well, she didn't say it was opening, and the pictures are of this other event space, and they said it was opening, but then she's adding another top space, and just because there are spaces for you to add an appointment doesn't mean you can go to the salon. I'm just like, well, then why?
She literally said her salon opening. She sat up on Carlos King and said they would not show her salon opening. She said it so much that I thought the salon was open, and I was actually offended. I was actually offended at production because I said, now, geez, this the one time it looked like she got an event right. Why would y'all not film it? Only to find out that it wasn't no opening.
I did a video for the finale, and I went off from production because I believe the same thing. I was like, it was effed up. That I don't care what that lady got going on. She had a business, just like we had to sit through Sheree building her business. We should have did the same thing. I went off on them, and I'm not even a Kenya fan.
Me either. And I was very disturbed at it, and the fact that we had to sit through all them scenes of them filming that terrible movie with Candy in them.
Right.
And you could have put this in there. We didn't need all them scenes for that.
We didn't need to see Sheree washing her dog.
Exactly. We didn't see dog walking. We didn't see the fang punching. I don't want to see all that. I would have rather seen a couple of like building scenes with her and her friend that she wanted to bring on the show. Much rather. And we could have still had a couple of them scenes as well. But it's I'm a little bit confusion. I'm still a little bit suspect of like, oh, now it's, well, I wanted to add a second story. Oh, well, now it's supposed to be opening in the fall. Okay, but now where's the bottom floor? Okay, it's okay, but is the bottom floor still open for business? Can I get a blowout? Are silk presses available?
Nope.
Like, because she said she wanted to add the loft because she didn't want to have to shut it down after 6 months of it being open to put it in. So basically, she lied again. You telling us salon opening, but the salon ain't opening. Like, that's not the truth. And it's just bad because my mama always said, when you lie, people don't know how to believe you.
Mm-hmm.
And
this lady has lied so much. By the time she claims something, you don't know how to believe her. We don't know how to take her.
Exactly. But then she's coming out, the YouTuber, crazy, talking about, well, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm adding a second story. And then she has Team Twirl all up in there, like, well, you don't know what that lady's doing, and the bottom floor is open. But okay, great. But are you?
And then she got on here on this reunion and let us know that it's not open, and she's adding the loft because she doesn't want it to have to do it 6 months after she opens. So
see, the thing is,
the lady clearly told the truth.
I want to know if people are going to, because what I find funny is when it comes to this show, which Atlanta used to be my favorite reality show.
Must-see TV.
Yeah, it's not that anymore. It's between Beverly Hills and Married to Medicine for me. But what is funny to me is everybody going to read her the way they've been reading Sheree? Because everybody love to say Sheree ain't got no money. Sheree broke. It took her all this time.
And they're not. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're fine.
And they're not. They're capping for they're capping for her way more. They're in that girl's comments talking about, well, you don't know what she's doing,
Right.
and like she's building it. Candy's in the neighborhood talk saying, oh, she's the same story I just told you. But obviously, the bottom floor is shut down the same way the top floor is shut down.
Yep.
Everything that
Yep.
girl put up on her page and recorded is actual and factual.
And also, so you got all that happening, but the minute somebody comes out and says, "Oh, Sheree Sheree didn't pay the fashion designer," we just gonna believe it. Now, in my personal opinion, I think and I've had this conversation with my friend, and my friend said everybody doesn't have that desire. I think Sheree calling is interior design and party planning. I think that
Exactly.
she by
Yes,
Sheree.
I agree.
I think that she by Sheree should have been just a dream, because I said, Sheree, you're real. Could you imagine if Sheree was going around Atlanta, all them fake
Doing event planning, she would be
doing
paid.
paid
And
event
She would
planning
be paid
and
doing
designing
exactly.
event.
And
houses?
people can give her money instead of her having to pay money.
So my thing
And
is,
see, go ahead, baby.
I was just gonna say, and I don't believe that that's not for everybody. That's I could design my house. I might not want to design your house. Now I could see that, but this She by Sheree it's not working. Unfortunately, Sheree, it's not working. You have to give it up and do something else, because you're not even making a profit off of it, and you are most likely not
Well,
going to
and
make a
see,
profit off of it.
but see, and this is the other thing with that. And a lot of people like fashion, but they don't know fashion.
Right.
And that is the problem. A lot of people, I've had it happen a bunch of times. I've been a freelance designer for right around 30 years, a little bit better. And I've had umpteen people, oh, I want to design my own dress, and they bring you something that looked like they third grader drew it with a crayon.
No stuff.
And it's like, well, can you make this? Child, no.
You look like you do that with
I
your left
can.
hand.
It's like I can make it go away. Like I can make
Right.
it fold up and drop it. It's like, what do you mean? Can I make what? What is this?
You do that with your foot. Why would I?
Right.
That?
So it's like people know what they like, but it doesn't mean that you understand what it is to actually design or construct a garment. And that's okay too, because you have celebrities that pay people to design and put stuff on the runway. I think that what we saw last year, and we talked about it when it happened, that was some last minute stuff. The stuff she was waiting on didn't show up. She had that young man to try to throw a bunch of stuff together at the last minute. It looked crazy on that runway. It was poorly constructed. I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just telling the truth. Because we reviewed it. I zoomed in. Catherine, you may have been here. I think you may have. I don't know.
I was looking at hemlines.
Yep, I looked at them raggedy hemlines at the seams that were not put together properly, all the pulls in the fabric. And I'm not blaming him, because I feel like Sheree was not prepared, and she asked this young man to do a bunch of stuff at the last minute.
Right.
And he was there at the venue still sewing stuff on people's backs. And this was after we watched Sheree all last season talk about, oh, stuff on the way is delayed. Where is it? And this and that. And Rowan saying, well, if it's going to be in Chicago or wherever it was, I can go pick it up. All these stories, only to have this young man try to put a bunch of stuff together at the last minute.
Yep.
So we see in the message from Rowan saying, I gave him all the money. I paid him in full. There, we don't know what the situation is, but I think it's easy to believe that Sheree wouldn't have paid somebody, because she had problems in the past from them people when she was constructing that house, and which is why I found it very odd for her to be saying she ain't never been sued. Usually if for somebody to put a lien on your property because you didn't pay for some work being done, a court is involved. Liens don't just materialize out of thin air. Again, I've been alive a long time. I ain't never seen a lien pop up out of thin air. When a lien has been attached to your property, it's because a judge has adjudicated it.
That's true. And
it takes a minute.
I think she just got that because she got half of Bob's pension. So I think Sheree finally probably just got her finances in order. But I say that with saying it took her 14 years to build that house. We had no idea if it would ever get done. If it got done, we had no idea. But when Sheree finally showed that house, I didn't hear not one person say anything negative about the inside of that house. I'm like,
Because the house
Sheree,
is gorgeous.
that is your calling. You know how many people
Did
in
you see
Atlanta?
that basement, Q?
That basement is sickening.
Oh, Jesus.
Sickening.
Exactly.
So
And she
for
took
me,
a
if I
she
lived
had
in
to take a
Atlanta, and had that kind of money, I would be like, Sheree, can you come help do my plays? That's her calling. Sheree could be a multi-millionaire based off of that.
exactly. But you saw how long it took for her to do that house. And not even when they finally did the big reveal was it all done at the same time.
Right.
Well, the only thing that wasn't done was that
The
basement.
basement. Yeah, that was the only thing that
Exactly.
wasn't
And
done.
and if I'm being real, after seeing the final result of that basement, I'm glad she took her time. That basement was redonkulous.
Yes, it
Exactly.
was.
That
Had a
basement was, oh my God, it was a head turner. But that the house in itself was gorgeous. I laughed about Nene clowning her about her mama's, basically doing it. That was Chateau Thelma, because Thelma was paying for that house. That's Miss Thelma house. Period.
That's fine. And then my response to Nene would have been like, well, you got evicted out of your first house.
Hello.
So I guess we on the same page.
Well, no, not even the same page, because Sheree had a mama that could pay.
Right.
Now I laugh at stuff like
That
that because
part.
funny is funny, but to me, you can't read me about the fact that my parents are able to provide for me and do
That
things for
part.
me and
And then,
support me and set me up so I don't have to struggle like you.
and I think and I personally believe, and again, I don't know, Sheree, this is just me talking, but I think Sheree is scared to sell her house because, and maybe she don't want to sell her house, but
Yeah,
I
but
think
I'm about to say
how
sell
long
it
it
for
took
what?
for her to get it.
but what I'm
Yeah,
saying
she might
is,
not sell that house.
well, I say this because like say okay, like say all of a sudden Sheree put her house up for sale.
Jesus.
The first thing out of everybody's mouth is, oh, she must don't have no money.
Yep. Well, that's what people do. And let me say this. That's why I said, like, I didn't like the comment that Marlo made to Sheree about the broke, pretty, jealous girls or whatever. When we start talking about who ain't got the money, it's like they may not have money in relation to each other, but
Right.
these people ain't poor living. Now, if we ain't talking about a Robert Dixon. Now,
Right.
Robert is regular. Robert living like the rest of us.
Regular Robin.
Let
Oh,
me tell y'all something.
regular
Let me tell y'all
Robert.
something. Let me tell y'all
Robert
something about.
regular.
Let me tell y'all something about Roberto. Me and
Mm-hmm.
Roberto used to live 15 minutes from me because I'm in the DMV. Roberto used to live
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes from me, and I thought to myself, we live in the same neighborhood, and you on Real Housewives of Potomac, and we live in the same
Yeah.
neighborhood.
We is
Yeah.
neighbors.
Oh, regular
We is
Robert. But
neighbors.
that's what I'm saying. Excluding her from the conversation. These ladies ain't doing that bad. She the only one really hitting real bad.
Right.
I don't think Giselle, doing as bad as her friend.
Giselle got money.
She got some. She ain't got all that. Not in that she shed. Mm-mm.
No. When
Not in the
I say
woods.
Giselle have money, like she won't struggle.
Yeah, she ain't
Unless
gonna
she
be
do something
strapped.
stupid,
Yeah.
she not gonna struggle.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something else. I feel like Bravo gives her a better check than Robert, but she don't do no more work than Robert, really.
That part.
But and I feel like if she was a real friend, she would advocate for her friend, regular Robert. But I digress. What I'm saying is, when I start hearing people saying, "Oh, Sheree broke this one, broke that," them ladies ain't broke like that. Them sisters ain't cutting coupons. They not around here, getting their soap powder from the crackheads. That's not what's happening.
Right.
Is they may not be Bill Gates, but who the hell is? Everybody ain't Oprah and them. So I'm easy on that type stuff. Even with Kenya, I laugh about the fact that you still ain't fixed your driveway, because that's kind of, it look a little thrifty, but I understand too.
Messing up their bumpers.
But I also understand she was saving her money to start her business. So sometimes stuff just have to make sense. So I get it. But I think it was easy to believe that about Sheree, because she did have the liens against her, because it was out that she had went and got them PPP loans. And I didn't understand why that was such a read when Candy went and got PPP loans.
Right. And T.S. Madison got PPP. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people,
A lot of them did.
How you think they're getting their money? You get
Hold on. Let me go even further. Nancy Pelosi husband went and got one. Sure did. Paul Pelosi, he had one. Yeah. Mitch McConnell wife had one too. So it's like, a lot of people had PPP loans. If you got a business, you had a right to get one. But it was kind of like people love to do that to people, like whatever narrative come out, we're going to run with it. like with Kenya with the prostitute stuff on Marlo. It's like having a billionaire boyfriend is not a prostitute mate.
First of all, let me say this. I said this in my video earlier. In my real life, I wish I could find somebody to buy me a house and my mama a house.
Hello. And listen, this is the part that get me.
Paid off.
She making comments about that, but that house she had out there in LA, rumor has it Mike Tyson bought her that house. So if you was popping coochie and Mike bought you that house, Marlo had the billionaire boyfriend that bought her this house and bought her some properties and set her up and bought her mama a house. What's the difference other than she found a bigger wallet? Are you mad because she found a bigger wallet?
That's what you're supposed to. If you get a billionaire, what you think you're supposed to do? Just lay up with them and and not get nothing out of it?
Shabu. Listen. She did what she was supposed to do. She did what any self-respecting Florida girl is gonna do. You find a sucker, you lick him. If he over there with his wallet open, god darn it, jump in.
Jump in it. And that's what Marlo jumped in and she said, "Oh, by the way, my mama need a house too. And I need some land. Thank you."
Yes.
But I feel the same way you feel. I don't. Only person I really call broke is Roberto, because I know that Roberto is broke in real life. But
yeah, Robert regular like the rest of us, child.
I feel like even like when they would read Toya, I'm like, they not broke. They just
them people ain't broke. Exactly.
How to do their finances right, but them people ain't broke.
What's so funny with that?
You can buy a house and then sell a house and buy another house. You not broke.
You definitely not broke. And not only that, I think people forget these people is getting decent checks from Bravo. So by the time the whole thing with Toya, which I don't watch Married to Medicine anymore because I refuse to support any institution that victimized the black woman. I just can't. I won't do it. But when it came to Toya, oh, she ain't got no job. She ain't got no job. When Heavenly kept saying that, it was like, girl, she got the same job you got. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, so you mad because she don't have 2 or 3 jobs? She on the same show with you. Right, she cashing the same check you cashing. That's a job.
And from what I heard,
the fact that she come on there for you slew-footed, chain-link, fence-biting heifers to talk about her, clearly, that's a job.
And from what I heard, her check bigger than Heavenly's check. So clearly, she
hello,
working.
Good night. Say it again. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, basically, y'all attacking her for not having 2 jobs? And why are we attacking at all? Why is it not okay for a black woman to be a housewife? Or is it like black woman is synonymous with working like a government mute? Because I don't do it either.
But a real housewife, not a fake housewife, an actual real housewife.
Actual one. Because they said married to medicine, not slaving for medicine, not working in the cold mine for medicine, not, making my own lye soap and scrubbing my clothes on the rub bowl for medicine. She's married to medicine. What the hell is they talking about? Like, that's the stuff that I be talking about with social media, how somebody will say something stupid on the show, and because it's your fave, you'll just see people repeating it, running with it through social media, and it's maddening how stupid that is. Hey, L'Oreal.
And if we're gonna compare houses, if you're gonna compare houses to Sheree and Kenya, Sheree eats Kenya up 10 times.
Hello, every time. Every time. It's sad.
I feel like Heavenly be doing her like that because that's the only person she feel like she can belittle on this show. Because when she first got on there, how they was messing with her belt, she was just in dentistry. She wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So she had to try to feel like, I think she just be trying to project it on other people.
Well, you know.
So
then
again, Heavenly mouth is fly. What you think about this reunion, L'Oreal?
I'm halfway through. I got to go back and rewind and really watch. But honey, Kenya, just from what I seen, Miss Kenya. Why does she feel like, I don't even feel like she's jealous of, this billionaire man that these people get, or a millionaire man. It's any man they got.
Any man.
The man can have nothing. And I'm like, child, when Sheree was telling her, like, it seemed like you care more about Martell and what Martell is doing, what he got going than I do. You do. If you look back, she did Ralph the same way when, let's talk about the Apollo. Any man. she's so jealous, and even how she looked. It wasn't even anything that she said, but the look that she gave Sonya when Sonya came in showing off her belly, I was like,
Yep.
look at her.
Oh Lord.
Look at her. It was in her
Yeah, she
eyes,
did not
wasn't
look
it?
happy for her. And I don't understand why you're not happy for this
Because it's
lovely
not happening to
married
her. Because
this
it's not
Because it's
lovely
happening
not
to her.
happening to
married.
her. That's why I said she like a narcissist. And people be saying, Ken's not a narcissist. Yes, she is. I feel
But
like
what
she's
and
one of
I
those
just
pretty girls that think it should be me. You know what I
and
mean?
you know what?
And it
And
physically
let me say
can't.
this. I think it's okay to feel that way, but why be angry at the person who's living that? Look at your life and maybe be angry at circumstances. I could see you being angry at your environment or maybe feeling like you didn't get a fair shake at life. But why are you angry at somebody that's living what you would like to live? Let me just say this. This is just a PSA, and I don't know who need to hear it. Sometimes learn to be happy when good things are happening for other people so you can tap into their blessing.
Say it again.
Mm-hmm.
Say it again.
When I
Mm-hmm.
see
That's
somebody
okay.
doing well, let me tell you something. I saw something today. I was talking to my oldest baby, Peanut, that come in the chat, and we were talking about Cat Williams. That's who we was talking about, and we was just talking about where he started. I remember when that man was doing comedy, he wouldn't even put his dentures in. He had a whole snag of tooth out, and that man would cut up clown, and I mean knock people dead. And he's come a long way. And we were just talking about how he kept the rights to all his shows. He pay for everything. He don't let them investors get none of his money, and then he sell it to Netflix, and all the money goes in his pocket. And the first thing out of my mouth when we were talking about it, and I was just seeing like how blessed this man is, the first thing out my mouth, and my baby can tell you I'm telling the truth. I said, God, whatever blessing that you put on Kurt Williams, I want you to give that same blessing to my children. I tap into that blessing right now. Why would you sit up and be hateful towards somebody else's blessing? Don't you want to be happy? Don't you want a loving husband? Don't you want healthy babies? Why would you see somebody and screw your face up like that?
Because it's not happening to her. Let me tell y'all this about
But
why people.
what I'm saying is that's how you get it to happen to you. When I see people, black folks doing good, making money, I'd be like, oh Lord, whatever you did for
Yes.
them, don't stop doing it. I got 3 head of children. I need you to do it for all of them.
See, King, your problem is, and this is where I get this is as a male, this is where I get the I hate black women. Kenya is bitter. She's a beautiful woman. She is ugly on the inside. Whatever,
She is.
whatever. She never got love from her mother, so she don't know what real love is. She married somebody just to say I'm married and have a baby. And now, anytime else is around them who's happy or potentially happy, she feels some kind of way. She'll find any reason to knock them down. Let Portia come back on this show, and Kenya be up
Lord
there.
have mercy.
I
Oh
Let
know it.
God.
I
Portia come
know
back
it. I
on this
know it.
show, and Kenya be up there. As much as Kenya love to say, "Well, Portia, my girl, I don't hit below the belt." The first thing
The
Kenya can do
devil
is attack
lie.
Portia's marriage because it's not happening for her.
And
You're
then in
right
Yep.
the
about it.
interview, she was just it was just so fake. She was just like, well, if I really had it all to do all over again, Portia would be looking at me like I was big
I
sis
was
and
big
she was.
sis. No,
Yeah,
she
she said
I
didn't.
that.
was like, you keep
Actually,
telling them
what she
lies.
said was, if she could trade place with me in my head, then she would have wanted me to be
Need
big
to be
sis.
big
She was
sis.
she was
There it
even
is.
envious. She was even envious
Of
of her relationship with
with
Lanifi.
Nene.
That's
See,
it.
and it's so weird. Like even in that, she would find a way to be envious of Nene and
What a
work.
girl you don't even like. She don't even like Portia. But you envious of that too? You even want to be friends with the people you don't like, girl.
Like
Hey,
how
yoga.
you don't even like that girl. Like you don't even like her for real.
At
And to be
all.
honest with you, I don't even think she really like Candy. I don't think she really like
I
Candy at
don't
the end
think
of
she
the day.
like Candy either. Helga, how
It's
you doing,
a
girl?
true alliance.
Good. Can y'all hear me?
I can
Yes,
hear you,
ma'am.
boo. Now tell me what you thought about this reunion. Let it rip. Let it all out.
So, I'm gonna wait till they finish.
We
Go
could.
ahead. You got this.
Okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me turn my TV down, y'all. My TV moving a little slow. So, basically, I honestly believe that Bravo is over all of these ladies. I really do. They're
We are.
tired. They really don't have any, and they don't have anything to offer or to bring.
No.
In reference to Kenya, Kenya has always been beautiful, but she's always been very spiteful and very
Yep.
vengeful.
Yep.
Amen.
Um, She's not going to see until Kenya does a lot of work on herself because she started out early, with a lot of what is that, defeat in life. Her mother didn't want her, number one.
So
So
she,
she
so
never
she say, so she say, because
she,
remember,
right,
we
so
ain't
she
never
said.
confirmed that.
So she said.
Yeah, that's like
However, she's not going to see that if you pay attention to your own plate, then your blessings are there. They're held in escrow until you focus on your own plate. And until that
Mhm.
happens, Kenya will never be happy. So it's a constant and consistent reminder when she's in that circle of those women who are also successful, married, whether they're happy or not, of what she does not have. And that's what she wants so bad. She may actually need to take a step back and to retire from the show to get herself together. She got what she wanted with the marriage, it didn't work out. She ultimately wanted a child. She got the child. She still didn't get the man. That's what she wants. She wants a man. She wants someone to love her because she's never felt that. Nobody is going to love you with your mean, hateful ass, excuse my language, because you don't love yourself. Kenya, you are beautiful, but you are so mean.
But you
Wrapped
know
up in
what
a
else?
pretty bow,
I'm gonna
looking
tell
mean.
y'all something. And this may, I may be geezering. I'm old. I reserve that right. If you want to have a happy, healthy marriage, you want a man to love you like Christ loved the church, baby. You got to fix your inside.
Yeah.
You got to fix your inside. If you ever stop for 5 minutes and realize that God was your husband first, I bet you he'll sing you one of his best ones. He'll do it.
Well, then problem. She don't
But
have God.
there you go. And see, that's what I'm getting at. So the reality, and I ain't preaching, I'm just keeping it real. The reality is, if you go to him and ask him for a husband, he'll send you one. She keep trying to find one on her own on the back streets and the back alleys. You ain't looked up and asked him for no husband,
Husband probably
and
was
then
there
you
10 years
miserable.
ago. She chased him away because she's so damn mean.
But this is the thing. No, she didn't. Because one thing about it, God ain't gonna send you nothing you ain't prepared for. You got to be prepared first. God ain't sent her nobody. God ain't sent her them other people husbands. He ain't sent her that.
Not the other people husband.
Because it's the truth. That's not how that works. But in reality, if you don't ask him for something, you can't then go around and be bitter because he didn't answer a prayer that you never prayed.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at the world because I ain't never get no husband. Did you ask him for one?
She might not feel like she's supposed to.
Well,
If
then how
she's that
how
self-assured,
you supposed
if
to get it then?
if she's that, see, so I love everything that you're stating, but my perception is that you're speaking from a person that's healed. She ain't even got that far yet.
Mm,
You get what? She
that,
hasn't gotten that far yet. She cannot see past victimhood. She's not going to see what you are saying is true for a person that is either going through with their healing process or who has healed in some area and gotten to the other side. She can't see none of that. It's everybody's fault. It's their fault that they got married and they showing off their husbands and their rings in her face. It is Kenya, to be honest, she don't feel like she wrong at all. And that is the problem.
and
Everybody else is
see,
the problem except for Kenya.
you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head, Helga. I'm gonna tell you something else. Her and Drew could be sisters because they both the same type of person. They
Yeah,
they lack the ability of introspection. They not
yeah,
able to look inside and say, okay, how did I contribute to the situation that I'm in? How did I contribute to being in a marriage with this man who switched when he walked? How did I contribute to being in this situation on this television show and everybody pointing out every time I lie? On
yeah.
Kenya end, how did I contribute to being in a situation where when I'm attracted to a man, they're not attracted to me, or when
Hmm.
they are, they don't treat me fair. How
Yep.
do I contribute to that? You got to, I don't care what your situation is. I've had to do it. Everybody else with a brain and had to do it. You have to sometimes sit down in your mess when you
Hmm.
get sick of your mess and say, now what part did I play to put myself here?
you can tell that Kenya doesn't have any real friends because if she had some real friends, they would hold her to task. Everybody
Yeah.
around circulates around her because of what she probably hangs over their head or does for them, right? They don't like
Mm-hmm.
her because if your friends liked you, they'd make you smell your own shit, and it stinks
That's
really
right.
bad. Everybody on social media and everybody that watched that TV show knows that Kenya, you are a rancid, horrible individual. You don't have to
Mm-hmm.
stay like that, but you are. That's something that's you. That is a part
It's
of
a
your character.
choice.
But she not ready. She ain't ready. She got that baby, and that's what she want to put her focus on. She want to put her focus on, and that's why ain't nothing around Kenya working out for real. Not the hair, the skin, the body,
That's the thing.
nothing is working out. She on her way out the door actually because they sick of her. I'm sick of her,
Mm-hmm.
Miss USA. I am sick of her.
Oh, sis,
But that's
sounds
all
like
I gotta say. Hi, y'all.
I believe that when it comes to Ralph and Drew, I believe that Ralph and Drew are just two people who thought, two good looking people, and they went based off that. They never got a chance to know each other. You look good, I look good.
Mm,
Let's see how we do in the bedroom together.
mm,
Okay, cool. Let's see how we look in pictures together. Okay, good. Let's see what kind of money we can make together. That's it. They never got a chance to know each other. That's why they're having the problems that they having, because you can see from the door that Ralph got all them red
Them
flags.
people ain't got no type of chemistry. Now, Q, can you explain to me what the hell he was doing down to the swinging Richards and why he switched when he walked?
Well, I
Swinging
can't
Richards
explain.
is fun.
I can explain to you, sis, but this might not be the right channel for that. But my thing is,
No, come on with it, because I need answers. Because people keep trying to sell me this BS Superman story about him going with women, and I don't believe it.
so I don't think that Ralph is gay. I think now
You think he bi?
I also don't believe Ralph gonna turn down a piece of ass, whether it belongs to a guy or a girl.
So okay, let me clarify. Are you saying he's a trisexual? He'll try anything.
He'll try whatever get him off that day.
You suspect he one of them.
I believe both of them are. I believe they probably was having some good times because Ralph is a good looking guy. I ain't gonna take that from him. I believe they was both having some good times because
I don't
for
know if he
me,
looked good. I don't know. I'm biased. Don't mind me. I have a hard
but
time finding a man attractive if he can fit in the outside pouch on my purse.
for me, I just
He
for
looked like he
me
looked good on paper.
exactly. That's what it is. They look good on
Helga,
paper.
what it looked like,
And
Helga, he looked like he'll fit on a sheet of paper. That's what he looked like. Now,
Well, we get that, but we get we get that, but I want him to tell us what you think about him. Go ahead.
I just
I
think
want to know
that
why he switched when he walked. Why your booty swing when you walk?
because he live
Maybe
in
he's trying to
Atlanta.
attract
He
somebody.
live in
I don't know
Atlanta.
who, just somebody.
He
And
live
then
in
also
I'm
that
just saying
Atlanta's
because
a
I'm
big
like, I
office.
know a lot of men. I grew up around a bunch of men. I don't know too many men switch when they
he
walk.
he live in Atlanta. That should tell you everything you need to know. He live in Atlanta.
It told me everything I need to know.
But
I
what I
don't
did,
think
and
the idea.
why
Go
I
ahead.
don't, the reason why I also don't believe that, first of all, I don't believe this that they are really married or not married, but they are really in a relationship because
Nope.
they came on and I'm looking like this how y'all doing y'all for what was it, the first 2 episodes? I'm like, really? I don't know if I believe this.
When they
And on
first came on and with that lie about Tampa, I knew that was a lie. I called it out
because
then and there. I said they came on this show faking and fronting, pretending to have drama. Who comes on a reality show faking drama? And little did I know that they was gonna fake drama the whole time. Them people ain't together. They ain't been together. And
nope.
I think he stayed on there to try to help her out on this show and get himself a little exposure on this show too.
Boom.
That's
Because
why
here's
I
the
believe Courtney when she said that that's what that man said, because I already suspected that. And
because
then
here's a
we
couple
had the
things.
assistant, Lil Anthony, go over there on House of Aaron, shout out to House of Aaron, and he said that Drew and Ralph met down to the Swingers Club. Now I believe that. The question is, who was swinging what who?
They both were swinging. My
Swinging
thing
what?
is
What
because
what
Get
what was
you
ready
who
to
was
can't
say
they
tell
that.
swinging
me
it to? Did they catch was Ralph swinging it to men's and women's or just the men's? I
you
don't believe it was just no ladies. And who the hell was Drew swinging it to? Because that boy said that she been down, she been putting her mouth on women and stuff.
And you can't tell
I hope
me
everybody was
you
protected.
can't be in a relationship with somebody and you cannot tell me that the ninja you with can go out of town for 3 days and you not know where he
Hello.
was at,
No, sir, no, ma'am.
Hello.
let alone 3 hours, and you not know
Hello.
that he went on a town, got on a plane and flew to Tampa, and you didn't. Oh, what did she say on her interview? What did the sister say? Oh, we all was trying to figure out where he went at. What
You
you
weren't trying to
mean?
figure out a goddamn thing. You and that man is sleeping in different rooms, ain't had no type of relations going on with each other in that house. I believe Anthony Messitell was telling the truth. Hold on, Kaya Collin in the back. You need to connect your mic and your camera, honey. Your camera was on, you shut it off, and you disconnected. You have to reconnect. If you can hear me, you might want to drop and come back. But
Also, um, what was I getting ready to say? I don't believe. Oh, no, and I don't believe that sister crazy.
hell no.
She had more sense than everybody, didn't she?
Yeah, the minute she got mad, all of a sudden she went from Gomer Powell to Colin Powell. Like, how
Right.
you got all this sense that quick? You a
Look,
liar
I
just like
think
your
that's who been
sister.
writing Drew's storyline.
Well,
So what
I don't
makes most sense
think
to
so
me is
because
that
I don't think the sister writing no storyline for Drew. That sister seems to be very intelligent. She just a liar, and the
Yep.
stuff that Drew Sadummy has been doing has been so poorly thought out and so remedial and so
she
much
had to
of
bring
a
in a writer.
window liquor. She did all that on her own. She should have enlisted her sister, and right now we wouldn't be thinking that she wrote the same short bus as Sheree.
Her sister is not. I don't think nothing wrong with her sister.
Hell no.
I think they trying to get a more of a storyline
Yep.
because I just don't think. I think this whole thing is a setup. And when her sister was on another YouTuber's channel and doing that interview, I thought to myself, "Girl, you a bigger liar than your actual sister." Because you was
Yep.
like,
She's
"This is
a huge liar.
yeah."
Huge liar.
I don't believe
I
nothing wrong
think
with
their
her.
mother was like a preacher or their father or something. I would like
The
to.
mother.
I want some. I
The
want to know
mama
the mom.
is the one.
I
Hell,
would
the
like to
mama.
hear from the mom. Like, what happened in that household with them two girls? What was going
But
Nothing.
on?
you
Because
know
both of
what?
them are really bad liars.
Yeah, I
But
want to know why the
no,
mama had to
but
want to
now
live with
let's tell the
Porch.
truth. Now y'all know if we care to tell the truth, anytime you got a preacher in the house, the enemy is going to attack them children. Them children turn out a lot of times to be robbers, killers, drug dealers, whores, liars, and everything. The devil come at it with everything he got, hands and feet. So that ain't no shock.
The real question is that her mother or was that her sister? That's the real question.
Nah, that's her sister. I'm not even finna go there. The
Mhm.
mama that don't look like she just lied. That's her child. I'm not finna do that. But the reality is, them girls right there, them some lying heifers. And I'm gonna tell you why I believe Allison lying. I'm gonna tell you why I believe she lying. And it is not just because her wig sits side saddle like her sister.
Stop it.
It's the fact that she made that post trying to virtue signal and blow dog whistles at Courtney for mentioning her drinking and supposed to be crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
She put on there, I came on the show to raise awareness for mental health. I thought you was there because you needed to be up under your sister. So you literally came on the show for that specific purpose. Who you trying to fool, girl? Who you trying to fool?
Can I ask y'all a question? What was the and I don't know this. I need to get clarity because I say it to everybody. What is the problem with how Courtney said the B word? Because to me, Courtney didn't say
It
the
wasn't that
dry
deep.
like.
It
Okay,
wasn't.
Yeah,
okay,
it
She
wasn't
wanted
that
to have a
deep.
problem.
She wanted to have a problem, and they was looking for a moment with that girl.
okay.
She didn't say it. No
That's all it
different than
was.
any of them have said it. And that's why when Ralph was just like, but so and so is called Marlo's called you B and you wasn't this up in arms. She got upset
Yeah.
at Ralph. And I was just like, I mean, I
Then she tried
typically
to
don't
put it
take
on,
up
but
for
she supposed
Ralph,
to
but
be.
like he ain't lie.
But Catherine, then she tried to put it on, but she supposed to be cousin. Now that quick, you done flipped it, fake cousin, girl. So
Fake
what you mad
cousin,
about?
not
Tell us
so
why you
cousin
really
like
mad.
this.
Tell
I'm tired.
my thing is Drew. Tell us why you really mad. Are you mad because she said be in a conversation because it didn't sound too much like she was just dry, like you say, dry calling you one, or are you mad Cause she, like you said, she done said some stuff that sound like what Ralph said. So you felt like she was Ralph ally and Ralph was coaching her. Is that what you mad about? Tell us what it is. Cause it's not what you claiming it is.
Exactly. So is it because like she called you out like this bitch did it? Was she mad when she said it, or was it just like bitch? Like honey bunch of oats? And even if it was like bitch, like or like people have called you bitch like in an angry way, and I'm sorry to keep cursing on your channel, but like
you can cuss. I'm not gonna do it, but y'all welcome. I don't care. You know, long as y'all don't turn to Richard Pryor live on the Sunset Strip, we good.
Now I'm going to start running around like somebody set me on fire with a match. But like, and even if it was like in that context, like in the angry way, like calling you to be, like women have done that to you, and you wasn't this pressed. So like, why is you mad? And at that point, like when Courtney copped to it, like I would have done the same. Like, I am tired of you being in my face. Like, your breath is hot. I'm tired. There is a party going around. And
people
like,
having a good time, and here you go with this mess. You and your crooked wig wearing sister. Get the hell away from here.
Like, sure, yeah, I did it. I would like to go get a drink now. You want one?
Yeah.
Like,
listen. Y'all, Courtney tickled me so bad that day. She said, "We ain't finna do this all night." I said, "Oh God, get them, girl."
I think she just noticed that Courtney. I don't know why she wanted Courtney to be all up under her. You know, just because.
You know what it was, L'Oreal. I'm gonna tell you what it was with that. She got a problem with Sheree. Her and Sheree don't get along, right? So Sheree is the one that brought her on. So she felt like, oh, if she got a connection to my husband, then I can pull her from up under Sheree. And that crap didn't work. And that's why Miss Thing was so pissy.
Yeah.
See, I play dumb, but I be peeping what's really going on. I do.
You just met this.
And we don't know what Ralph has shared with Courtney. Because he more than likely to share some intimate stuff in reference to Drew and Drew's behavior with Courtney. And Courtney ain't saying it for Drew.
Which is also funny.
It's kind of hard to see it for somebody that's lying. Like, and not only that, y'all remember? Do y'all recall during that hot mic moment or whatever that that they asked her like, "Do you have pictures or whatever?" And she was like, "Yeah, I got pictures." So it gives me that Ralph didn't just talk and tell Drew business; he gave proof. So it's kind of hard to see it for somebody when somebody is telling you about this person and showing you proof of what they really did do.
Yeah,
not just making he say, she say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's facts backed up. And Drew was getting upset. It was like, I know he was talking a while back about, oh, why was Drew coming so hard at her about talking about her son? It was it was like low-key lightweight stuff. Courtney was saying, oh, Ralph was just telling her about how Drew was still upset that Ralph hadn't finished going through with the adoption of her oldest son yet. And Ralph had said earlier on that he was going to adopt her son, Josiah. And that was it. Mm-hmm. That's the context of him. Rather, that was the context of Courtney talking about her son. And she was saying, oh, keep my son's name out of your mouth.
Doing the
context was
story. I think that was for a storyline. I don't think Ralph ever had anything on adopting her son. I just think Ralph and Drew came up with a plan that they thought would work to get them show.
But they couldn't get along long enough.
Right, that's what I was getting ready to say. And as time progressed, they don't even mesh well enough together. Like, I agree with what Q said. It's like they got together, and you did say that, right? Like, they got together, and then they just kind of like winged it. And them winging it, they don't mesh well enough to wing anything. So they're tired of one another. They are tired, period. Ralph gonna keep his job. I don't know about Drew. Ralph is gonna keep him a job. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You
Child,
know,
I can't stand Drew with her crumped up behind. I, I, I
not the crump.
She is crumped up. I be believing Ralph when he said that she trying to paint him in a certain light. Just his facial expressions when he be talking to her, that thing get the popping and he swallow back. I say,
Yep.
she hitting the
That's when
nerve.
he had them lip. That when he had them lips pushed out, L'Oreal. When he had them lips
Uh,
pushed out, I'm like, but
Not perched.
in those moments, you could tell Drew be lying and he be over it.
yep, yep. He be over it
You know,
instantly. He's like sick of it, and I'm sick of it too. She too extra. She too dramatic. She do the most. Like who gonna get along with you in that? You know what I mean? And even he tried
Very
to
few
cover
people.
it up to have her back, but I would have been moved into the other room too. Like I don't even want
and
you
that was a
by
punk
me.
bitch.
She
No,
be doing the most just to try to have a storyline when she can just get on her and be herself. But no, she got to be so dramatic and extra. And another thing, it's just, I can do this, I can do this. She can do everything. Like, girl,
Let
sit
her
down
tell it.
somewhere. To let her
Let her
tell that
tell
she
it.
can run, she the track star. She the
Until them
girl.
ankles gave out.
Sit your behind down
them
Boy,
somewhere,
ankles did
man.
not want a part of them lies. That's why they gave
them
out all season. How many times has she sprained an
baby.
Achilles, broken ankle? She every like beginning of every season she came out here on crutches. That the last time she had that brace bedazzled. Times
I told
and she
I
used it.
told
Cause
y'all
she
that.
can do everything, girl. I can't stand her. But did you see how she looked at Marlo when
Yeah,
Andy
when
asked
Marlo said he
Marlo
reached out
tonight
to her,
how
yeah.
she was losing that weight and she said sha sha sha. She looked so angry. I was like, girl, you better go get you some Ozempic or something. Damn. You know everybody losing weight. Why you ain't got none?
But
Cause you ain't gonna
listen,
lose it
that
dropping
ain't
it in
even.
Drew.
You got to
But
connect
L'Oreal, that
now.
ain't
Like you
even.
better
But
ask.
L'Oreal, that was not even the winning face. The winning face she made was when she found out that Ralph had reached out and was talking to Marlo. Now that was the face.
And you know
Girl,
I
this
don't
the
want that
thing too
butt.
though. Now I gotta hey, look, I gotta say this now. Why do Marlo talk to everybody man though?
She don't talk to everybody, man. Like she said, Drew the one gave that man her number. Drew the one
She
had
did
him
okay
reaching
in
out to
this
her
instance.
behind
In
her
this
line on
instance, yeah.
Marlo. And let me tell you something else. If you give your nig my number on some bull crap, every time he call, I'm answering the phone. You better not give
Hello.
him my number.
I'm gonna put on the
But
secretary.
listen,
Hello.
I remember Nene saying about that billionaire man that Marlo was calling him, and I'm like, why is she talking to Mark? She claims she never talked to Mark. You think that's true?
She didn't say she never spoke to him. She just said she didn't ask for no dirt on Kenya. And I believe she didn't ask for no dirt on no Kenya. Who the hell want
Okay.
dirt on you? She dirty enough.
Providing her own dirt. Like
Thank you.
But the
like
girls, honey, the girls be.
you
Ugh.
know,
I wouldn't be mad at Marlo if she did because I feel like
You gave
Marlo
her
don't.
you gave that woman the man's number.
Yeah,
Plus the
yeah,
fact
but Marlo don't. She don't hide her hands on that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
show
Like,
don't.
shit, Marlo be like, you ain't gonna whoop me, so it is what it is.
And
Right.
you can't.
So I can't even be mad at it. But yeah,
But
Drew the little crumped up self. She done woke Ralph to death. We're trying to make
I
him
done
look like
already
this.
told you, you could tell. I already
That
told
that's
y'all
her
that night we
daddy,
was
cause
on
she
here.
crumped up.
But I told y'all that night that's an old man child. You could tell that's an old man child. The old men had them babies, they be looking like Drew.
Girl, and then the sister say they ABCDE. It's one younger than her, younger than Drew.
But I'm saying I
I
feel like the
said,
preacher when
golly.
I feel like the preacher when it got with that old man, that's why that man sick and old like that, because he old. Her daddy old.
He was old. Yeah, yeah.
mm,
But I don't blame Ralph for not adopting the child. It seemed like when the man, now I don't know their whole history, but he seemed like he probably wanted to try to be in his son's life. It was still a chance that I don't feel like it was necessary where his dad is nowhere to be found. You know what I mean? And just has neglected our responsibility, whether he was in jail, in
They
trouble,
say that
anything.
the boy, like her Drew's oldest son, has hit Ralph's last name.
He does. He does, but she wanted him to legally adopt him. Now I don't know how he got the
And
last
take away
name.
all the daddy rights and all
The
that. Like,
daddy
what you doing
rights.
that
I
for?
don't feel that that was necessary. Like if the name is already changed, all y'all walking in on the same name. It's no confusion. It really ain't no confusion if he had a different name, but I just feel like give it a chance. You know what I mean? And that son, he about old enough to tell you whether or not she doing the most, and then a couple of years later, y'all struggling to get a divorce.
Yeah. So if he had went ahead and did what she was saying, adopt that child, which I don't think he ever had any intention on it, then he would have been on the hook to pay for a child that's not his, even though they're not together. Because once you get that adoption, now you're liable for that child.
Mm-hmm. He don't want no attachment with it with the one he got.
Right, which is the other reason why he wouldn't have wanted to adopt the baby, not when he knew that
Yep.
they was faking married for this show.
Mm-hmm. They don't even like each other.
Well, I
They
mean,
ain't
it kind of
good
makes
girl
sense on both ends. Ralph ain't that likable, and neither is Drew. You got two highly unlikable people.
in the marriage. Fake
Yeah,
for
and
TV, like we don't see it.
I feel like season one, I think that they were like acting, and the whole thing with their whole storyline was for them to make Ralph seemed so unlikable with that whole gaslighting, and it was Drew is the victim of this whole gaslighting. Now I'm like, what Candy said, where it's like maybe it is Ralph is now that victim of Drew's gaslighting. I
Well,
don't know if I would.
according to little Anthony, that's exactly what it is, and that they knew exactly where he was in Tampa, and that they went with that storyline because they thought it made better TV.
I don't know. I don't know if I would go as far as Candy was where like Ralph's the victim. I think they're the victim of each other, and we all just need to stay out their business. They both just crazy.
Yeah,
I
they
think
both
he
came.
made a
I
mistake letting
agree.
it fly. He made a
They
mistake.
came on that TV. I feel like they came on that TV show faking. They already wasn't really digging each other like that. That's why it wasn't no chemistry in that house. Because I feel like little Anthony is messy, but he don't strike me as a liar. I'm not getting a lie vibe out of him.
I feel like we as the viewer are now the victims of their lies, and like we just need to leave. We need to stay out their business and let them
Yeah,
divorce in
we need
peace.
to get out. This is a bad relationship that we've been drawn into. And I don't like them bad relationships either, girl. I'm with you.
Do y'all feel? I feel like I'm gonna be upset if they don't get divorced. Does anybody else feel like that?
No,
Oh my God, what was that
I'm not
couple?
invested
I
enough.
feel
Stephen
like
and
I'm gonna be
Troy, where
upset
they
if they
stopped
don't get
divorcing.
divorced. Yeah, because
I'm not
I'm feel like
invested
you've been
enough.
played in my face once again. I'm
Mm-mm.
a, I'm gonna be a little bit upset. You know.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
I'm not
I hope they're not
enough
faking
in them.
because they
Because I
definitely
believe
can't win
everything
season.
about them. I
It
believe
can't.
everything about them is fake. So, like, I'm
Yeah,
not
Right. I
gonna
was
I,
feel
just gonna
no
say
type
I
of
don't
way.
know.
I don't even care if they get a divorce or not. I'm not that invested. But what I do want to know is who do y'all think gonna get a peach next year or
That's
next
exactly
season?
what I was about to do. Bravo
Or
needs
if
to
I'm
do
gonna
the
be
Uno
honest,
reverse
or
and
if
drop
the
them.
show, if it, or if they are going to get a whole new group of girls, or if they gonna like do away with the Real Housewives of Atlanta
God
because it's
only knows.
getting rather. You don't think
I
they're
feel
gonna do
like
away with?
I feel as though we ain't even in a position to guess. We have no idea what these people gonna do, and I think it's kind of pitiful that we got blogs that was desperate enough to make up stories.
Mhm.
It's not cute. I feel like that initial mess started because B Scott had a beef with them because they didn't want to give him the trailers. And
Mhm.
so when Kenya said something, he ran with it without checking it. And then after that, everybody else just started making up stories. So God only knows what these people gonna do. Y'all know I'm just waiting on the cancellation. I don't like them.
Yeah.
Normally they wait until see. They normally wait to see what happens after the ratings for these reunions.
For the
I think it's
reunion.
yeah,
That's how it normally happen. And
and it
I'm not believing or betting that they're gonna change the way they move. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I'm not buying none of the crap that people putting out at this point. I think this show done got so lame that the only thing people can do is make up stuff.
it
Cause
gotta
ain't
be
nothing
bad for a cast. They drop one of the reunions, they dropped down to 2. At least they listened to us. They were just like, "Nah, please, God, just cut one of them. We don't need 3."
Don't make us suffer through no 3-part reunion.
It wasn't a good enough season for that. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say,
it wasn't good enough last year either, but they still did it to us.
Exactly. So at least they listened to us that much. They were just like, "Nah, bruh, please at least cut one of these." So they listened to
I
that.
think, you know what I think? I think they wanted to ignore us, but they was like, nah, we can't do that to these people a second time and the third time in a row. Like, we can't do this again.
I think
Because,
they
I
are sick
mean,
of Kenya and Candy though. I ain't gonna tell no stories.
I
I think
believe that too.
I think they tied those two.
But from what I seen tonight, I feel okay. So, what's y'all opinion of how Andy just tapped in as the new housewife?
He did, honey. He did. And I ain't even gonna
But
be mad.
he wasn't. What I was saying earlier, you ladies wasn't on. Like he was just like rapid fire. He wasn't because like the
He
lady
didn't let her
that
breathe.
exactly like he wasn't. He was not giving Kenya's edges a rest. And he was like the ladies who were on Kenya's couch weren't going to give Kenya any pushback. We already knew that. Those are technically her friends. Maybe Drew would, but definitely not Candy. But he wasn't even trying to let Marlo like try and go for it. He was just
Yeah,
like,
he
nah,
wouldn't
nah,
even let
you're right.
Marlo answer the question or nothing about the subpoena. Marlo didn't even get a chance to rebut it before he said, "This is blank." I said, Jesus.
Like if he
I
just
think
handed
they
her the
had
paper, she would have figured it out.
I think they had expectations of Kenya since a lot of things when it came to her getting pregnant and getting married, like they weren't able to really capture those moments. So it's like Kenya owes them something. Like well the network, like she owes them something.
He told the
And
girl that things except
But
I
Helga,
know
they could have got that.
right.
They could have got that baby's delivery. They didn't want the delivery special. They got the one from Portia, but they didn't want the one from her because they were still penalizing her for hiding her fake marriage and doing it on the island. So
that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It appears that since Kenya lies, we know that, but it's like she's not bringing it, she's not showing up for work, but she's steadily getting paid. They got to get something from her, and every time they go it's always some BS to it. So he on her ass like your manager will be on anybody. Like
So
my expectation is for you to show up for work. You ain't showing up. So what about this? What about this? What about
yeah,
this? What about
you know
this?
what? I like that you use that
the
that
manager, yeah.
that analogy because that's how it felt. It felt like she was getting rolled up tonight on air, and
Yeah.
I was I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I was uncomfortable watching it. Like I know she lied, but like I said, her lying is not new. The way he reacted to her being a liar, that was very new. I've never seen that before.
I think
Mhm.
they sick of her gaslighting them about that darn divorce. That's a touchy subject. He started out for Kenya. Are you still not divorced?
And
Like
like
you gonna
blame
keep lying about
herself
this?
for that.
You gonna
Exactly.
keep lying in my face about this? That's how I feel like he felt, and I'm kind of glad that he said, "Okay, this is blank,"
Like
because Marlo wouldn't have done. Marlo probably would have just looked at a glance and just said
Marlo
whatever.
actually had a smirk on her face. I'm telling you, it's like they know what she gonna do. They telegraph all her little stunts before she even do them. They have her telegraph mapped out, and they be waiting on her.
Yeah, it was an attack. That's why I say I feel like they're sick of Candy in Kenya. Even the She by She News, honey, he was there for that. I'm
Well,
gonna
it
keep
was
it.
funny. It
It
was
was
But
definitely
funny.
that's what
funny.
happens on a real job, y'all. Like for real. Like when we are at work, like people that work like a regular job, when they are tired of you, like they'll let you do certain things, come to work late, be late for a meeting, forget a project. But it comes a time when it's like, all right, man, you got us effed up. We really
Now they
tired of you.
just
So
calling you on
everything
everything.
you do, they stick it to you. When they are ready to let you go, they stick it to you. That is Kenya's job. She ain't showed up for a while. And she's been
That's
getting
true.
paid. She's been getting paid. to like, girl, go ahead somewhere. We could get somebody else that's still hungry to do it, that's still willing to show and open up certain parts and aspects of their lives, that's willing to be honest and put it out on the table. You want your life to be pictured as it's like picture perfect and nothing's going on, nothing is your fault. Kenya, that's not reality. You are on a reality show, and sweetheart, you are delusional as they come. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh,
So
you
every
preaching, girl. Yes, I got a big smile on my face.
so every chance, and Andy, and it was nobody else better. And I'm gonna tell you why Andy did it. Because
Okay.
Kenya could not deny it, and she bet not fuss with that white man. I'm sorry, yeah, I said it. She bet not go
Yeah,
toe to
that's
toe with that
real.
white man.
Because he's the
That's
one
real.
who signing checks. So
Yeah,
he better than anybody would know the length of her Delulu. He
yeah,
knows he's the one. He's the first and second chair in the meetings, saying, "Hey, you can't take this day off. You have to show up for this filming." And then she's like, "Well, I can't show up. I have Brooklyn. I need to go this for Brooklyn and do that for Brooklyn. I need this for Kenya Moore hair care and do that and do this." And meanwhile, your salon still ain't open. And oh wait, no, even though we filmed for your soft launch, and now you hollering to every blog that'll listen, talking about we didn't talking about how production didn't show your soft launch. Now why this B ain't open?
can
And
I add this
remember the
caveat?
fact that Courtney said how she talked to production too, y'all.
Yeah, she did say she be rough with them people.
I'm gonna add this caveat. They treated Nene horribly,
They
right?
did.
Talked about it like a dove. When that last reunion that they recorded, and Nene was there when Nene walked off the show, and they pointing out all the things that she did. She was aggressive. Nene has always talked in a
The
very
same way.
assertive tone. Assertive tone. I'm not going to say aggressive because I'm sick of them calling black women aggressive.
Hello.
But
Say
she's
it again.
always been assertive. She's always been passionate. She's always showed up, right? But she was going through something. She was going through, and I'm not excusing it, but they tore her down. And now here go the front runners that are there now. It's your turn. Now
Yes.
y'all get to
And
see
that's
how
real.
Nene felt. Now
Wanting
y'all get to see what she had to fight for. Now y'all get to see the unfair treatment that she was talking about, and y'all told that lady that she was a lie. Now it's your turn. Eat that shit.
With hot sauce.
Facts,
But
facts.
here go the other part, Helga. This the other part, Helga. This the thing. Not only was Lanithia going through watching her husband die slowly, because colon cancer is
Mhm.
vicious. We've lost two people in around my immediate family to that. Like, that's a hard thing to watch somebody you love go through. Okay, that's difficult to watch. But not only that, then factor in the fact that she's going through that, and they were still so focused on trying to force her to portray a character rather than allowing her to just film her reality. They didn't want her
Yeah.
reality. They wanted
No.
her to be a caricature. They wanted her
Yeah.
to be neck twirling, lip smacking,
and
to play this character, a caricature is what they
Yeah.
wanted. And when they couldn't paint her into that villain role of the neck twirling, finger popping, sassy negress, then we're gonna force it. We're gonna force these scenes. We're gonna force arguments,
Yeah.
and then we'll just edit it to make it look like you did what you didn't do, and got mad because the lady would just walk out. I'm not gonna let you do it to me. If I'm not there, you can't cut and paste nothing.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the scene. I'm walking
Yeah.
out. And they sitting there, you can't leave. Watch me leave.
you're not driving this car. You ain't put no gas in this beat. See,
And now everybody else is getting a taste of what she went through. And not on top of that, her son was more than likely probably going through addiction during that time. He kept having children. It was a lot that lady was going through. They did not humanize
They
her
didn't care.
at all.
But
They
now
did not care.
dig. But dig this now. Dig this. On top of all of that, the same people who are catching hell now, the position that they're in my opinion, is far more tenuous because production don't have to cut and paste they dirt. All they got to do is play footage of what you actually said. They had to cut and paste and create a narrative with Lanithia. When it comes to Kenya and Candy, all they got to do is roll that beautiful bean footage.
Exactly. They had to
They don't
like
have to make it up
sew
on
it
them.
together.
Yep, they don't have to cut and paste.
So was that true, T, about Candy's restaurant being closed?
I don't know nothing about her restaurant being closed. I know she got in trouble with the health inspector, like Holy Moly Donut Shop, but I don't know nothing about
Oh,
them
okay.
closing.
No, lately her restaurants haven't been closed at all. Kenya's salon is currently closed. She had that quote unquote soft launch when it was supposed to be open, and then she closed it right after her doors were open. And her excuse is that she's adding something to the top floor.
Yeah, she said
To
she
finish
adding the
that
law.
construction.
I
But
don't
Yeah.
mind
think
you,
any of those ladies got a right to talk. I mean,
But
all of them
she
don't.
talked so
Nothing.
bad about Sheree in the unfinished basement.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Oh my! I was about to say she talked about Sheree like a dog going up and down that lady's steps, looking at all the stuff that's not done. Girl, you gonna close the doors as soon as your doors was open. You girl, Kenya Moore head care, please,
With the water in the bottle.
but not
girl.
not only that, like when
Never
you
did
really
that.
look when you look at the situation, people, like I said, people like to pick with Sheree because Sheree is easy to pick with. She's hilarious. She's a mess. But in reality, Sheree is far more fabulous than the likes of a Kenya Moore. At least when Sheree gives you an event, you get an event. At least when
That
when
baby
she opened
shower.
her house up for a housewarming, the house was fabulous. She
Yeah,
did the little sip and see for her grandbaby. It was so over the top that everybody was like, "Child, this wasn't for no baby. This was for you."
And
yeah.
Sheree gives you fabulosity. Kenya
She
gives
sure
you.
did.
Kenya gives you.
crab cake.
Kenya gives you ordering Uber Eats in the lobby of a hotel.
If she feeds you, remember she
No,
take
she
them
ain't
some
gonna
Fighting
feed you.
over crab
Hold
cake.
on,
I'll
did you not
never
hear
give her.
Helga? You ain't catch what I said. She not gonna feed you. You're gonna order Uber Eats in the hotel lobby.
Outside.
That's what you're gonna do.
On the outside.
That's what
You
they do.
better eat before you get here. I
Gotta bring
really
your
don't
own
even want
food.
y'all here. I don't even want y'all in my
And then
house.
talking about she bought them people groceries when she ate that crab cake. She bought some chips and some snacks in there, and then ordered her some hot food. Didn't order nobody else nothing else hot. They gotta eat a sandwich and some chips. That girl
Well,
there.
talk about
That was the
somebody
first time
else.
Candy almost fought her. You know you don't
Well,
play with Candy
Nene
about her
tried
No,
to
food.
tell
Kenya don't play
y'all
about
white
no food.
refrigerator, white refrigerator.
First of all, y'all,
Mm-mm.
you know good and well, Candy Birds do not play back groceries. So I don't know how she thought her and Candy was gonna be okay, and she playing with the food.
She was. Candy was like, she was one eye open, one eye closed. She was pointing with her finger. She was like, "You got me out here. You ain't got no snacks, and you had the nerve to order a
Order
crab
yourself a
cake,
crab cake.
one crab cake." Oh my god.
The girl
Yeah.
can.
But I'm gonna tell y'all what I would be really happy to see. I would really be happy to see Sheree walk into her purpose, which is her interior design. She's amazing at that. Sometimes we want things that we think that we are good at because we dress or we look good at doing it. But Sheree, that's not where you should be. Your focus should be interior decoration. You'll make
Well,
a
like
lot
I
of
said,
money.
when you put it in the chat, I agree with you. But like I said, a lot of people make that mistake. It's not just her. A lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
because you can dress yourself and you know what you like, it doesn't mean that you understand anything about fashion.
Or business. She ain't
I mean,
doing
Well,
but
that
the
at
no.
thing
all.
is, but can we be honest? Most designers, we're not business people. We're artists. Most
Right.
artists are not business people. Guess what we do? We pay business people to run our business.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
I've
I
been,
see,
don't
I
think
have been,
Sheree
I
has
have
got that
been,
down, paying the
I
right
have
business
been
people.
designing and have been a seamstress for near about 30 years. I
mhm.
am crap at business. I ain't no freaking accountant. I'm none of those things. But I know how to pay somebody to do that stuff for me. You
See,
don't
that's the
expect an
problem.
artist.
He
You
ain't
don't expect
paying.
an artist to be an accountant or a business major or a marketing major. You
Right.
just go get somebody. But my issue with Sheree is you're not an artist. You're not a creative. You don't understand fashion. It's not like you can design, but you can't sew. You can't do any of it.
I
That's a
feel like
fact. That's
her
a
story is
fact.
she first met trauma. I don't know if y'all heard, I'm not gonna go into her story, but I had heard a little bit about her story. Um, and it was sad. So a lot of times, a lot of times we can't reach our purpose because we so stuck at where we were traumatized at. And I feel like that happens with Sheree a lot. Which is why she has a lot of delayed reaction. Or when she comes for you, she comes really hard at the wrong time. And why she kind of can't really get anything off because of some things that's stuck. She need to work through some other things. It ain't all about glitz and glam. I don't even
Well,
really feel like I know the real her either.
well, I feel like, everybody got trauma. And that's not me being
Yeah.
dismissive, but that's just me being real. I know that's the new thing with this generation. Oh, because of the trauma. Child, we all had trauma. Every one of us got some trauma. I don't know nobody alive that ain't got some trauma.
Yeah.
Sheree does not execute well because Sheree has this in common with Kenya Moore. They have delusions of grandeur, but they do not sit down and really count up the cost of what it really takes to execute things.
I
They just
agree.
want to be grand, and they don't understand that a lot of that grandness that they would like to have and that they want to portray, it takes a lot of sweat and grit and stuff that ain't glamorous at all.
I agree.
A lot, and that's not just me knocking on them. It's a lot of people like that. Everybody wants the glory, but they don't want to dig in the dirt to get there, and that's the problem.
I don't feel she really passionate about fashion. For it to take all
She
those
don't know
years,
nothing about it.
it,
Oh, we got
it,
somebody new.
I
Hold
think
on,
it was
y'all.
trendy,
Hold
and
on,
she
hold on,
wanted
L'Oreal.
to.
L'Oreal, hold on, sis. Damon Bryan, hello. Are you there? Where did Helga go? I guess Helga will be back. Damon, going once. Damon going twice. Hello? I can't hear him. Can y'all hear him?
No, ma'am.
Nah, I can't hear.
Damon, you might have to drop and come back, baby. We can't hear you. Well, if you got headphones in, take them out or put them in or something. But go ahead, L'Oreal. What was you saying, dear?
She wasn't passionate. I feel like that fashion was trendy. You know, people was getting boutiques and everybody. It's just the same as you see a lot of people jumped up and start selling her every which way, and they now today they ain't selling. They ain't doing something else. Some of them still going. Like it's just something to jump into for her. And I feel like she's so stubborn at trying to prove to other people that it was gonna become. I really don't still feel like she's passionate about it. She wasn't known for her
It's
dressing.
hard for people. First off, she doesn't know anything about it. Like you can't. And I've had this conversation with people before. You can't tell me you passionate about something that you don't care enough about to study and understand and know anything about.
Right.
Sheree, I have yet to hear Sheree have one intelligent conversation about anything concerning fashion. It's not in her.
It's not
And
in her.
I'm not mad at her for it because, like I said, a lot of people do it. Oh, okay, Helga got a call. Okay. But a lot of people, one of my dear friends, the one who passed last year in June, she pulled that 1 year. And I've been sewing and designing all these years. And Brina said, I think I want to design clothes. I must have laughed at her so hard I dropped the phone. And she said, I'm mad at you. Why you laughing at me? I say, Bree, when have you ever put a button on anything?
Yeah.
And she had to stop and she laughed at herself because we had that kind of relationship. But a lot of women, you sometimes you just might think like, I think I want to do that without realizing what goes into it. And I think Sheree likes to look good. She looks really nice in her clothes. She know how to dress herself. And I think she probably did really want to do it for a brief minute until she saw everything that goes into it. And
Mm-hmm.
then after she got humiliated and everybody laughed at her about she by Sheree for all them years, I think it was like, okay, this is my chance to vindicate myself because I've been the butt of everybody's joke. Because
Right.
y'all know how many years was it we said spring, summer, fall?
14 years or something. Seemed like.
That's right. So we've been laughing and picking and poking fun at this lady. Me too, because I was laughing at her. Of course, she wanted the opportunity to try to vindicate herself.
Right.
I think that's all this really was. That's why she wanted Dwight there, because it was so famous that Dwight said, who had this fashion show with no fashions? How dreadful.
Right. That's all it was.
Yeah,
Vindication.
she just wanted to vindicate
Yeah, like,
herself. Now, Damon, say something, baby. Let me see if we can hear you. Damon.
Oh,
oh,
okay.
man.
Damon dropped again. I don't know what happened.
Well, let us pray on the connection. But at this
Yeah.
point, like sis had the fashion show, it had fashions, like clap it up. And now, like, we can go to the website, we can purchase some things, but like the biggest and maybe the only point that Candy made all night was the fact that half the things we saw on the runway and the things that people actually liked can't be purchased in on the website that is now up and finally functioning. And that's the
Well,
only step. So at this point, like, sis now needs to pivot and like she should just turn her website into what tags is, like, fast fashion.
well, I mean, it sounds like that's exactly what it is already.
It's
What
like,
I
yeah.
will
But now
say,
just tell the truth about it.
yeah. Well, she is telling the truth that she did go with drop ship. She did eventually say that that wasn't what she initially wanted to do, but that is indeed what she ended up doing. I got what Candy was saying, but I also feel as though Candy, that was a reach. That was a big reach. The girl already told y'all she dropped shipping. So what was the point of mentioning that the stuff wasn't in on the website? Especially when that stuff was never supposed to be on the website. That was some stuff she put together at the last minute so she could actually pull off that fashion show so she wouldn't be humiliated a second time. That
True.
stuff was never gonna be on no website. You could look at those clothes and how poorly they were constructed to know that they were never going to be on the website.
Right.
Or we could, because why would people
But
want
I don't
poison
understand why Candy was trying to. It's a reach because that's your recommendation to her anyway, right? That's the
Yeah,
advice you kept trying to tell her in the beginning. So now you gonna
yeah.
bash her for taking the advice? Which one you
And
want?
you doing the exact same thing. Now I'm gonna tell you
Right.
what I did, but I feel like Candy kind of just had to go somewhere because Sheree came in there with the express purpose of coming for Candy. She went after Candy today. She
She
did.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, baby,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
you
Welcome.
did.
Hey, woo.
Back time. We're so happy to hear your voice. Tell me what you think about
I am
everything. We
late.
just running our mouth.
I am so late. I just watched it because I just got back home and I was underwhelmed. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh no,
yes.
you fine.
I was so underwhelmed. Honestly, no matter how corny Sheree may be, like she showed up. I'm not gonna lie. Like she tried.
She did.
She tried. She brought her receipts. Candy was kind of shocked.
She
Um,
was.
I feel like she gathered Candy. I don't care. Like she gathered her, but I feel
She
like
did.
Candy has a way of deflecting. Like she just has this way of like twisting and turning things. And I feel like she
Mhm.
always tries to like manipulate her fans and her words or whatever. But Sheree
She
did her
do.
job. I think that Marlo was strategically more like on the quiet side tonight. I feel like she trying to
Mhm.
kind of lay back, and I think it's a better look on her, honestly, because I feel like Kenya feeds off of her energy when she's like desperate and feeling like she like wants that attention from Kenya. And I feel like Sonya was just there, pregnant, what it is,
Ah,
just present, breathing the air. And
Stop it.
what was I going to say? Courtney. I wanted more from Courtney tonight. I feel like she has so much to say because I mean, listen, in spite of how people feel about her mentioning, which I feel like I ain't gonna lie, to me, I'm not a mother, but I feel like I don't see that she was coming for the son. I feel like
she
that was a
wasn't.
bit of
She
I feel
wasn't.
like that
And
was a reach.
I am a mama, and I'm telling you, she was not coming from the son. She was talking about the fact of the mentioning an adoption is not talking about a child. It's
Right.
just not.
And I feel like they all make sense of things, and I feel like they know she didn't mean it that way. Let me tell you something. Every last one of them probably felt the same way, and we all been
Hello.
saying the same thing. We know Drew. Drew know what she was doing when she was asking him to adopt. She know what's going on. She plays dumb, and she tried to use that. I was like, Drew, please, like you are reaching. You know you're reaching. You don't have nothing else to say. But
Mhm.
I feel like Courtney should have came she should have came a little harder. Like if you got some things that husband's saying, like this is your chance to unleash and earn your peach. Like you don't need to hold back nothing. And I feel
Well,
like
I don't think. Okay, now Damon, let me ask you this: do you think it was enough time for her to really get into it? Because by the time her and Drew really got into it, it was at the end.
well, see, we don't know what part two may bring, but it may not
Yeah.
have been enough time because I feel like when you're in the moment, sometimes you get caught up in what you want to say and don't want to say. But I feel like
Mhm.
Drew had the intentions to pull the sun card to kind of draw sympathy from the audience and like
The dog whistle.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
she kind of just rode on that wave of okay, let me just go for the sun thing, so people can feel like I gathered her. And people are like, Drew gathered her. I'm like, y'all don't know what gathered
I
means.
saw people with that lie too. I'm like, Drew ain't do nothing but get punked. Because
That's how
Courtney
she
here
did.
again with, and if I don't, then what? What you gonna do?
And what? You know, so I think Courtney deserves a second season. I feel like I think she needs to kind of build more relationships with the ladies. I mean, shoot, by the sound of it, half of them probably gonna be gone anyway next season.
Ooh.
But I think that she deserves to like showcase her life a little more. I feel like she's outspoken or she's not scared to speak up. I think that what's her name? Who was first chair? Drew. Okay, Drew. I don't know. I just feel something's just so inauthentic about Drew to me.
She
like
fake as hell, baby. She fake
I
as
mean,
hell.
like, I just wanted her to be genuine for once in her life today. And I just feel like I didn't. And then I feel like, did she read anybody? Like, I mean, she was just talking. Like, she don't even have no skills when it come to gathering or reading nobody. She just be there. Like, I don't know what the fans are
what
thinking.
did you think of her sitting up there saying them was candy coated lies, and then her comment like, oh, people be scared of Candy because of her big following?
Well, I kind of felt like that was really contradictory to like how she has represented herself as like Candy's ally this season, because I feel like she kind of attached herself to Candy to be like Candy's like weapon, or like, you know how she bullied Marlo at the Gucci brunch. I feel like for her to turn around and say people scared of Candy, I mean, you basically were like Candy's puppet, and you know, letting Candy use you as a dog to go unleash,
to run after
Marlo. So I mean, I just didn't get that, but I feel like she ain't had nothing else to say, and she was looking to the other girls in the other chair to agree with her, and I'm like, girl, they don't mess with you.
And
like
they
that.
left her hanging.
They left her hanging by a thread, and she looked very stupid.
And did you catch Candy when Candy really didn't have no comebacks for Sheree, talking about you need to get your money up? Like, girl, stop.
That's all she
We
can talk
tired
about.
of hearing you talk about
money and businesses. The money is the root of all evil. That's all I'm gonna say. It's too much spirits going around in that house anyway. But honestly,
you having all them people hunching in your house.
Oh,
listen, she already told us that her and Todd be bringing women in the bed because she feel like it helps her marriage. So I don't know. Clearly, she ain't doing something. I'm gonna be honest, sorry, but Candy doesn't have any sex appeal to me. I feel like you got a whole sex toy line, and there's nothing like sexy about you. Like, you look boring. I mean, I feel like Todd is not satisfied at home. I feel like Sheree has so much to say, but I guess she tried to keep it cute. But shoot, you come from my restaurant. I mean, I feel like the gloves are off anyway. So I thought Candy was going to go a little harder, but I guess she ain't had nothing to say.
Candy wasn't ready. Sheree came there with, I feel like Sheree came there to do that to her. That's why she had the Sheen news already printed. But I feel like, okay, I had to think back to that conversation that Sheree and Candy had during the season. And Sheree said something, and it came to me while we was up here talking tonight. Sheree actually said to her, and that might have been foreshadowing for what we got tonight, like, all this stuff went on with your restaurant, and I never went online and talked about that in front of no audience because, you know, it draw attention to this, that, and the third. But then you online talking about my clothing line, like, she said, I would have never done that to you. And I think that's why she was like, oh, so you're going to try to highlight every little mistake I made with my business to try to, like, put salt on me. So now let me print up Sheen News, and we're going to have 6 pages full of bad reviews and nasty highlights about the restaurant and them dirty greasy clothes.
Sheree ate. I'm not gonna lie, because
she did.
Candy was on hush mode and she didn't have nothing to say. I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel like Candy really care about them businesses like that. Like, I feel like, listen, they don't even want to buy a generator. You know, the power went out on Candy and the gang, and they were asked about buying a generator. They're so cheap, they don't even want to invest in that. They're paying those people $7 an hour around there. No benefits, overworking them. Let me tell you something. She ain't say whether or not she lost that case to Johnny. She lost that case, and they're not able to, you know, they didn't reveal how much was settled, but Johnny won that, first of all. And I do believe wholeheartedly that Johnny did give the idea. I don't think
I believe that too. I've always believed that.
How you gonna make up a concept about my aunts That's first of all, she's trying to play that,
That's
like her
dumb.
psychology mess. No, it makes sense for him to say, what about a restaurant with the old lady gang? But she's trying to say, how
Because
you
who the hell
gonna
is gonna lie and say they made up something like that?
right? And she keep playing it like, well, he can't do that. It's impossible because that's my family. No, it's not. Y'all weren't that creative. And then I just keep thinking back of season
Right.
8 when they were in the car talking about the idea. Todd made it seem like he created the idea and he came up with it. No, Johnny came up with that. And I believe
And
Johnny.
then she ran with it.
Yeah, they ran with it. But I mean, what is the big deal, right? I mean, I just feel like unless he was asking for cut the money, which he probably was, and Candy don't like to kick out.
I mean,
the
if
money.
you come up with something, you are supposed to be compensated for your intellectual property. So if somebody uses your idea and they make money, my thing is, if you miss money bags, you money, you the money team like Mayweather, why not pay this man with your arm and move on? Why make him go to court to get his money?
But then I look at Johnny a little sideways. I mean, I know he probably was like being a little bit of vindictive only because he waited a whole 2 years and then he purposely waited until Candy fired him on that episode. Then he came back to say that. I feel like it was like, okay, now I'm gonna get her, which I mean, at the end of the day, he still had a case and it was still within, the statute of limitations. So I don't blame him. I mean, I believed him. I'm gonna be honest. And I feel like, stop throwing so much dirt on Phaedra. I feel like at the end of the day, shoot, we don't talk enough about how Apollo's girlfriend came to the restaurant and Candy acting like she didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like she's done things.
And what about it? And not only that, nephew, what about the fact that she was letting Apollo stole his stuff over at her house? What about the fact that she was participating in that Mr. Chocolate stuff? You know what I'm saying? She wasn't being no good friend to that girl. Not to mention the fact, let's dig a little bit deeper. Phaedra never said she lied. She just apologized to Portia for putting her in it. I in my heart of hearts, I believe Phaedra heard that was said and she repeated it. Right. I don't believe no lie was told.
I just feel like Phaedra could have went about it better. Because I feel like after she left,
what did she even do but tell Portia what she heard? So are we really gonna sit here and pretend like women don't gossip every day and like, girl, I heard? Because we do that all day. I do it all day. Girl,
I just feel like how intelligent.
So what's so bad about that? Please tell me.
I mean, I just feel like she didn't think that through, right? Because I feel like it had to be something in you like, okay, one day this is gonna have to like come back to me and I'm gonna have to say I said this. Because Candy is never going to just say, okay, yeah, I said that. No, she's gonna be like, who said that? And then it just I mean,
but this is the thing. Good as old as I am, I have never seen anybody effectively stop black women from gossiping. That's what we do. If we hear it, we gonna repeat it to somebody. I don't care if we don't tell nobody else. We telling somebody. Girl, you got to hear this.
And then let's talk about Kenya. I mean, I'm just like, it's time for her to go. I'm sorry, like she just looks so bitter to me now. Like her face during the whole reunion was just so like just stuck. Like I don't know. And then the way she just hates Marlo, like I mean, get over it. Like she just couldn't wait to bring up the text messages with Mark and the subpoena that was blank. It was nothing on there.
Girl, like, nephew, that was embarrassing. Now Anna say Portia the dumb one to say it on camera, but how about this, Anna? Production was bad because they could have cut it. We never had to see that. They cut everything else they want to cut. So why would production leave it in? Why? How come don't nobody ask that question?
Because they wanted to make it out of a story.
But that's my whole point, right? So if production wanted to make it into a story, why are you pretending like Phaedra killed you? Production left it in there because they wanted it in there.
That's the same thing you didn't
go crying to production and say this is damaging to my brand, so y'all better not air it. But then you gonna sit up there and cry like a billy goat, like Portia and Phaedra led you up to the hill to be the sacrificial lamb.
So you know how we're talking about how production is trying to end Candy and more so Kenya. Were they trying to do the same thing all them seasons back to Phaedra by letting that whole storyline play out?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I know they full of crap. And I never bought into that old Phaedra did so much to her. Phaedra ain't did nothing to you. I feel like she mad at Phaedra because she know that Phaedra know it was some truth to that. And she probably felt some type of way like you supposed to be my friend and you repeating what you heard while we were friends. It's not giving you mad because she repeated some gossip. It's not giving that.
Let me tell you something. We don't know
Mad 'cause
who they
it's
done.
true.
We don't know who they done let in that bedroom. They signed the NDA, and we will never know.
And not only that, we don't know what was said in jest, joking, and passing. We do not know because we were not a part of that friendship. What we do know, however, is Candy was running around like the big bad wolf, like she could actually whoop Portia. Portia would have killed that girl. That's number one. But she was running around like the big bad wolf. She had so much to say until she found out that Portia got it from Phaedra. And then magically this heifer got quiet. She got quiet because she know Phaedra know all her dirt. She don't want to go toe to toe with Phaedra. She don't want to piss Phaedra off because Phaedra gonna be the one to tell every goddamn thing.
Yep, that's a fact. She got real quiet. I feel like that's why she got quiet with Sheree tonight.
Yeah.
She was shocked, but she know not to play with Sheree. All that hollering and I would do that. She don't do all that with Sheree. That's the only person I've seen her really just sit down and have a full conversation. Like they sit down at that park.
That's true, because other people she try to get pretend mad and start growling like a pit bull and then bleating like a goat.
She don't do Sheree like that. She know who to play with.
I saw on Twitter, I guess like in lieu of the airing of this episode, Drew said she wants to have a sit down with Candy and talk about it. I'm like, for what? Like, why?
Child, did y'all see Andy Cohen clown her talking about, I just want to make sure we okay? And Andy say, y'all not okay. You done flipped her over the Ralph side.
See,
Y'all
Drew
clearly not okay.
Drew think everybody is delusional and play along with her. Like Candy was serious. She was not being like fake like her.
And she's so dumb because she don't realize Candy hold all kind of grudges.
She sure does. And let me tell you something. Candy ain't over how Sheree came for her. You better believe if them both come back next season, Candy gonna come for her. And guess what? That's why she brought Courtney on the speak on it and thought Courtney was gonna say things about Sheree.
But now let me make you really laugh. Nah, she brought Courtney on that speak on it to get Drew. She mad about Drew calling her a lie. But let me tell you what's real funny. What's real funny is that Sheree ain't gonna care about Candy trying to come for her. And what's even funnier is that Candy was already coming for her. That's why Sheree got her. Because Candy ain't had no business sitting up talking bad about that lady. So what if she didn't take your help? So what if she wanted to do it her own way? It's her business. Just because you have businesses or whatever, that don't mean that you the business god. Everybody must listen to you if they want a business. They don't work like that. The lady did it her own way. Candy felt some type of way about it, and she was already coming after Sheree and saying all kind of stuff. Because by the time she get Don Juan talking trash and Jamie and them talking trash about you is because they're saying what Candy wants plausible deniability. So she could say, well, I didn't say it. Don Juan said it. She was already coming for that lady. That's why
Candy
Sheree
got so used to them other girls not coming for her too. But Sheree came out the gate talking about, I guess I'm clickbait. She wasn't playing with her from the beginning, but Candy started it, like you said.
Candy always starting stuff, but Nene tried to tell y'all that Candy throw stones and hide her hands. Nene told y'all about her, but nobody ain't want to listen.
And I don't think she's so mad at Drew about the lies. Yeah, she was mad about her calling her a lie, but it got worse when that heifer brung in that movie.
Now let's be real. I don't think they have any dirt on Sheree. Like I feel like they have those like same recycled like low hanging fruit.
Because that's all there is. There's nothing else. Sheree ain't got nothing going on.
But guess what? I'm gonna tell you something. I believe that every girl who been on season 6 and like in the core 6, they know something about Candy. I bet you. I bet you they know something deep about her, and I bet you Phaedra done told some things too.
Well, I mean, now that her and Phaedra don't get along, now that her and Phaedra don't get along, for a fact Phaedra done said some stuff. But the reality is, she didn't want to go. She didn't want to get into it with Phaedra because Phaedra know where all the bodies is buried. And I stand by that. She didn't want nothing because her and Phaedra was friends, not friends on camera. Them things there was Ace Boon Coon. So that means Phaedra know the stuff that the other folks don't know. Not just around the town gossip. Phaedra know what them other people don't know. And that's why I looked at Candy real crazy for helping Apollo. If that's your friend, if you're my friend, your man can't come leave nothing in my house. If y'all fell out, oh well, sir, I ain't got no beef with you. But if my friend don't do you, I don't do you.
Exactly. Now, I don't even care if my man is friends with you. Like, Todd, no, your boy can't keep his bikes here. You can help him get a storage unit. But
yeah, it go with your money because you can't even use my money, so my friend can feel like I helped him at all. You got to help him with your money. And not only that, how did Apollo have so much authority to put your stuff in Candy house? That's Candy house.
Exactly.
That ain't none of his house.
Like, not at my Mamie's house, not at my back door house, not at
not even in the dog house. That was low down and dirty.
And like you were saying, like Candy and Phaedra, they were real friends, not like this fake friendship with
Kenya. Yeah,
like that's an alliance. Like
that's a convenience.
Like this just a means to an end. Like they gonna stop talking if one or both of them get off the show. Like
look how they threw Cynthia to the side. She even went out as far as to say the season is fine without Cynthia. Like you are not a good friend for doing that. You know, like that's y'all talk about, oh, people trying to take food out people's mouth. Well, you did that to Cynthia.
Exactly. Considering the fact that she knows Cynthia is always trying to maneuver her way back to get that check back. And like I always say, I always feel a certain type of way. Hey, Cheryl, when people say things like, oh, so-and-so need that check, Negro, so do you. Every one of us work because we need them checks. Ain't nobody around here, unless your name is Oprah Winfrey or Dangote, you need your checks, okay? You know that girl want that check back. You know she need that check. You know Cheekbones ain't modeling no more. She too, you know, her time is past for that.
Yeah,
so
and I think that's why
need them checks. Why would you? And I'm with you, Damon. I'm agreeing with you. Why would she sit up there and say something like that?
I think that's why she kind of like maybe vouch for her to at least show up for some scenes this season. Like, okay, I tried to diss her. Let me get her on here a little bit. But and also just something I just thought about. Monietta went on House of Aaron and basically was saying like Candy made some calls and got her on the show. When I heard that, I said, oh, so Candy can make calls and get people on the show. So
well,
how
you
can
know
you
that
think
because
she's not
she the
making
one brought
calls?
Toyota Forever on there.
So how she ain't making calls to try to get people off the show?
Well, but exactly. But when it come down to it, when Nene pointed out what they did, oh no, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. People just one thing about it, people will tell 10 lies before they tell the truth once, and they're silly enough to think that we can't catch the holes in their story.
I'm still gagging about the fact that Candy really be selling Shein and AliExpress. Like I am
$9.99 marked up to $75 from $10 to $75. She need her behind toe up.
I mean, at that point, she was done. Like she got red fulfilled with that one. I mean, come on, that's so hypocritical.
But
that wasn't even a read though. That was just like, I'm gonna expose what you paying and your markup. We talking about what a 700% markup. Have mercy.
That's true. Also,
put this on the internet.
Hold on, real quick. And it's from the exact same place that you tried to put on Sheree Shein. You actually got Shein and AliExpress in there, and you trying to call her She by Shein.
She know what time it was. Baby, that's why she didn't have nothing to say about that.
Jesus.
Nothing.
Oh, God. Anthony must have been helping Sheree this year with them receipts. I ain't lying.
I ain't lying. And to say, I'm going to keep this.
That better be at BravoCon. Nobody don't take it.
Right.
Okay, but then when Kenya was saying that Marlo had called. She saw Marlo's number. For some reason, I kind of believe that. But if depending on how long ago that was, I was kind of thinking about that little event that they had in
That was exactly what was in my brain.
when Kenya did not have seats for the boys at the event. I was thinking the only
There's
reason I would see
special
her
place to
calling
help.
Mark was if she called Mark to kind of say like, "Hey, I was disappointed there was no seats," to kind of talk to him about his wife. But I mean, other than that, I don't think she called him about anything like malicious.
Or no, there was like a part. I remember at the end of that episode.
Didn't he say, "Yeah, I can help you with the boys"?
Exactly. He offered his help for the boys. He said, "Reach out if you need anything. I have programs for the boys." Like different like mentor. He was offering her mentorship opportunities.
Yeah, I remember that song.
So I think that's how they got in contact. Like he got in contact with her on some offering you mentoring for your boys.
Kenya is just
not and you know what? Isn't it just like Miss Kenya Pores to try to take something that's completely innocent and spin it into something?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She loves to do that.
With that blank subpoena.
That's awful.
That probably do not exist. That's all that was.
Poor thing, Lord have mercy.
And then now I'm waiting for Mark to enter the chat and be like, to actually tell us what they were kiki cackling about.
I feel like they will.
Mark is never gonna do that. Kenya's up here lying about the world's longest divorce, and he trying to take my money. He trying to take my house. Mark ain't open his mouth to say nothing. Him and his nose ring is in New York living their best life. He don't care what she talking about.
He's like, so why would I help you about this?
I know one thing for certain. I won't know what that conversation gonna be like in court about them eggs.
Well, the thing is, she claims that they had already did their paperwork because apparently she paid for his sperm. That she owns the embryos.
Yeah,
technically. So if she owns the embryos, she owns them. My only question about that was, once that embryo becomes a child, does he have a right to then try to fight her to establish paternity and give her a hard time? That's my only concern with that. Is that. Because this man has already been paid and he's still trying to hold out for more money and different stuff like that and rights to film with Brooklyn. Who's to say he ain't gonna try to get rights to film with the next baby 2, baby 3, baby 4? You know what I'm saying?
Didn't she say he hasn't seen Brooklyn in years?
She said she claimed that he saw that baby 2 times in 2 years, but again, this is uncorroborated and we know Kenya lies, so we don't know whether that's true or not. If it's true, okay, fine. Well and good. She claimed he's seen the baby 2 times in 2 years. If that is true, why would this same person be fighting you for the right to film with her on a TV show? It just doesn't add up. And like I said, when stories don't add up, it's usually because somebody's telling a lie.
I'm gonna be honest. I honestly feel like she gave that man a hard time to probably see his baby sometimes. I'm gonna be honest with you, because she seems like the kind to like do that so she can say in court that he has not seen the baby.
Well, she sat there and said that she would be willing to go back with him. She want to actually go with that man.
Yeah, she loves him. She really wants him. She loves him. She really wanted that to be like this, magical love story. And he just didn't. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I kind of feel like the show really did destroy like the authenticity of what they could have had. I feel like he just couldn't go along with Kenya. And like, I remember there was one scene where she was like, "We're happy, right? We're happy, right?" And he was like feeding the baby, and he literally was ignoring her.
But see, this is my thing with that. I think the show ain't destroyed what they had. That's what they had was an arrangement. The show can't destroy an arrangement. I don't think that was no relationship. That man acted like he had a genuine distaste for her from the giddy up. I don't think the show did nothing to them. That man just don't like her.
I think it's the arrangement too, because all the people that met him, remember Todd and Candy in that picture? They had all sat down and ate dinner at his restaurant. I guess like a double date thing. The look on Candy face when she was talking about more babies, she looked like you crazy. Are you serious? You know what I mean? And for
She's
somebody
full
who
of
has
it.
actually been around them to see if it was a real thing or not, or just to see some background of their relationship. So I'm like,
Um, one thing I was hoping they would ask my question that I sent on Twitter, but um, it looks to me like the
I'll
Brooklyn
be
met
glad to ask
Roy.
the real question.
Brooklyn met Roy before her granddad.
No, that ain't what happened. That's not what happened. They said that she hadn't been around her granddaddy that much. It wasn't like she hadn't that it wasn't like that was her first time meeting her pop. It was just he hadn't been around because Kenya said she had a rocky relationship with her daddy. God only knows what that means. I don't want to guess, but it wasn't her first time meeting the granddaddy. My issue with that Roy thing was that ain't even no serious real relationship. Why does this baby know this man?
Exactly.
According to you,
Why?
according to Kenya, this ain't your man. Y'all just dating. You dating other people. It's not exclusive. So are you bringing all these men around this baby? Like, is this child
said
safe? Do
that.
we need to
She
call
said
somebody?
that on the show. She
But
said
my
that on the
question
show
is,
that every man meets her child. Like she's not gonna be,
wait. Hold on, Hattie. You ain't gonna slide past that. You said Kenya said all the men meet her child.
Remember when the man came and bought food and he had
I
said,
don't
"Is that?"
remember that.
That's when she said that. She was
She
like,
said yep, she said all the men meet her child.
in a way, I don't think it was those words, but she said Brooklyn likes him or something like that. Basically,
I heard her say
she
Brooklyn
don't
like him,
wait.
but I had a problem with that. Like,
She don't wait. She don't wait for to see if Brooklyn likes them. She want to know from the beginning before she keeps continue on or something like that.
oh no,
Something
that's
like
not
that.
safe. That's
I got to
weird.
go back and watch
That
it,
is
but
weird.
it did kind of insinuate,
That's
you
weird
know.
and unsafe. I need to go rewatch that because I didn't hear her say that. And you know, I listen and take notes. I didn't hear her say nothing like that. I need to go back because maybe my ears quit working. Catherine, did you hear that?
Yeah, no, I thought she was waiting. Maybe I'm trying to insert good parenting onto Kenya because I normally think that most people with kids wait to introduce them. Like,
But what I'm saying is we
I
know
didn't hear.
she didn't because we saw her talking to this man with this baby there and him speaking to the baby, addressing the baby.
Yeah, so I
L'Oreal
think that
say
I feel like
L'Oreal
that wasn't
said,
Brooklyn first time.
hold on. L'Oreal say she thought she heard Kenya say that she let her meet all the men
all the
that she
slides.
on the up front. Did you hear that, Damon? Did you hear her say that?
No,
I don't recall.
no,
I
it
gotta
was
go
it
back
was
and watch it. I could
true.
be
I
getting it
just didn't
wrong,
I
hear
gotta
but
it.
go watch that whole episode. I ain't
I
heard
may
her
have
say
missed
that
it
now.
because I do be skipping the episode sometimes. So I
Okay.
right.
I got to go back. As soon as I get off from here tonight, I'm gonna go back because she bet
But
not to
when
say
he
that.
left out, she was like, "Somebody that was nice, and Brooklyn does like him." It was something like
I
that. I'm
heard
gonna
her
go back
say
and watch
Brooklyn like
myself.
him, but I ain't heard none of that other part.
I'm gonna go back and watch it.
I will say I would have liked to hear like a deeper conversation about the whole Kenya always using as a defense to her like lashing out on women when they have their men beside them. Her
Yeah,
always saying like I didn't have a man to protect me. I felt like I was alone. Like I would have liked to hear
I
that
had to
kind
match
of
the male energy because I didn't have a man there. That mm-mm.
I would have liked to hear that more because not only did she do that with Sheree and Martell, she did that to
With
Sonya and her
Sonya too.
husband. She
And that
did
do be
that to
whispering.
she does that to everybody who's married because that's just her excuse. So I wanted to hear more about like why do you feel like you always have to use that as an excuse? Like you don't never have a man with you half the time. So what's any different now?
Yeah. You got a very good point, and it makes you want to ask the question: why do you feel as though just because these women are sitting with men that you need to be defended from the men? These men aren't doing anything to you. Why do you feel triggered? Why do you feel like you're under attack just because a man is present who's not with you?
And that's why Carlos King asked her in the interview, do you ever feel like you or your marriage was like something for you to feel like you were protected or had a man by you. And she was like, well, no, it wasn't. No, I was like, yeah, that was it. Like you,
Yeah,
you know,
that man
I was
didn't
like,
protect her.
what's wrong about saying it and admitting that? You know what I'm saying? That you felt like you were on the show by yourself and having him there was a convenience. Like it's okay, because I don't know how she may feel sometimes. But I feel like that's unfair to the husbands and the boyfriends.
Yeah, like you automatically start turning into, a whole different person. Like she goes on the attack, turns into a Karen. I'm being attacked. You're being aggressive. You're, what were all the words she used towards Sonya's husband? I know she said aggressive, angry.
Aggressive, something about he raised his voice,
Yeah.
all kinds of things
Calling
that
them
was just
hollering women.
uncalled for. Something about he raised his voice.
AAE, hold on. AAE, you got it playing in the background, sis. You got to pause it on the other screen, on the other tab. Like pause the play, the one that's playing. You there?
Hi, Sunitra. I'm here.
Hey, darling, how are you?
Hey.
I'm good. Good evening. Good evening,
Good
everyone.
evening.
Oh, goodness gracious, Sunitra. I just came back from a concert and I'm so happy you have a live. How wonderful.
Oh, what concert you went to, girl?
Oh, and it was very 90s.
Oh, I love it. I like a good 90s concert.
It was very, very, very 90s. I know you remember that song, You Wanted More Than if she could only see the way I don't know if you remember that song from like 98.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I know you know the song. I know you do. It was very, very
Who
popular.
sang it?
This band named Tonic, and it was actually a Black woman doing karaoke. She also sang the song, and it became even more popular on social media. It's a great song.
Okay.
You could only this song. Like, I know you do. I know you do. It's for
yeah, because I love girl. Because I love music, all the music. So as soon as I hear it, I'm gonna know it.
I know you do. You have such an eclectic taste.
I know I'm strange, right?
Yeah.
So, girl, tell me what you think. Let it all out. I love to hear what you got to say. What you got?
I have been listening to you. I was driving back home, and I was listening to you. I couldn't call in, and now I'm back home, and just hearing you speak about Kenya and the situation with what you were just discussing right now about Kenya bringing men to Brooklyn. And
Yes.
I just wanted to hop on your live and say, yes, she has done that.
Oh, wow.
She has done that. Well, when Kenya was on Dancing with the Stars, she went on social media and she had a picture with herself, her Dancing with the Stars partner, and the baby, the child. And she was discussing family and loving and closeness. It was so weird, Sunitra. Like she was using language that was just not appropriate to say to a man, let alone bring your child into this. And this picture was on social media. This was during the time she was on Dancing with the Stars.
Ooh, the tea.
It was a family photo.
That's not a good look.
It's not a good look, and she does inappropriate things like this. And I mentioned to you a few days ago when Kenya is approaching Brooklyn, and she's telling Brooklyn that people were mean to her.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. That was weird.
So inappropriate, Sunitra. She does not understand boundaries.
No.
She's already treating this child like the dog.
Like a friend.
What was that dog she had?
Velvet.
Yeah.
Okay, Velvet. Or Trixie, Twirl, whatever.
Twirl.
Yeah.
This child like an accessory that she can just travel around. She does not. She's already speaking to this child like an adult. Like she's unloading her misery on this child now.
I agree.
Yeah, and
it's inappropriate. Imagine,
and the baby does have very emotionally adult language.
A preschooler, and your mother is telling you that people are being mean to her. Like you're a child, like especially just a Black little girl. You internalize these things. You sure
do.
She lacks emotional intelligence.
She told
Yeah, she
completely.
does.
And I feel that she even had this child out of selfishness.
Yes.
Not that she wanted
Mm.
to be a mother, because Sinitra, I remember when your daughter used to come here more frequently, and I was like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. And you're like, Sinitra, and you were like, of course she is. She's mine. She's my daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, something so sweet like that, Sinitra, where you just you pour love to your daughter, and there's no and no reality is there competition. Like, she's your daughter. You only want the best, the best, the best. You speak highly of her. And Sinitra, if I may be honest with you, as I've gotten older, one thing I know is, and I've noticed this: women who speak badly about their daughters, and this has happened to me a few times. My very first job was at the Olive Garden. I was 17 years old, and the woman who trained me, who was like a front lead manager, whatever, at the Olive Garden, we've all been there. The very first thing that she did, Sinitra, was she spoke very badly about her daughter. Very, very, very badly. Very badly. This woman, and remember, I'm 17 years old. This woman's 3 times my age. Her daughter worked there. She was like a year older than me. At no time was this girl ever rude, disrespectful, inappropriate. I only saw a very, very hardworking girl. And she was a redhead. Very, very hardworking. And it didn't hit me until recently that I've had this pattern throughout my life where the worst, scummiest, Sinitra, gutter snipe women, they all started with them approaching me, like trying to bond with me or be friendly with me, by them speaking badly about their daughters. And this has happened to me 3 times throughout my life. The second time was a woman, 13 years. This woman did nothing but scam me. And that's a whole different live. But Sinitra, these women, it's so obvious. Like, I listen to Kenya, you see how she treats other Black women. And she wants to talk about Portia's intelligence, and she's ditzy. Portia is she's simple and she likes to love. That's it. One thing, I know I'm very intelligent, Sinitra. I make a lot of money. I bought a home. I do a lot of great stuff. But one thing about Portia, she just wants to just be a happy girl. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with just want to be happy and look cute and just be...
You know what's wrong with it? Oh, Christine, thank you for the super chat, sis. What's wrong with it is vantage point, right? So if the point of view of the person doing the critique is someone who is chronically unhappy, that is what's wrong with it. She's unhappy. She's a very unhappy person. God only knows why. Like, I don't even venture to guess as to why she's so unhappy, but she's just a very unhappy person.
Ooh, Kenya?
Sinitra, let me share something with you. Sinitra, and with in all honesty, Kenya is the biggest grift in all of reality TV history.
Oh, yeah.
If we were to really think the beginning of reality TV, and I don't think everyone on your channel is going to remember, because I think everyone's quite young. Everyone's quite young. But Tammy Roman.
No, not over here, honey. This is the grown.
Yeah, you and I, we
kids. We old
ladies. We're ladies. And we remember the 90s. We know the 90s. And Tammy Roman was the very, very, very first reality TV star. And Tammy was beautiful in the real world.
I'm 23 and I know that.
Beautiful. And Tammy, she went through a lot, but she was authentic. Tammy was authentic. Yep. Regardless of whether you agree with her or not, Tammy is authentically Tammy Roman. And she's still as beautiful. I like skinny Tammy. I like svelte Black women. And I really like Tammy. And she's, to me, a very, very beautiful Black woman. Oh my God. And when you look back at her then, in her early 20s, she was so beautiful and so authentic. She was that very beginning, and she's the one who kicked off Real World. She kicked off Real World. Yes, she did.
Yeah, Real World. No, a lot of Black people were not checking for Real World until Tammy.
And no, and she was, remember, she was the very first one. So when Tammy started getting more, we started seeing more of Tammy and, her beauty and her attitude, all that great, she's so 90s. I just really like that about her. She's the one who built Real World, like that's MTV in the 90s. And then we had, of course, Tiffany Pollard, New York. Tiffany, New York is the reason why we have the writer's strike. Tiffany Pollard had the highest rated show on VH1, VH1's history, 15 million people. That's her show, not Flav. Her show.
Yeah, I know.
Her ladies, and when they, because think about it, I remember on that show there were a few, clear people. They really, really, really wanted to date her, be with her. But Tiffany, she really, really, really likes, strong Black men. That's what she likes. And she's still been able to be that girl. She's a star. Like she's still New York. She's Tiffany. Like she can, she's still Tiffany. And then of course Nene just, she's just being herself, authentic. It's just so disturbing.
Kenya wanted to be one of those girls, but she was never one of those girls.
She's not a housewife, Sinitra. That's the grift. She's never been a housewife. Every woman in all of Housewives, all of these shows, they have marriages, they have relationships. We know that they are authentic. There's nothing about Kenya that makes sense. Like nothing makes sense about her. You're always like, what in the world? Like it's just weird and confusing all the time.
It's a hot mess, but you know what? She has always been able to hide in the confusion. All of her inconsistencies, all of her lies and inconsistencies are easily hidden by the conundrum of just mess. My daddy used to cuss. I don't like to do that in public, but he used to have a saying like, people like her baffle people with bullish. She'll baffle you with bullish. And that's what she does.
Share something with you with bullish. Do you know there's an, because I know you do, I know you read a lot, like it's with the other work that you do. There's an actual book by Harvard Press, literally called On Bullish. Like it literally is a scholarly work that speaks just about BS, published by Harvard University Press. And when you read the book, like it literally goes into detail about what BS is and why people do it. And that's Kenya. I read this
that's all day.
One
second, sis. One second. Paige, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, for your next daiquiri. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Go ahead, AAE. I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to thank her.
I love your show. I love your channel. I'll be quiet. It's just like I just wanted to come up.
No. I just wanted to say thank you to her. You go ahead. Go ahead, girl.
It makes no sense. And she's just like a grift. She's not a housewife. At no time has she ever been a housewife on this show. She's never even had a man. She's never had a husband. Everybody else has had that. Nobody would ever doubt Mimi and Greg. This is 30 years. No one is doubting that. No one is doubting Kim and Croy. No one is doubting Cynthia and Peter. No one's doubting Kim Fields and her husband. No one is doubting Portia with Cordell. Portia with Dennis. No one's doubting that. No one is doubting Candy with her child's father. And I can keep going on. Tanya, Tamari, we can just keep, definitely not Drew. No one is doubting these marriages. These are marriages, up, down, messy. They're real. It's a real housewives. You are not a housewife, Kenya. I'll be quiet now. Let me just had enough of this.
So you didn't watch the episode because you was at the concert?
No, I was at the concert. You would have enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. I've had enough of Kenya. I just want her off this show. She's not even a housewife. I want to
But you had a very good point. When you said she's a
and Sinitra, if I may share last thing, the hair studio, I actually drove there. It's an apartment building.
I know.
I was about to take pictures and send them to you. That's like, no, that's a bad look. I'm going to take pictures and send them to Sinitra. Bad look.
Girl, please, if you'd have took them and sent them, I'd have show posted them.
I thought that would be like bad energy, but it's in Chamblee, Georgia. Chamblee.
I know what Chamblee is. My sister that died back in 2016, she used to live right off of Buford Highway over there in Chamblee.
And I know exactly where that is. Sinitra, if you remember, it's called the SLX building in Chambly. It's just this. She does not have nothing. She's still building or whatever she's doing, as opposed to just being honest. Just be honest. She cannot.
Yeah.
That's just the thing. Her duplicity is just upsetting everyone, and people are tired. NBC Universal is tired. We're all tired. It's just
well, now let me say this then. With that being said, that may be why Andy was like really like on her so bad, calling out all her lies and stuff. Maybe they're tired of the scam because, like, you know, some of you know, I worked in nursing, I worked in prisons, in prison nursing, and we had a lot of people like Kenya. I've seen her like before. And what I mean by that is you have some people that will be so chaotic and it's not an accident. They're intentionally chaotic so that you will not catch on to what they're doing that should not be happening. All the loudness, all the antics, the hissy fits that she throws, these random insults that she tosses out at people. She's doing that to deflect and to make sure that you never pay attention to what about her does not make sense. Because there's so much about her that does not make sense.
Nothing, Sinitra. And she has a child now that she clearly made out of. Sinitra, not to be weird, but I think that I feel like she wanted her daughter to look like your daughter. Like
to look like what?
Your daughter. Like to have a look. Like, I'm just to be honest with you.
She
designed her baby. She designed her baby.
And guess what? I don't see anything, but AAE, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I designed mine.
I don't either. I don't either. It's just, I don't either. It's just like, she's a daughter though. Like, you want your little baby girl. She's not here for you to like create and just and impart your misery. Like, she's
now that's the problem I got with it. Don't get a baby no misery. Because I think that people, I think that women
to have a look that she can just like, almost like she created her own competition, if that makes sense. Like she inadvertently created what she's going to despise in 10 years. Because
I don't want to think that. I don't want to think that.
And it really bothers me that her daughter is going to mature, become a little, like a young lady, a teenager, and she's going to get attention. And Mark is going to want his daughter, if not sooner. And Kenya's going to act out. And that's what I really wonder about, that she's going to do something. No, I don't know.
But I think I think to a certain degree, you can't like start guessing at what the future's going to hold. We don't know what she's going to do as this baby gets older. The best we can do as seasoned mothers is hope for the best and hope that she will mature while the baby is maturing and she'll do better. As far as designing a baby, I absolutely designed my children. These are designer originals. I was very intentional with my breeding. I wanted my children to have beautiful 4C hair. So I made sure I found somebody with that. I wanted them to have dark. I wanted my babies to have pretty dark skin. And I did my best, but they took color after their mama. It was just the best I could do. I wanted them not to be quite as tall and big as me. So I made sure that the men that I married and had children with, that the women in their family weren't quite behemoths. I didn't want my daughters to be giants like their mother. I didn't want that. I feel as though it is perfectly acceptable to be selective and intentional with your breeding. You should not be accidentally breeding with anybody. That's a no-no.
That's a very
and I make that point all the time. If you dating a man and his mama look like a barilla, you probably shouldn't have a baby with him. You probably shouldn't. That baby gonna come here and somebody gonna call animal control. So, be careful, be selective, be intentional, but it should never be that you're looking at this child like a baby doll that doesn't have feelings that you don't have to be responsible for, because you do have to be responsible. You want them to love themselves and value themselves. And you have to bear in mind that this little person that you're raising will soon be an adult. She's going to be a woman, and however she turns out is going to be your handiwork.
I think Ken has been really intentional uh, about how she raises little Brooklyn. Like
Mm-hmm.
when she takes Brooklyn on her little vacations, they're out
I
there.
like
She takes
that.
the museums and their little matching outfits. I really do enjoy the way that she's raising Brooklyn. I think one of the
Me
points
too.
that you made is that Brooklyn does have really adult language, and I really haven't seen an issue with it because I have seen the way Brooklyn expresses herself, and it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
come off as like too adult. It just comes off as that she just has really good language skills.
Yeah, you can kind of tell. I agree, Catherine. You can tell that Kenya is teaching her to articulate herself. If you have something that you want to say, communicate. You don't cry, you don't throw tantrums, you communicate. And I like that she's teaching that baby to be very communicative. I like it. Personally, y'all know I feel like Kenya's a good mama. Everything I've seen points to good mother.
Exactly.
I
Like
don't see anything bad coming from that. I
that's
honestly,
the
if you,
only Kenya I
yeah, that
like
is
is Mama Kenya.
right. That's like her saving grace. And to be honest, I think that as that as she has to kind of hold herself accountable enough to raise this baby, because I do believe she loves that baby. I think the more she has to hold herself accountable to raise this child, I think she's going to be forced to grow up and mature emotionally while she's raising this child. I really believe that.
Exactly. And I think Kenya raising Brooklyn is going to maybe help heal the mother wound that she has.
I hope so. Whatever that is, because I don't know what that is. I have
Exactly.
some thoughts, but I'm not sure.
We don't know what actually happened in that relationship, but clearly something did happen there.
Something
And
went on.
whatever happened there, it went all the way left. And
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be healed with her becoming a mother herself. Something that AAE said about there being like no single women aside from essentially Kenya, and Portia was single for a while, and
But not coming on the show. Portia ended up single after a divorce. Portia came on that show with a husband.
she did. And then when she came the season after, Portia was single, and then she left, and then she came back as a friend. She was single, and then when she came back as a peach holder, she was single. And I think when she came back that second time, like we got the new like Thoughtlandia single Portia, and
Yeah.
I think that second coming of single Portia, that was like the light energy of single Portia that the show like single Portia of a single housewife was the sort of like light energy that we needed. And she
So
came on,
true.
she was like, no, like Portia was like, no deception. She came on again, she was single. There were like there's no invention of a man. She came, but she was like dating, like
Yeah, because
she
we
came
saw the
on with,
boyfriends. We saw. Matter of fact, remember the guy she got pregnant from and she lost the baby?
I think, yeah, it was like a family. It was like someone that was like a family friend. She had like the baby contract with, and she just like had
Yeah.
lost the baby, but he
Mm-hmm.
had other children.
Yep.
But again, that was like a real story. So like
Yes.
Yeah.
Portia,
And then
she just
Kenya
comes
keeps
on with the
giving us
truth.
manufactured. But you know what, Catherine? That's why I say for me, I cannot do Drew Sidora. We already got Kenya manufacturing stuff. I can't take two of them. That's too much.
I mean, I feel like Drew. I mean, the fans love her. I mean, people are like, "Oh, she's awesome. She's the best new peach holder we've had in forever." I'm like, I
Who
don't see
said that?
it.
Am
The
I
people
best
Yeah.
on
Portia?
the people on the Twitter.
Yeah, but
Show
the
me them
Twitter
people.
people don't really count, because when you go through all the social media, the Facebook groups, because I watch them all, Facebook groups, the Instagram groups, and then you got some of the weirdos on Twitter. Most people are really not feeling Drew the liar. They're really not.
I mean, I
Check
just feel
them,
I feel like
check them Facebook groups and stuff. Them people are not feeling her.
there must be like a cross between like Smoking Rocks and those same groups, because I cannot.
Oh my God. Did you say Smoking the Rocks? The Cracker Rock?
The one and the same, ma'am. Because what?
Yeah.
Because like I know
I
that
can't
Team
see it.
Twirl is a thing, like the Candy Coated Click is a thing, but like you talking about Drew the Sadora fans.
I actually liked what Moneta, on another note, I liked what Moneta was wearing on. It looked better on camera. I ain't gonna lie. To me.
You know what? I
liked
it. I liked it for the church banquet. Unless it was the pastor's aid banquet, that did not need to be on no Housewives reunion show.
It would kill at the pastor's aid
banquet. Yes, sir. Can you imagine that? Like for pastor's anniversary or something, they did that banquet that started at 7 in the evening. Yes. First lady is the MC. Yes, I can see that. That'll set it off. But not for no Housewives, not the softer side of Sears. Absolutely not.
Now I just gave myself an outfit for pastor's aid.
Can you
coming up in October?
Can y'all help me understand the whole collusion thing? Every time I hear about this scenario, I get so confused. Like, I'm just so confused. Like, are they saying? Okay,
I'm gonna help you. Moneta stayed behind after everybody left so she could hear what they were talking about, and she came up with a narrative. She came up with a narrative because Courtney is actually friends with Sheree, and they're upset because Sheree would not join their alliance. So now we're going to pretend like y'all have an alliance. So her job, and she chose to accept it, was to come out and say that I heard them colluding. They were having a collusion. That's all that was. That was some crap Moneta hooked up, and Candy probably told her to do it.
Cooked up with the rocks.
Yeah, with the Cracker Rock. Because the truth of the matter is they were trying to come up with an alliance against Marlo, and they needed everybody to go along with it, and they were upset because Sheree would not go along with it because Sheree had her own plan.
Right, because they're boring and bitter. Sheree has more fun with Marlo and Sonya.
Yep.
That's saying something.
Well, I mean, if you look at them together, they always look like they're having a good time.
Oh, yeah. It does. Because Marlo's there, not because Sonya there.
Yeah, you're right. Y'all hard on Sonya, boy.
I don't know. I like Sonya.
I do. I bet she got the good beef patties. I will say that.
Listen, golden crust with a cola champagne and some cocoa bread. Yes.
Yes, cocoa bread.
I don't know. I kind of liked Andy on this reunion, though. He wasn't seem like he was playing sides too much. He didn't seem like he was going too hard on anybody. I feel like
he was activated more so than anybody else.
Damon, you say you don't think he went too hard on nobody, and he caught Kenya in every lie she told before anybody could say anything.
He was living production. You know how production.
I feel like he kept the same energy.
Everybody lie. He was that production flash. You know how. Roll that footage.
He was the bean footage. He was the bean footage.
I'm just saying he kept that energy with everybody though. Like for example, with Candy, like he made sure he read everything in that She News. He laughed at it. He thought it was funny. He didn't try to like hide anything. Like y'all said, he lit Kenya up. Let me tell you, I wanted to say this earlier. So ain't no way Kenya didn't know that thing was blank. She ain't that old and she ain't that crazy. So yeah, I think she was expecting, I think she was expecting Andy to go along with her with that and like read it like it was something on there. And Andy was like, sweetie, this is blank.
Oh,
like I'm not that close with any of my bosses to think that they was going to hand over like a piece of paper that said to paint. What? Just how? Like, how would Andy? Like, how would he have just played that off? Like. So let's say let's roll with it.
Girl, ain't no
he
way.
Played it off. Andy hands the paper that says subpoena over to Marlo. Marlo gets it. She gonna see it's blank. Right. So Andy might as well have just stopped it right there.
True.
Saved himself the stretch. You know he getting old. Like, bruh, this blank. I'm not going even. I just came back from Pilates. I'm not going to even do it to my back now. this blank. You gonna take this now. Let's save a tree.
So
But this was my thing with that, right? Kenya was still not counting on Andy to do that, because if Marlo said it was blank, she would have just went on social media and lied and said, no, it wasn't Marlo lying. She's a criminal. She's a prostitute. She lied. But by Andy doing it the way he did it, he didn't leave no way out for that girl.
I don't like it.
He didn't leave her no way out.
I feel you.
And I was kind of looking at him kind of funny, because I was like, that's humiliating. Like, she kind of asked for it. I'm not saying she ain't asked for it by trying to pull a stunt, but it was kind of embarrassing to me.
Because if he had, given it to Marlo would have had it. Marlo would have taken it, put it on the Twitter, X, whatever, the man has taken it and renamed it. Because Marlo would have taken it and put it on her Twitter and be like,
but Kenya still would have lied and say, that's not what I gave her. She's lying. But by Andy getting in it and calling it out, there was nowhere for Kenya to go. And you could see on her face, she was embarrassed.
Embarrassed.
do y'all think y'all think Drew deserved the first seat?
No.
She deserves an ottoman.
Yeah, she deserved to be sitting in her car.
Exactly.
I feel like
Yanietta deserved an email. She could have Skyped in.
she really could have.
That way she don't have to storm off, because y'all know that's Drew's only move. Well, she got two moves. First, she tuck her head down into her shoulders and we don't see her neck, and then she storms off.
And I'm just so afraid if she gets up and storms off. There's so much taffeta in that daggone dress. Like,
but she gonna jump up when Ralph come out. But I don't understand
Lord.
how she had the first seat. How?
Exactly, Houseway.
I feel like the network is like pushing her to try to be like the new like face or the new star, but she's just not giving that.
And again, I say Houseway. Why?
Anybody asked for that. Yeah, ain't nobody asked for that.
Starless.
She's starless.
Child, I feel like Kim Fields gave more than Monietta did.
Don't come for Kim.
No, I'm saying Kim Fields gave. I said she gave more than Monietta did. Kim Fields gave us a beatless brunch. Shoot, Kim Fields even tried to read Kenya down. Kim Fields gave more than that. Shoot.
Kim Fields gave more than that when Kenya tried to move her chair.
Yeah.
Like, the chair gave more than that.
I'm done. I'm done. I know. I just, because I know you're not going up for the chair.
I am. I'm going up for
in my
chair.
spirit. I know you're not going up for the chair.
So okay, so far, like with everything that's been performed like this episode, how are you guys feeling about like how next season may look? Like, do you think that they performing well? Like, I'm just trying to get y'all thoughts.
This whole season was trash. The reunion was trash. It's all trash. This whole show needs to be flushed. I keep telling y'all, it's like a turd that's floating in the toilet. It just needs to flush.
That part.
I do feel like with the season we've had, it's not fair for them to come in and feel like they can just like do all these things at a reunion and that should save them for the season. Like, no, y'all should have had.
They didn't do nothing at the reunion.
True.
They ain't did nothing. The only person did anything worth really talking about was Sheree.
Now, which is very, very like weird to say because Sheree is always the lowest on the totem pole. Literally.
Yeah, she normally gives you the least to work with.
Yes. Because when it was like her and Nene and all of them, Sheree, and like even season 9, Sheree was just a bone collector. Sheree never did anything.
Sheree is normally an afterthought.
Yes. Exactly. Now, I will say Sheree is best as a bone collector because she is good with taking information back. She was never good as
take it back right though.
Exactly, but I feel like that's half the fun. Like playing, like how kids play telephone, and by the end, like the word is like baloney. At the end, it comes out like onomatopoeia. Like that is Sheree.
Her best performance was season 9. I loved her on season 9. I'm not gonna lie. Because I love how she kept the drama going between Candy and Phaedra. Like she would meet with them and she would take stuff back. She was good. Like even when she brought up at the table at the OLG tasting, she was like, Candy said you slept with Block or you messed with Block. That was good. I was like, okay, Sheree. I missed that Sheree. Now it's like she trying to be a Nene.
And then it's just like, you do not have the juices. Just go on and just
I'm
sit
so
on
tired
down.
of them Nene Leakes impersonations. I'm just tired. If y'all wanted Nene that bad, y'all should have left her alone. Stop with the impersonations, please.
And then it's like, stop trying to give people the juice or trying to like soup them up to become her. It's like, you know, Sheree ain't got it. Like, you know, Marlo don't want to be it. And you keep, like, you have these women on the show like Kenya and Candy who constantly like degrade Marlo and like say these horrible things about her, who don't want Marlo to be great. Like this entire season, all of last
Child,
season.
they act like it's killing them because she really doing her thing.
Exactly. This entire season, all of last season, Marlo was the only one showing up to work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who
And
do
then
y'all
these,
give
I mean,
best?
just talk about her.
Who do y'all give y'all best dress? I think I really like
Marlo. That's not even a question for me, Marlo.
That
Courtney,
sexiness work, but
yeah, because Courtney tried, but it was the shoulders for me. The shoulders made me uncomfortable. I
it
didn't
wasn't
know
the
how to
show.
feel about it.
I couldn't decide if she had hip pads on or not. Her body looked strange.
I mean, she may have bought hip pads. You know, she's very slender, has slender hips, so she could have bought hip pads. But
I,
I just, you know, the dress itself was nice. It was the shoulders, the way they were constructed, the pointiness of it. I don't know what they were going for, and
I don't
it
know,
made
but
me uncomfortable.
I don't know why, but Candy's just looked like she was like
She just
suff-
like, I
she
need to
looked
get out of here. Hurry up.
suffocated, like pulled too tight.
She was dressed like she was finna go up on that stage with a skate. That's what that was.
She looks a little bit too tight. I'm sorry.
No, I would
Candy
have liked
clothes
it if it was a
always be
longer
too tight.
gown.
Candy clothes are always too tight. Every reunion, them clothes be tight and titties be spilling out.
And Kenya looked like she was about to spread wings and fly.
I hated that dress. Like, I hated every bit
Man,
of it.
The
We
hair was
talked
cute.
about it.
I liked the hair and the makeup.
It was horrible.
the hair was terrible. The hair looked like a helmet. That hair was awful. I don't. They played her. Whoever did her hair needs to stay behind beat because I've seen Kenya look better at reunions. I've seen Kenya look better on social media. I don't know who she brought in to do her hair, but they really played with her. It wasn't
Her
nice.
wig was shiny.
That wig was stiff and hard. They didn't even pluck the edges. It looked like a helmet. The hairline was hard like a Shaolin monk. It was like them old school lace fronts that the girls used to wear in the hood. It was horrible. It
Kenya
was really
was
horrible.
she was beautiful on season 7 all white reunion. Oh my goodness, that was her best look to me.
Yeah,
But
like
she
I kind
never
of like
really
it when
looked
her
bad
hair.
at the reunions. Like I can't say that I've ever seen Kenya just look bad at a reunion. She looked bad this time. She did.
She just looks like what she's been through.
That's oh dang, Catherine. She looked like what she been through.
Yes, not everybody bow your heads. That was
Yeah, I just bowed
that's the
mine.
benediction.
And on that note, may the Lord watch between me and thee while we absent one from another, because I ain't got nothing else after that. What else am I supposed to say? You say this girl look like what she been through, Lord.
There's little real snoring.
L'Oreal, let me mute her. This gal done went to Jesus. Black folks.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's definitely time to end this live. This girl done went to sleep and started snowing on here, and I ain't taking it down either.
Well, this was nice though. I really appreciate y'all.
Listen, we appreciate you coming to hang with us, child.
See,
Catherine done took me out. Catherine done gave a whole benediction. I'm ready.
That was really it.
I'm not excited for part 2. I feel like it's not gonna give nothing.
I just put this rubber band on my hair and got ready to tuck into my covers behind you saying that girl looked like what she been through. I was not prepared for that.
Tell me. But where's the lie? I want y'all to do a deep dive and find it.
I can't say you lied. You know, I believe in the truth, but golly, I wasn't ready. I was not prepared for that.
Because on your worst day, would you walk out in that wig that Kenya had on her head
No,
and never knew?
Girl, I wouldn't have wore that wig to a dog fight.
I'm trying to think of the worst
That was
wig I
terrible.
got in my collection, and I don't think
I don't own one.
Because I will put it out.
It looked hard and uncomfortable.
Because I got a wig right now. I just I put it on, and then I put on like a little bantu knot over top of it, and I head out to the grocery store. That's it. That's all it's good for. Like, and that is what that wig is good for, that she had on her head, but she was looking at America in that wig.
All right, y'all. Well, I gotta go to work. Have a good night, y'all.
You too. Night, everybody.
Well, all right. I'm gonna let y'all go, child. But DT done popped up here, so I got to hear what DT got to say. I ain't going nowhere till my baby say what he got to say. What's going on, boo?
Hi everyone, hi Royal Family, hi panel, hi Sunitra.
Hey, my love. Now I know you got something to say. What you got to say about all this mess?
Well, all I just wanted to say was I didn't understand the dialogue between Candyman and Sheree. That's what I wanted to start off with. Nope. And Drew need to go find some new facial expressions because the ones that she currently has on make her look like a cat on steroids. And I definitely agree on Kenya's here. This is the third season reunion where she's turned up with a beautiful dress, beautiful makeup, half of the time, and the hair looks terrible.
But this time the dress was horrible. The makeup was whatever. I couldn't even see her makeup for the wig. The baby in the chat was saying that her ear looked like it was white. I never saw her ear. I didn't see her makeup. I could not see past that god. I didn't see past that god off her dress and that helmet on her head. I couldn't see past it.
Do you think they put powder in her ears?
I don't know. I never saw her ear. Ask me if she has ears. I don't even know if she has them. That helmet sitting on her head, looking like she was on the cast of Battlestar Galactica. I didn't see nothing
Battlestar Galactica. No, honestly, I was just like, how do you have consistently terrible hair?
I don't know. The helmet hair was one thing that was bad, but on top of the helmet hair, what was even more disastrous was that third grade art project she was wearing.
Do you think it was a motorbike helmet?
The beads, the extra feathers at the bottom, the cutout at the tip, the shoulders showing. It was too much happening on that dress. She had on 5 different dresses, DT. 5.
Oh no! Yeah, I saw, and I was just like, "Why? Why did you do that?" But do you think she was inspired by a Roman War helmet or a motorbike helmet, or maybe a World War II helmet? I don't know which helmet she was inspired by for it to.
Battlestar Galactica. That's all I got for that.
Not bad. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I said that Candy's dress made her look like a toucan on steroids.
I mean, I didn't get the toucan. It felt like every man wants a woman. I was expecting her to just start just kicking it.
Every man wants a woman.
Yep, that's what I was expecting when I saw that.
Every man wants a woman who can cook him up a good meal.
Right. That's what that dress was giving me. A lot of that.
I was just like, yeah. I know. No, Marlo was the best dressed, hands down. I don't care what other. Everybody else said,
I don't think nobody could really
Yeah.
dispute that. Anybody disputing that is really like you playing yourself. That girl wore the hell out that dress.
Yes, exactly. And I think she just looked absolutely gorgeous. And Drew, this is what a neck looks like. I just want to remind you. That's why Ralph came to me after, you know, you two sealed it with your divorce.
Oh boy. Why are you trying to take this woman's husband, DT?
Because
she want her man. She said they still living in the same house and everything. She still wants her man.
Well, you know, she may live in the same house as him and still want him, but you know, he knows who really exercises her neck for him. So But no, I really want to see what Todrica has got to wear.
I do want to see Drika dress.
Because Candies was absolutely disappointed.
I feel like Drika gonna kill it. Drika gonna kill it.
I know. I mean, like with the amount of money that he's collated, you know, he might find an outfit that might actually, you know, make him look better than Candy.
Well, now I don't know. Now he might give us some stiff competition. You're right.
True, because you know that's something I'm looking forward to. But I really wanted to see who Don Juan's mysterious clear wife was about.
Yeah, I don't want to see no lie. What he gonna do? Pay somebody like King?
Well, you know.
Mimi in the house.
She has the money.
Mimi say Kenya hair was giving Geisha girl, and Candace hair was looking like a Game of Thrones helmet. Ooh.
You know what? Mimi's kind of right though, because she was giving either Baratheon or Targaryen helmet.
See, I don't watch Game of Thrones. Y'all know better than me.
Yeah. So I'm thinking she carried the, you know, three dragons on one body type of helmet. With her hair. But you know, it is what it is. Sounds like part 2 will just be as boring as part 1. We're still trying to figure out how. Yeah, and we're still trying to figure out how Sheree and Drew got first chair.
Child, your guess is as good as mine. I couldn't tell you, honey.
Because but I must say though, yeah, Andy this season was trying to be the next housewife. I was like, wow.
Andy was being real rough with Kenya. I didn't know. I was like, wow. What am I seeing here? I didn't know how to take it, to be honest. I still don't know how to take it. I need time to think it over and process that to see how I really feel about it, because I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think you could even tell that Kenya was kind of shocked. She was like, what?
Yeah, that's my thing. And I said it before and I was clear on it. This is not Kenya's first time, so I'm really confused as to what made his response be so different this time. Like, why is his response so different?
Yes, and for those wondering why I'm talking about how my neck is better than Drew's, just look at this picture. Ooh. This picture should tell you everything.
Okay, because you got me.
In the words of Kaya, exercise that neck.
Oh Lord.
But you know that's no,
that's not
no
song that said that. She got a song saying that?
Oh yes, exercise that neck.
Oh wow.
You know, you got to give that turkey neck, as she likes to do.
You know,
Mimi, not Lord Farquaad. No, Mimi, not Lord Farquaad.
Yes.
Well, you know, she was giving, you know, Lord Farquaad, and then you know the crows were giving different types of water splashed onto a $1.99 piece of fabric.
But to me, Candy's outfit just looked like she was going to perform. It didn't look bad. It just didn't. It was just kind of out of place in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was given out of place. It didn't look bad. Kenya looked bad.
Oh my. Yeah. It's just like I was like, all right, Kenya, what was the inspiration here? Did you fly to a random, field in the woods, saw a whole bunch of flowers, butterflies, and birds, and thought, oh, I'm
It's
going to use this for
just
my dress.
giving. It looked like with that dress on, she really could have just flown there. She didn't even need a plane. All them feathers.
Exactly.
It was a
Exactly.
lot. It was a lot. I don't know. Kenya was
Mm.
not herself. That's all I can say. I
No.
think Andy really threw her off, calling her out on everything she said that was not true. And she was not able to really rebound from it. And I don't know,
Yeah.
seeing her like being humiliated. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting soft in my old age. I just was like uncomfortable watching it.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable. It was just like,
Yeah.
wow, it's like you two were working with each other for the past few seasons, and
That's
then all
the
of a sudden,
thing. There you go. That's what it is. They have encouraged this lady's behavior, and now you penalizing her for it. And the fact that not just penalizing her, you're gonna humiliate her while you penalize her. It was a lot. It was a lot.
yeah, exactly. And it was just like, oh, this is getting weird.
I
In the words of
cringed.
Nene, it's getting weird.
Yeah, I cringed a lot during that one. I didn't know how to really feel about it.
Yeah, because we don't know how to really take that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, and like, in all honesty, like I think the amount of emphasis and the amount of attention to detail they put on Sheree's life or Sheree's time on the show was absolutely unnecessary because it wasn't that much.
Mm-hmm.
You got Martella, you've got the mysterious daughter, you got everything else in between. I think they just spent too much time on Sheree to try and deflect away from Candy.
Yeah,
Again, to protect
it
her.
was something. That's all I can say. It was really something, and I didn't know what
Mm.
that something was, but it didn't. I don't know. It did not feel good. A lot of times, I may not be able to put words to what I'm experiencing, or what I'm feeling, or what I'm thinking, but I can tell you that it didn't feel good watching that happen like that.
Oh, definitely.
I didn't
And I
care
think
for it.
yeah, and I definitely felt the same. So yeah, I don't know how part 2 is going to play out.
Me either. I'm interested in a way because I want to know if Sheree is going to tell us how she got those personal text messages
Yeah.
from Drew.
Yeah.
Like, how did you get them? Who gave them to you? What happened?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know that.
Mm-hmm.
Since they giving us everything on a sneak peek, I would like to know exactly how she managed to come across that.
Most definitely. But one thing is for sure, I will make sure that Ralph looked handsome
Oh Lord.
in that in that reunion. But yes, I really want to see what Todrick is going to turn up.
Yeah, I want to see what Drika's dress is gonna look like, and I need to know how Sheree got those text messages, just so my brain don't itch. How did you get them? Who gave them to you? Is Ralph the it? Did Ty give them to Mimi, and Mimi gave them to you? Did Rashida get them from Mimi? Where did these text messages, these private text messages, come from?
Exactly.
Because I'm gonna tell you like this. I didn't see Sheree as the first chair for the season, but it's given Sheree ended up with that first chair because Sheree was the girl with all the gifts. She's the one that's bringing all types of foolishness. So I'm starting to see why Sheree got that first chair. I still don't know why Drew is in the first chair.
I still don't know either because
I'm open to an explanation. I would like to know.
Oh yeah, I'm really open to an explanation because I don't understand how Drew got first chair. She's as boring as bark on a tree. I'm just like, Like I could just watch bark fall off a tree and that still be more entertaining than watching Drew cry. But like,
Cry, tuck her neck, and storm off.
mm-hmm, exactly. But no, I'm not looking for. I don't know if I want to watch part two. I think part one gave me everything I need to know.
Basically. But you know,
But yeah,
we'll see. Y'all know I will be
yeah,
watching. I will have my handy dandy notebook, and I will come and
mm-hmm,
review for everybody who does not want to suffer.
mm-hmm. And thank you for doing that, Sunitra, because you know, some of us are sick of looking at Drew, and
Y'all treat me
some of
so
us
bad. I'm the one that's gotta go look at it and come back and report.
because some of us are sick of looking at Drew and her sister,
Uh,
and
that's true.
and some of and some of us and some of us just can't stand Candy and her
Candy really was not
and her
that
shenanigans.
irritating. This reunion, Candy really wasn't irritating. I think Candy got blindsided. She did not know that Sheree came prepared for her. She didn't.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Drew was very irritating. Hmm. On that note, I will make my way down. Ralph and I wish you all the best.
Oh my Lord. All right, my dear. Well, get you some rest and we'll talk soon, okay?
Will do. Thank you for letting me up.
All right, anytime, every time, honey.
All right.
All right, y'all.
All right, bye, Sinitra. Bye,
Bye,
Laurel. Bye,
darling.
Royal Family.
All right. So look, y'all, we getting ready to tuck it in for the night. Y'all get some rest. I'm gonna get me some rest. I can guarantee you that. All right. So listen, if you didn't hit the like button on the way in, no excuse. Please hit it on the way out. Okay. Please remember to hit your notification bell and make sure you click all so you'll know every time we go live over here on this channel. Also, subscribe to this channel if you have not already subscribed, because we would love to have you if you want to join channel membership so that we can celebrate your birthdays and special days. Please make sure you join. The join button is beneath the video. Also, beneath the video is the in the description box is also the link for our Royal Family merch. If you want to grab a t-shirt, hoodie, water bottle, or even onesies for the babies, we got those on deck as well. So please make sure that you take advantage of that. And I'll be back again as soon as the gossip is good. We may have an FNN update tomorrow, just depending on what's happening in the news. But I'll see you guys sooner rather than later. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night, sweet dreams. Say your prayers, all that good stuff. And remember, if nobody else tells you, God loves you, I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. I'll talk to y'all later, okay? Bye, y'all.